Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku had everyone crushing on him? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. For Achiko, it started before their life at UA even began, during the entrance exam. She'd seen the greenette trip and almost fall on his face and hurried over to help him. After that, she hadn't expected to see him again. He was cute, but she hadn't thought much more of him, as she had to focus on passing the exam and she might not have ever seen him again if he didn't pass. So you could color the brunette shocked and terrified when the gigantic zero-pointer had been barreling down on her tiny form, only for the same nervous stuttering teen to leap forward without hesitation, destroying the robot and his body in the process just to save her. From then on, whenever she remembered that moment and found herself staring into those gorgeous emerald orbs that were her eyes, her heart hammered in her chest loud enough to be comparable to the explosions of that costly destruction. She heard a rumor All Might himself was paying off quietly still. Maybe using military-grade robots wasn't a good idea, budget-wise. He was so kind and sweet. It was impossible not to like him, impossible not to love him. God damn it, was she hopeless. With that thought, she shook her head and made her way into the boy's room, only to find the rest of the girls there with him, looking contemplative while the boy just looked amused yet sad. Without missing a beat, the pink-skinned upbeat Mina spoke up, sounded amused and concerned simultaneously. Finally, Miss Main Love Interest is saying her confession. So you didn't take much notice of Midoriya at first. The farthest her interest went on the first day they met was that they happened to have the same color hair, amusing her. The next day, they had combat training and she got to see firsthand the boy's determination and drive for hero work, and was moved by his passion against Bakuga's rage. Still, she'd only meant to befriend the boy and get to know him better after. She'd not fallen for him. That changed during the USJ, though she wouldn't realize for a while afterwards. In the midst of the chaos and fear, she'd been a prime target for one of the villains at one point. While it ultimately been Aizawa that had saved her, the following moments she couldn't get out of her head, ever. Water burst out the pool as the usually timid teen rose into the air, a look of anger and fear mixing with a look of determination as a super-powered fist shot forth. Get away from her! So often she had nightmares about that event. They all did, but her own always involved that terrible moment she came to brush with death. She'd never been affected by it even in the worst of the nightmares though. As if some supernatural protector that could sense her fear, the dream Izuku would always rush forth to stop Shigaraki, even when Aizawa failed. Without even realizing it, the real Izuku had done it as well, waking her up at the worst moment of the dream. It was an arrangement between them that had just sort of silently started at some point after they moved into the dorms. Both Izuku and Tsuyu often stayed up later than some of the others, and when one of them fell asleep, the other would hang out near them. If one fell prey to nightmares, the other would wake them up and help them calm down. The first time it happened to her, she had watched her dream Midoriya die at the hands of Nomu, before waking up to the real one looking after her. It was embarrassing to recall how she clung to him like a frightened child, yet it had become their little tradition in a way. When of them awoke, frightened from a nightmare, they would just silently embrace one another until they felt better. It wasn't just in dreams either. Every day, the boy's passion seemed to continue to grow, and it became more and more mesmerizing to see his pure, unadulterated want to help others and what he'd do for the people around him. Even if it hurt to watch someone so loving get hurt, over and over. She realized her feelings when they moved into dorm, and she had just seen the boy silently looking after Kuta's pet while the boy was away. A heart as soft as that little bunny's fur. She never stood a chance. The only reason she hadn't said anything as soon as she realized was because she knew Uraraka had a crush of her own, one running a lot longer. Following the provisional exam though, the girl had said something about storing her crush away, so the frog girl had took the chance to start preparing her confession. She just hadn't expected to give alongside four others. Mina wasn't one to shy away from admitting her physical attractions, even if it made her seem a bit of a perv to others, but could you blame her? She was surrounded by a whole bunch of hotties. Oh, and Mineta, he was also there. One of the few people she hadn't expected to catch herself staring at as much as she did was Izuku Midoriya. At first glance he was pretty unassuming and average aside from the hair. Hair she loved frankly as a curl buddy. His physique was appealing from most angles and had an almost magical quality to it to make appeal to the viewer more. She had noticed during her heavily bisexual energy-infused moments, trademarked. He could appear almost feminine. It definitely wasn't just her, as resident lesbian Jiru eyed him more than normal as well. He still appealed in her more straight moments as well, having seen the boy lose his shirt. The muscles he managed to hide were insane, and the curves on them were just awesome. She knew them to be firm yet also weirdly squishy, having took a chance once to feel him up while he was unaware. Yes, she was a terrible person. No, she had no regrets. His pecs were almost BRC-like, adding to the air of femininity he could give off. Of course his best feature was definitely his butt. From the first time her eyes lingered on its broadcasted image in their first combat training to this very day, she'd accept any excuse to stare at that perfect booty. And this was coming from her. She knew she was called the booty queen behind her back, not that she disagreed. Her butt was her best feature and she would freely admit Midoriya's was better. Still, that was all physical attraction. On a more emotional level, she probably started to feel something awaken during the sports festival, watching the Greenette trade blows with resident Ice Queen, well, technically King, Shoto Todoroki. No one could have known the full extent of the emotions in that fight at the time, but even from high up off the ground, away from the context, the sheer determination of Midoriya radiated as if it would melt the boy's ice by its lonesome. The true story behind the passion that seemed to cause him to become illuminated in her thoughts and vision only served to further reinforce her admiration for the teen. There was nothing more noble or hot in the world than someone who wanted nothing more than to help those around them. Izuku embodied that completely. As time went on, she'd only come to see that more and more. Bakugu. The moment that had, unintentionally, caused her to fall for the boy was nothing special from an outside perspective. It was practically amusingly tame compared to the romantic comedy she had planned out in her head with some mysterious third-year stranger exchange student from Scotland who she'd have to win from her old girlfriend from Slovenia. It wasn't a very good rom-com, but it was a rom-com. They were never that great. What had actually happened had been an unexpected moment where every one of her friends had cancelled on her at the last moment. Bakugu had never really intended to show up, and had dragged Kirishima away for an impromptu study session. Jair had to stay home to look after her suddenly sick mother, and Siro and Denki had ended up on some misadventure involving a generator and a potential court hearing. They had been meaning to go to the theme park that was in town for the week, on the final day. It had been planned 2 whole months in advance, and the girl had been looking forward to it almost as much as she looked forward getting into UA. As she had sullenly turned around to go home and totally not cry into her pillow like a little baby, she had come face to face with the angel that was Izuku. Hey Ishido, hey, are you alright? You look upset. He'd asked concerned, taking a moment to study her. She'd not met his eye, not wanting to face the embarrassment of how she was feeling over a stupid day out. Boy, I'm fine. Just a day out didn't go quite right, she explained quickly, hating the fact her voice actually sounded as if she was going cry. You were going to the theme park? He questioned knowingly, likely having heard them talking about it. Are you the only one who turned up? Why yeah. Do you only have your ticker or did you have the others? Icha? Just mine. Why? She questioned, and the boy frowned before rummaging through his pockets and taking out his phone. Midori? What are you dash? Hang on just a moment, he said, calling someone and talking to them. She felt like she recognized the voice but couldn't place it. Izuku also managed to stand just far enough away she couldn't eavesdrop, annoyingly. He came back a moment later, smiling nervously. Guess I'm buying a ticket. She felt her eyes bug out her skull at that. What? Do you know how expensive they are? Momo thought they were a ripoff. Momo! The girl exclaimed, and could only stare stunned as the boy silently walked forward, bought one and walked back without batting an eye. How? All Might's gonna kill me, but it was either that or not help and leave you upset. The Greenette explained while scratching the back of his head. Not helping would have been bad enough, but it would be a crime to not cheer you up. He didn't seem to quite realize what he said straight away until a moment later when a blush started to form on his face. Similarly, tears began to prick in her eyes, but they were much happier than the ones that had threatened to fall before. She rushed forward before the boy could react and wrapped her arms around him tight. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." After a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her as well. They spent the rest of the day together, going on rides and hanging out. She hadn't gone on as many roller coasters as she wanted to, despite Izuku offering to go with. It was clear by his face though he was on the verge of cardiac arrest from one of the tamer ones and just being nice. She decided not to torture her rescuer considering what he'd done. And make no mistake, while no villains or fairy tale dragons were involved, to the pink-skinned girl it counted, especially when she found out later that the last day ticket was more expensive than the 5,000 yen she thought it cost, and turned out to be 50,000 yen. To the rest of 1A, it was a mystery why All Might was suddenly very short-tempered with Izuku the next day. The blonde couldn't seem to make his annoyance last though. Ever since he rescued her, she couldn't help but recall that strong warm embrace. That he threw himself under the bus with the man he most respected just to cheer her up. A week later, she had lost herself in a silly rom-com fantasy once again, but it wasn't some foreign stranger who swept her off her feet. She turned to see the visage her mind had created and found Midoriya carrying her. And she was happy to see him. Too bad Achiko had dibs. Well, not really, but everyone knew she had a massive crush herself. When word spread she wasn't going to say anything to him supposedly, Mina knew what she had to do. Purchase lacy lingerie. Then of course go confess and hope she didn't waste money. Maybe it should be the other way around. For Momo, it had been a slow burn, a niggling feeling that only ever grew without her understanding since just after she met the hero in training. At a stretch one could say it started with combat training. Unlike Mina though, the raven-haired girls, while still impressed by the passion, had been more impressed with the greenette's analytical strategies. While he still made plenty of mistakes the girl had picked up on, the overall result was certainly better than that of some genuine pros she was aware of. Not to mention that the greenette was working essentially on the fly, due to being immediately move into the fight. From then on, his mental prowess and skill only continued to make itself apparent and grow. His placement in the obstacle course during the sports festival was definitely impressive, but the girl had found herself drawn to watching him and his strategies he used to win without employing his quirk. And while it was embarrassing to admit, she did find her eye drawn to his physique a few times in the process. Still she brushed it aside as admiration for her classmate. That's what she kept presuming it to be, that's what it must have been. Yet as it grew more and more, and she found harder to merely hold a conversation with the boy she once admittedly had expected to be just an average student, she knew it was something else. It was during their final exams, by a sheer coincidence she figured it out. She loved a good novel as much as the next girl and used one to pass the time while they observed each other's fights. A romantic comedy recommended by Ishido. In it, the love interest was a sweet, lovable dork with a big heart and bigger brain, and the protagonist had only just realized her crush on her. She hadn't paid much attention to the book, due to the match being the terrifying matchup of Bakugo, Midoriya, and All Might. The second she heard the announcement, she had been convinced some member of staff wanted Midoriya dead. Yet despite her reservations, she had found herself silently cheering the boy on, and a massive grin split across her face when it was announced he won, using every last bit of his wit and determination to pass. And that warm feeling she never understood returned once more, a fuzzy happiness that only he could elicit. This time though, her eyes wandered over a word in the book. Crush. And a single word, one of realization, a tiny insignificant sound holding back so much weight escaped her. Oh! Fast forward a few weeks and the events of Kamino had reaffirmed to her one thing, as he had been willing to go against everyone to help someone who seemingly hated him, just to do the right thing. He had reaffirmed he was a true hero, and that she was now hopelessly head over heels for him like she never expected to be. With the opportunity that came to act, following the provisional exam, Momo had been the first to enter, seeing the boy finishing up his homework. Why you wanted to talk Yayorozu? For Hagakure, she didn't realize at the final exams, rather the feelings only just began at the exam. It was just interest at the first, the boy who managed to beat All Might. She had certainly taken note of Midoriya plenty of times. Much like Mina, she couldn't resist good eye candy and she could get away with staring much easier. Yet beyond that, she'd always been focused catching up in class, that she always forget to properly talk with the boy, so she never really got to know him beyond a second-hand experience for quite a while. They always came so close to interacting with one another, yet just missing. The day before the exams, though, she learned of an event that made her realize she had to talk to him. He'd walked in with a black eye and gone about the day, ignoring the staring. When she'd inquired with Ida later, he'd happily informed her of its origin, that had unexpectedly been tied to her. A common misconception people outside 1A had about the Greenette was that he was a wimp. That couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, if Bakugo was to be believed, the Greenette had never backed down from a fight, especially in defense of another, in his life. And sure enough, that had been the case this time as well. Apparently some older pervs had been making comments about the invisible girl and what she could get away with, that Midoriya had overheard. Being the sweetheart he was, he politely told them to stop and gotten a fist to the face for his troubles, when he had threatened to report them. The ensuing fight was more of a massacre of the general ED student who started it. Midoriya's natural instincts from training automatically kicked in and he immediately had the boy on the floor. Aizawa found them and had decided to Midoriya didn't need to be punished for defending himself. The next day, she had wanted to find him and thank him, though originally she was going to ask he just dropped it in future. You can't win every fight it might start. She didn't want him to get hurt on a nobody like her, but then she heard that announcement, that Midoriya had won. And she remembered all the second-hand stories about him, even the insane rumor he fought Stain wasn't that insane in her mind anymore. It wasn't until the next day that she finally managed to talk to him, as their class dispersed from their final written exam. "HM? Is something the matter, Hagakure?" He'd asked, his head ped to the side not unlike a puppy. It had been hard for the invisible girl not to squeal at that. "Cute. I heard about what you did the other day. The fight, and why it started," she explained, rubbing her hand over her other arm. The boy blushed lightly as he scratched the back of his head. "Oh, what? I had to do as something," he muttered quietly, and Hagakure grinned to herself, her original stance all but forgotten. "Turn your head to the side, Midori," she instructed, and though confused, the boy obeyed. "Like this?" he asked, turning his gaze to the wall but keeping his body facing her. "Perfect," she said, before placing her hands on his shoulders and standing on her tiptoes, leaning forward and placing her lips on his cheek. "Moi." She kissed him quickly before starting to walk away as the boy's blush brightened up until his entire face looked like it was part of Kirishima's hair. She giggled as she began to skip away. "Thanks for being my hero." Wow. The invisible girl had expected it to end there, but every time she saw him after that she'd find her gaze wandering to him and to that cheek. She started to see for herself what everyone meant about him, finally experiencing what they had told her about properly. The few times he did catch her staring, he seemed to unconsciously feel his cheek, the one she'd kissed. It was just a random, unexpected thought one day during class that made her realize why she seemed to be struggling more and more to tear her gaze away. I wonder if his lips would have felt better to kiss. Oh, crap baskets. Contrary to popular belief, Jiru was not a lesbian. Except she was. To be specific, she was bisexual with such a specific type of guy she liked that she expected to never meet them, and never bothered to correct anyone about her being a lesbian. For all intents and purposes, she was. It wasn't like her perfect type was going to walk in the door in the first day of school. Except Midoriya decided to exist. She'd totally not been jealously observing Mina and Momo when Izuku Midoriya decided to take his perfect but into class with the rest of his perfect body. Oh. Lovable, adorable, easy to tease, CC a-hole. Okay, so maybe on a physical level she'd been crushing on the Greenette for a while. Still, she didn't think it was worth pursuing. She was sure he'd only agree out of being intimidated anyways, and she doubted they'd even so much as have a similar taste in music. Following the kidnapping of Bakugo and the subsequent rescue though, she couldn't help but revisit the line of thought. The Greenette had risked his entire station at UA and, despite his claims to the contrary, undoubtedly would have faced down the villains he could have run into for someone who would hate him for the entire effort. Okay, so maybe he wouldn't unfairly intimidated by her goth aesthetic and attitude. Still, they wouldn't have any similar musical tastes or the like. Except he did. She'd found it out by accident just after the provisional exam. There had been a normal case going on, but Izuku had been told to stay at the dorms. They'd heard about it being something to do with All Might, but nothing beyond that. She'd been part of the first team for that day's exercise and had ended up taking a fully hardened Kirishima to the face at one point when Bakugo blew up the ground beneath the boy. Had it just been the normal boy, she doubted there'd be much fuss bit with his hardened form and the metal floor she'd collided against. Aizawa had sent her to Recovery Girl to be safe. She'd gotten a concussion, but it was fortunately a quick fix for the nurse. Still, following that, she was told to just go back to the dorms to rest. While she was curious about the training, she wasn't the type to ignore a medical professional's advice, unlike some people. She closed the door behind her at the dorm and, for no reason other than curiosity and boredom, she went to Midoriya's room instead of her own. She'd only really meant to tell him she was here and maybe interrogate his lack of participation, but was surprised by her heightened picking up music. And more than that, a surprisingly moving voice carried out the room, perfectly in time to the tune she knew she recognized. I caught a chill, and it's still frozen on my skin. I think about why I'm alone, by myself, no one else here to explain how far do I go? No one knows. If the end is so much better, why don't we just live forever? Don't tell me I'm the last one in line. Don't tell me I'm too late this thing. It was Midoriya's voice, singing one of the girl's favorite songs, to her surprise. Especially seeing that it was in a complete other language. The most surprising part, though, was that the teen was actually a good singer, managing a deeper voice than would usually emanate from him to great effect. I don't want to live, to waste another day. Underneath the shadow of mistakes I made. 'Cause I feel like I'm breaking inside. I don't want to fall and say I lost it all. 'Cause baby, there's a part of me that hit the wall, leaving pieces of me behind. And I feel like I'm breaking inside. It fit him in a way it shouldn't have, clicked perfectly aside from her expectations. It was just right. It was good music and a good singer, and before she could realize what she was doing, she began to sing the next lyrics. Out here, nothing's clear, except the moment I decided to move on and I ignited. Disappear into the fear. You know there ain't no coming back while you're still carrying the past. You can't erase, separate, cigarette, in my hand, hope you all understand. I won't be the last one in line, I finally figured out what's me hyene. The music paused, the purple-haired girl slapped a hand over her mouth and suddenly silence consumed the room. Then, there was a shuffling and the door flung open, revealing a casually clothed Izuku. Jairu? Hey dude, she said nervously, not sure how to explain herself. So instead, she blurted the first thing that came to her head. You like Shinedown? Hee. He laughed a little, gesturing for her to come in, and she followed. It was like a shrine to All Might himself inside with all the nerdy figures, but what caught her attention that was new since she was last there were the posters of a few other pros and most amazingly, a poster for each album ever released up in a row. They're actually my favorite band. I hadn't unpacked these when we were doing the room competition. So you like them as well? My parents met through one of their songs actually. The hearing heroine revealed, and the teen boy's eyes widened in surprise. So they're kinda responsible for me existing. And it doesn't hurt they're my favorite band too. Really? That's so cool. The hero fanboy enthused and the girl laughed a little. Then the greenette suddenly blushed and scratched the back of his head. I guess you heard my terrible singing then. Terrible? Dude, a few singing lessons and I'd be willing to put you on par with Brent himself. Which frankly just getting that deep is an achievement in of itself with your voice. The rocker girl quickly shut down his self-criticism. Besides, you heard me. So at least you got that? Oh no way. You're an amazing singer, Jairu. Seriously. The girl went to shrug it off, but as pretty much the #1 fan of All Might, it was hard for her to ignore his next praise. I mean it when I say you could be the All Might of singers here. I don't know about that but thanks, Midoriya. The girl said with a genuine smile. It then grew into a grin. Want to sing a proper duet? Echa? Are you sure? I mean I wouldn't want to pull down your woe. Instead of listening to his self-doubts, Jair took a hold of his arm and dragged him away to her room. Come on, we need proper acoustics for this. And that was how the two had ended up bonding over a shared love of a band, and whenever they got a chance they'd take some time to just sing together in the girls' soundproofed room. They ended liking a lot of similar music it would turn out. Midoriya just didn't quite look the type who'd like it, due to liking such a wide variety of music. Eventually though, the girl had to concede Midoriya had destroyed all her reasons for not asking him out. So that was how she found herself contemplating if there was any reason not to in the elevator as she made her way to ask him to sing again, when she found Yaoyorozu inside. Yes, there's something I need to confess, Midoriya. Confess? What? Wait, does she like him too? Should I say anything? No, I'm just being crazy dash. I can't deny I started taking more notice of you recently. And with zero grace or aplomb, just worry and zero thought, she barged into the room. Both the people who had already been having their conversation looked up at her in surprise. Jairo, the two spoke simultaneously, confused, before continued. What are you doing here? Well, she mumbled something almost incoherently and bit the inside of her cheek in annoyance that her faux bravado decided to fail her now of all times. Sorry? I didn't quite catch that. Midoriya said, and despite his statements being innocent in a way it felt accidentally mocking. I have something I really need to tell you, she said and felt her worry flare when Yaoyorozu's eyes lit up with concern. Oh. Wait, does that mean we all have something to tell Midori? A new voice asked and Jai returned to see Hagakure, Mina and Tsu having made their way here. It was Mina who had asked the question and the greenette nodded dumbly. Apparently. You all have something important to say, he said, sounding concerned. Then his eyes seemed to widen. It's not Uraraka, is it? She's been avoiding me all week, is she okay? She's fine, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu quickly quelled the greenette's worry and sighed. Well, I feel I can wait for mine. Perhaps you should go first, Ashido? Oh, well actually Hagakure I was thinking could dash. No, I'm sure Azui can go first. The invisible girl shook her arms animatedly, gesturing to the frog girl, who simply shook her head. Jair was talking before any of us. She should go. Ribbit. But, sheet. Midoriya stood up from his chair and suddenly pulled out his phone, checking something. Then he sighed and put it away, and Jairo could see briefly he'd been looking at recent headlines. Right, we're probably freaking the worry ward out. I could run a random generator on the PC quickly to decide who T-talks? He offered. The girls all looked between each other. Then they turned back and they had all intended to agree, a simple chorus of yes. Yet at that moment, some supernatural forked seemingly decided to mess with the girls, and there was a sudden explosion of confessions. Dude, I like you. Midoriya, I think I've fallen for you. I kinda have a massive crush on you. Midori, I like you. I have a crush on you. Ribbit. Silence followed the room immediately following. Despite their simultaneous timing, the words they all spoke seemed so unbelievably clear. They all shared looks between another, then back at Midoriya, whose face had flared into a deep crimson blush and stood stock still. Am I daydreaming? He questioned quietly and pinched himself, before turning back to the girls, staring at him with guilt in their eyes. Oh, this some odd prank or something. Why do you think that? Yaoyorozu asked, concern in her voice. Jairo just thought he was surprised, but his answer showed what she knew. I mean because no one would ever think twice about some quirkless freak like me. It was quiet. Incredibly quiet, yet it was still seemingly able to pierce the room like a gunshot. It was also an instinctual response as Midoriya suddenly slapped his hand over his mouth and looked away. Someone is getting their butt kicked. Mina muttered angrily and Jairo silently agreed, while turning to face him. This isn't a joke on my part. Mine either. I'm being wholly honest when I say I have developed feelings for you. We're all serious. The boy took a breath and turned to face them, with a confused, sad smile. Yet there was a bit of genuine happiness hidden in it. "You know, I'm willing to bet a certain someone is spying right now," he said, sidestepping the issue temporarily and looking at the wall that would be connected to Minetta's room. Sure enough, a sudden bang came from the other side and the greenette chuckled. The girls joined in briefly, at the unexpected revenge on the pervert in a way, but it died quickly and once again, they were back where they started, when Uraraka burst into the room. "Well, finally Miss Main love interest is here to say her confession as well," Mina said with a silly grin, trying to hide the concern in her eyes. "Huh. There's no point hiding it, Uraraka. Ribbit. We all just confessed and you're the most obvious person about it," Azui said, looking straight her, and the girl grinned nervously as she blushed, before she realized what exactly the frog girl just said. "You've confessed. What? So, I guess we should leave?" Hagakure piped up, sounding lost despite her suggestion. "Midoriya probably needs to think about this anyways." The girls nodded amongst each other, aside from Uraraka, who was just confused when Midoriya spoke the magic words. Warned that if they'd come from any other boy, except probably Kuda, they would be delivered a harsh slap in response. Words that only Midoriya could away with uttering due to the utter sincerity behind his motives, and his lack of understanding of what normal relationships were probably like. "Why not date everyone?" They were spoken with such a naive innocence one could almost mistake him for a child. His reasoning only served to hammer that point home. "I couldn't stand hurting any of you, and I want to reciprocate all of you anyways. If I can love everyone, wouldn't that be for the best? I mean, I know polyamorous relationships are rare, but it's not like there's anything wrong with them." Momo began but trailed off. "Well, that's..." Mina tried to find something else to say yet failed as well. Hagakure found herself struggling to figure out what to say as well. Uraraka had practically shut down in confusion and didn't make a sound. The only people who immediately had an answer were Jairu and Siu. The frog girl spoke first, as blunt as ever. "I'd be totally fine with that. Ribbit." Jairu nodded her head in agreement, adding her own 2 cents to the idea. "I've not got a problem with that, I guess. It makes one of my concerns not as bad, honestly, seeing as there was someone else I think I'm crushing on." She blurted out, and cursed her loose tongue when she remembered said person was here. I believe I could accept such a situation," Yaoyorozu said as a smile broke across her face and she faced the remaining 3 girls. "What about you girls?" "Well, if you're all right with it, then I am. There's nothing better than something that makes everyone happy," Mina said with a genuine smile, and Hagakure echoed her sentiment in her own reasoning. The last person remaining was Uraraka, who everyone was staring at. "Wait, what are we doing?" the brunette asked, seemingly having totally lost the conversation. Azui spoke up before the rest of them. "Say yes and you can date Midoriya with the rest of us." And without missing a beat, Uraraka immediately answered. "Yes." "Someone's enthusiastic," Mina teased, taking a seat beside Izuku. The rest of the girls also crowded around them, and Hagakure made a simple suggestion. "Group hug." A moment later, they were all on the floor from the momentum of crash into one another. Fortunately, no one hurt anything and they began to laugh amongst one another. As they stood up and brushed themselves off, Azui decided to address the elephant in the room. "So, we should probably talk about how this is going to work? Because there's probably a few details we need to straighten out." "Ribbit," she pointed out, and they nodded amongst themselves. "Like, while it's obviously up to Midoriya when, who gets the first kiss? I actually say Achiko." "Ah, thanks Tsu." "Wait, does type of kiss matter?" Hagakure questioned, and after a moment, the other girls nodded, causing her to laugh nervously. "Guess. We don't need to talk about pecks on the cheek then." "You already kissed him?" Mina questioned as her eyes narrowed. The invisible girl laughed nervously, and the rest of the girls shared feral looks before setting their gazes on the greenette. Gulp. And once again he was tackled to the ground, this time being lovingly attacked by his new girlfriends. While he kept track of who got what number kiss, he didn't plan to tell them now. Love was a harsh game. Also, even he was capable of petty revenge. Wait, hang on, I just realized something uber important. Hagakure spoke up, the only girl still standing. Jiraiya, clearly apart from Midori, I thought you only liked other girls. Who's your other crush? The rocker girl's eyes went wide, and her face lit up red, and with speed rivaling Ida's she jumped and retreated. Don't run away. Uraraka pouted, but the purple-haired teen had practically disappeared at that point. I want to know who it is. Mina, you should probably go after her. Izuku said knowingly, and said teens stared at him confused. He smirked teasingly at the group. She stares at Mina 4 times more than the rest of you, struggles with her words more when talking to her, and when Mina is mentioned in conversation her blinking goes from twice at 4-second intervals to 3 times in 5-second intervals. The girls looked at him with shocked blank expressions, and he maintained his serious gaze back for all of 3 seconds before he started to laugh. Just kidding. I might analyze a lot, but even I can't pick up that much detail from passive observation. I just caught her singing about a beautiful pink-skinned girl the other day. Wait, she was singing about... Mina trailed off as she pointed to herself, and their new boyfriend nodded. Quickly the act user jumped up and made her way out the door. Jiraiya, wait. Where are you? The remaining group laughed among themselves as they agreed to let Izuku come up with a list of suggestions to make their new relationship work, despite its odd nature. In the room beside them, Mineta's jealousy reached a level so high, a man with a quirk to turn jealousy into raw strength in Mustafu suddenly found himself with a nice pair of abs. In the other room attached to Midoriya's, Aoyama was missing, but Dark Shadow had snuck away from its napping owner into the room and watched the whole affair, with but a single thought in its ethereal mind. Finally! Part 1, Class 1A Girls. There had been no need for them to properly announce their new relationship status. Having been aware that a certain pervert had been spying upon them, the rumors would have spread in no time. Despite that, though, they wanted to announce it, mainly to avoid anyone getting the wrong idea about how this new arrangement came to be. So that was how they'd found themselves plotting out how to reveal this fact, when their final rules, as it were, decided upon. Speaking of those rules, they had been debating a draft of it in the boys' room where he nervously awaited their feedback. Uraraka and Momo sat on the bed, Hagakure had claimed the greenette's lap at the computer, and finally Azui, Mina and Jiraiya sat on the floor, the latter two with their hands entwined. It seemed that they'd gotten together themselves. The list was simple. Following Mina and Jiraiya's example, each member of the group was allowed to date other people if they wanted to, and consequentially Midoriya could add more people to their little group of love. Things such as kissing, etc. isn't entitled to anyone. It will happen as it happens, but Midoriya does have to make a conscious effort to save some first time for each girl. Mina and Midoriya were the booty royalty. This rule was a last-minute addition from the pink-skinned girl herself. No one objected. So, are we all agreed on these stipulations about this situation? Momo inquired, and a chorus of yes met her. From her spot on the boy's lap, Hagakure started bouncing lightly with excitement. I don't think this could have turned out better, to be honest. She hummed, and the greenette behind her did his best to hide his blush. She totally knew what she was doing. Then, I suppose we should talk about who we should tell about this first. Ribbit. Azui said, and everyone murmured in agreement while Midoriya reached for his phone. Though I noticed All Might acting a little different yesterday, so I have to wonder. All eyes turned to the greenette and he pouted lightly. Why must I always be the one accused in these situations? Because you're the most likely culprit. Mina said without missing a beat, and the boy blushed. Okay, fair. Still, I didn't this time. It was actually because of all of you coming here at once and not leaving until a few hours later. You know how we have cameras in the hallways? He asked, and they all nodded, before Momo realized what he was implying and blushed herself. Well, that's presumptuous. She complained, crossing her arms. At the blank looks from the other girls, she quietly whispered the word as if it would kill her to say it any louder. Section. Oh, rude. Well, I guess I get why. Yeah, so basically All Might did his job and found out. I think he only told Mr. Aizawa, though, due to him being our homeroom teacher, and Aizawa probably would have already said something if he objected. The boy reasoned and the girls nodded, in agreement to his logic. Aside from them, I don't think any other teacher knows dash. Before he could finish, the door flung open and an audible yelp came from the curly-haired boy when Miss Midnight stuck her head in. Upon seeing the gathered group, her face split into a wide grin that seemed to exude pride. So it looks like it's true. My favorite students, growing up so fast. I hope you're being safe. And after recovering from her shock arrival, the lovers all quickly defended themselves with shouts of, "It's not like that." "Sure it isn't." She winked at that. "My patrols are Wednesday and Saturday, so try to keep the fun to those days, kids. I'm so proud," she said happily, skipping away. The group all blushed among themselves and didn't say anything, until Mina, as the most unfazed of them, spoke up. "So, tomorrow after class in the living area?" "That works. As planned." The next they explained it carefully to the boys. They all cheered and congratulated them, leading to one big group hug. They also found out one of the key differences between Dark Shadow and Tokoyami is that the shadow creature was self-described shipping trash. Izuku had his notebook ready instantly hearing that. Later, All Might and Aizawa approached them all and congratulated them. All Might cried, saying something about being worried about the Greenette's future beforehand that the teen had used as reasoning to kick the man lightly. Meanwhile, Aizawa just assigned them SEC education classes. They all wanted to melt from embarrassment, but overall, a successful announcement. They choose not to tell their parents until later. Part 2, Mina Ishido. It was a week after the Day of Confession, as Mina liked to call it, just for the dramatic name, when she was laying atop her bed eating her own body weight in junk food and slacking off on YouTube. Contrary to popular belief, the girl didn't hate learning. She just really struggled in a school setting for some reason. And part of that was homework, which she was actively avoiding. Was it a terrible idea? Yes, but funny men playing games on the internet was more enjoyable, so effed it. She scrolled past random channels in her feed. Nerdcubed, Brioche, Cal McKeevan, Tom Scott, plus Start. She sighed, not particularly feeling like watching any of them. Then her eyes wandered over YouTube's Suggested Creators for You section. They were mostly uninteresting except for one. Green Bean Games. 39K subscribers. She clicked on it, reading the channel's description. "Hello everyone. I'm Green Bean and this is my YouTube channel experiment thing. The main videos here are gaming videos, particularly of Sonic games, but I also post other stuff like Fiction's Facts. A series about historical events, so weird they were almost cartoon-like. In the end, I just hope you have a good time, carrot. Green Bean." Well, it was worth a shot. She had nothing else to watch. She clicked on the recent videos. 5 came up. Sonic Rush Adventure, Episode 1, Dimensional Dilemma. Quirk Battle, Time Travel versus Probability Manipulation. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, Episode 2, The One Where I'm Racist. Fiction's Facts, Sergeant Reckless. Hitman Episode 14, Bye Bye Blackmailer. Though her curiosity was piqued by the racist title, she decided to start with the top video, mainly as she was looking to be entertained and not offended. It started up normally enough, the game's opening screen playing on its own with the characters riding a jet ski until the logo came up and the YouTuber began to speak in a kind, soft, adorable voice. Mina began drinking from her soda. "Hello my little bean friends, and welcome to Sonic Rush Adventure Dash." And suddenly soda was sprayed everywhere as her eyes widened, slamming the space bar down to pause the video. Her brain felt like it exploded and, after quickly cleaning up with a nearby towel, she looked at the screen dumbstruck. Green Bean Games was her boyfriend. Izuku was the one behind whatever channel this was. Slowly, a grin grew across her face and she let the video play again. Now, I've played this game before when I was younger, but it was so long ago I've kind of forgotten about it. However, I absolutely love the original Sonic Rush, and Blaze was always my favorite character, so if it's the same gameplay then I think I'll love this as well. The boy said happily and progressed to the start of the game. A cutscene played showing the two main characters flying towards a tornado. And here we see a visual representation of my mind whenever anyone talks to me. Gently, Mina wrapped her arms a little together around the laptop as if trying to send a hug through it. The main characters were found by a raccoon who spoke with an Australian accent. I used to be friends with an Australian badger, but he stopped coming around when my mom got me medication for some reason. Guess I badgered him too much. Oh god damn it, Izu. The curly-haired girl groaned as a smile appeared on her face. Quickly, she found herself enraptured by her boyfriend's gameplay and commentary. He was good at the game and surprisingly hilarious, which she could only guess was a side effect of not having anyone physically watching him and making him nervous. He got to the end of the first few levels and another cutscene took place. The screen shaked as loud thundering footsteps were heard and some creature let out an ear-splitting roar. Izuku's reaction killed the girl. Dad! Much like the rest of the game, Izuku didn't struggle even slightly against the apparently robot dinosaur boss, quickly reaching the halfway point where the enemies started jumping up and down and tearing open a hole in the floor. The game seemed to freeze up slightly as they just kept falling and falling. DMN. This pit goes deeper than my anxiety. She needed to arrange some snuggle time with him. Her boyfriend beat the boss and it exploded, as video game robots tended to do as the main character was right atop it. Oh god, I just take that explosion to the face. There was an odd silence after that and Mina had a feeling a certain blonde was the cause. After that though the Greenette's cheer came back and he announced the end of the video, apparently with a Patreon. I wonder if that's how he's trying to repay All Might. The quirk theory was the exact kind of nerdy concept she'd expect from Midoriya where he judged the individual merits of quirks on their own, and had a feel-good segment at the end about how the user matters more than the power. Opening up the Dragon Ball video, she could only guess what resulted in sweet, kind, innocent Izuku being supposedly racist, and she didn't have to wait long to find out as she browsed the comments. Sari Vegeto. Yo dude totally unfairly judged Piccolo. I mean he was right but still. Lacey Lulu. WTF? Because he's green-skinned he's a villain? And you call yourself Green Bean? For shame good sir, for shame. It quickly became obvious they were all joke comments and the girl let out a sigh of relief. Midoriya just correctly guessed a villain based on their design who happened to get better later. She was worried about some massive controversy that wasn't there. She kept scrolling for a few moments and passed another comment. Music rose. Bean's voice is so cute, I just want to snuggle with it so much. Well, too bad he's mine. She thought somewhat protectively before blinking in surprise. Then she let out a little nervous laugh as she went to check the next video. And boy was she glad she did. Mina loved learning when it was fun and or stupid, which seemed to be the whole idea of fiction's facts. Apparently it was specifically about a horse who served in the war, and had a banquet where she was the guest of honor. She also watched the Hitman video and about 3 minutes in she was praying to every supposed god she knew about to never let Izuku become a murderer. Not just because she didn't want him to, but because if the video was any indication he would be far too good at it. If he wanted someone dead, they stood no chance and it made Mina fear for anyone the boy didn't like in real life. Aside from that though, she was practically giddy at this point, starting another of his videos and opening a new tab to edit her channel somewhat. New name, Cotton Chaos Candy. She confirmed and opened up a message log with Green Bean. Cotton Chaos Candy, hi. I was thinking we could maybe do a collab. She grinned, looking away for a moment, and amazingly the boy had already replied by the time she looked back. Green Bean Games. Oh, I don't normally collab with people, especially those I don't know, but sure I guess we could maybe arrange something. Cotton Chaos Candy. Oh you know me, Izuku. Green Bean Games. Skrthifst Sudigo what? Green Bean Games, how do you dash? Cotton Chaos Candy, selfie.jpg. Green Bean Games. Green Bean Games. Okay, I'm going to go die of embarrassment now. And that was her cue to go see him properly. She hopped out of bed, leaving behind a mess she totally intended to clean. Totally. She hurried along and quickly found her boyfriend steeing at his desk with his face in his arms. Surprise? Oh come on honey, you're a great YouTuber. She comforted as she hugged him and slowly he hugged back. Like seriously, you actually made me laugh out loud a few times. Then at least I'm doing what I wanted to. Izuku said with a small grin, starting to recover. Actually, you wanted to collab? But only if you want to. The girl quickly added, not wanting to pressure him. How about this? Pink versus green. Both of us playing competitive games and whoever wins gets to pick a punishment for the loser. He suggested and the girl's grin widened. You're on. The first game was a 3D fighting game. Izuku wiped the floor with her. The punishment was an hour of non-stop snuggling. Never had losing felt so much like victory. Part 3, Toru Hagakure. Hagakure paced nervously in the hall outside Izuku's room, trying to ignore her sweat from her nervousness and how weak her knees felt. She kept picking at her skirt, though it only reminded her of why she was doing this in the first place. After all, that's where the issue lied. The little problem she'd had since she was born. Being invisible made it easy to hide, to pretend it didn't exist. No one knew about it at all. But it wouldn't be fair on Midoriya to not tell him. So with that thought, she shakily lifted her hand and knocked on the door. Immediately as she did, she felt the urge to just run and forget the whole thing, but even if she did, Izuku would just track her down. Hagakure? What's the matter? He asked, stepping aside to let her in and closing the door behind him. Looking around, she saw he had been playing some fighting game just before she walked in. What were you doing? She asked, wanting a moment to gather her thoughts, and the boy scratched the back of his neck. Practicing for something, was all he said, taking a seat on his bed with a frown. Are you okay, Toru? You sound scared. He used her first name. He was freaked out enough to call her by her first name. She must be freaking out more than she thought. She took a deep breath and faced him. Izuku, there's something I need to tell you about myself, she started, hating how dry her throat felt. The greenette slowly stood up and led her onto the bed. She sat down and tries her best not to start hyperventilating now she'd begun explaining. You might hate me for it. Slowly, two deceptively strong arms snaked around her and pulled her into a gentle hug, rubbing small circles into her back. It helped more than expected. Hey, I'm not gonna hate you, you're my girlfriend, I just want you to be happy. God, he was too good for this world. No use beating around the bush. Better to just set it on fire and waltz through. I'm transgender. She finally got out and Midoriya's mouth opened slightly. For a moment, visions of slurs and disgusted noises passed her mind and she flinched, automatically expecting the worst. Really, that wasn't fair on Izuku, but the world had trained her to expect it from everyone. Instead, no more left the boy's mouth than a simple, oh. Oh. I'm sorry, I probably should have said more. I don't want to make you feel bad or anything, He took a deep breath and smiled nervously. I don't get where the I hate you part possibly could have come in. What? You don't think I'm different or a freak? I mean, you're not mad because I'm not a real girl? Before she could continue, Midoriya took her hands into his own and leaned forward, placing a kiss atop her head. Of course you're a real girl. Nothing changes to me because of how you were born. And take it from me, there's no such thing as a freak in this world, just bullies. Without another thought, Hagakure rushed forth, pulling the boy into a tight hug. Thank you. Just you know I'm Dash. A finger placed itself on her lips and Izuku pulled back, giving her his kindest smile. You're only telling me because you're worried my attraction will change. I don't care on that front, okay? What I care about is you. Then the boy flushed bright red as he said the next part. Even if we have to use midnight's patrolling today to prove it. Her own face blushed as well, not that she could see, and tears pricked at her eyes. It was incredibly weird to hear something like that from him, but she knew why he said it, even despite his nervous disposition. He wanted her to feel normal. She smiled as she buried her head into his chest. If she hadn't fallen in love before, she definitely had now. Part 1. Kyokujire. If I could find assurance to leave you behind, I know my better half would fade, and all my doubt is a staircase for you, opened out of this place. Izuku's deeper signing voice rang out, complemented amazingly by the acoustics of Jire's room as said girl laid atop him, contentedly nuzzling into his chest. The first step is the one you believe in. The second might be profound. I'd follow you down, through the eye of the storm. Don't worry, I'll keep you warm. I'd follow you down while we're passing through space. I don't care if we fall from grace. I'll follow you down. The purple-haired girl let out a noise almost akin to a purr as she readjusted lightly against her literal body pillow, happily starting to doze away despite the fact it was supposed to be a duet. You can have the money in the world, the angels and the pearls, even trademark the color blue. A light sound like muffled snoring started to emanate from the boy's petite girlfriend, causing him to grin like an idiot as he continued. Just like the tower we never built. In the shadow of all the guilt. When the other hand was pointed at you. Yeah, the first step is the one you believe in, and the second might be profound. The snoring got louder and the boy had to resist audibly cooing at her almost angelic look as she slept, leaning down lightly and placing a kiss on her forehead as he finished up. I'd follow you down. In her sleep the girl smiled a little and the boy leaned back before looking around. Wait, how do I get out without waking her? There was no way. That was how the greenette ended up sleeping with one of his girlfriends for the first time. He winced as he realized he'd have to be careful explaining to his dorm mates why he didn't return so they didn't get the wrong idea, but aside from that, he really didn't mind this problem. He set his head back against the pillow, using his foot to fling the duvet over both of them and snaked his arms around the girl's torso. Unbeknownst to him, this would become the norm for every visit to the girl from now on. That was the first time he ever slept with one of his girlfriends. Part 2, Mina Ishido. Not all first times are good ones, such as your first bruise, your first fear, your first enemy. In relationships there was always one thing to fear for a first time of, and that was a fight. It was something that all couples wanted to avoid, but sometimes it wasn't possible. The very first fight of their relationship came about a month after it had formed. Things were going steady and the pink-skinned girl had been on her way to film her third collaboration with Izuku when she'd arrived only to hear the boy talking with someone inside. The pinkette was not Jairu, so she struggled to make out most of what was being said, but her curious nature compelled her to set her ear next to the door. She still couldn't make out much, but a few keywords came through. It's just annoying dash. She can't lose without dash. And just, Mina makes me sad. She dash. Wish we weren't dating dash. She reeled back, not wanting to hear any more as her eyes started to sting. Her hands shaked as she started at the door, dumbstruck until, for reasons she still wasn't sure why, she smashed her fist full force into the door, out of anger and frustration she guessed. Her eyes widened as she realized what she did, immediately turning on her heels and sprinting off. The door opened and a concerned Midoriya shouted out to her. Mina! Leave me alone, if you don't even want me. She shouted back without thinking as she wiped her eyes with her sleeves. Eventually she found herself back at her room as she flopped onto her bed and pulled a pillow to her, accidentally melting part of it in the process. Why? I thought he cared, why would he lie? Mina, came the teen's tentative voice, and she threw the pillow she was holding at him, only for him to grab it like it was nothing. Sweetie, are you dash? Don't call me that. If you don't even care about me then you see can't? Her voice started to crack and stutter as her throat seemed to get heavier and her breathing hitched. Hesitantly the boy walked forward, setting down the pillow back on the bed. Go away. Mina, where did you get that idea from? He asked softly, sounding like a hurt child. It actually made her heart pang despite being the one who should be upset. You said yourself. You don't even want to date me. You don't dash. Care? Of course I care. He refuted immediately, firm yet also gentle. He looked around for a moment before his eyes shined. I don't have to jump off the balcony to prove it, do I? Wait, what? You don't ta. Without another word the knot stood up tall and walked to her balcony window, yanking the door open. He stepped out and the pinkette's mind snapped back to reality as she jumped up and grabbed him by the shoulders. What the heck, you maniac? Don't. She objected as she hauled him back and he turned to meet her eye, frowning. Mina, where did you get the idea I don't like you from? I eavesdropped because I was curious. You said dash. Before she could continue the boy suddenly laughed despite himself, pulling the girl closer to him. Sweetie, how much did you actually hear through those thick Dora? Her mind shut down and she cringed as she realized what the boy was implying. Oh God, I've just acted like an idiot, haven't I? I think I know what you heard, But I was defending the fact I do want to date you, sweetie. I was just saying I don't like how you berate yourself when you lose so much. He said simply, rocking back and forth lightly as she buried her face into his neck. I'm sorry, she said as she hugged him, unable to believe she'd been such an idiot. Sure, it's okay. Want to just stay here and watch a movie or something? He asked and she nodded quietly. Oh, and Izuku? I don't know what the hell made you think that balcony thing was a good idea, but don't you ever dare do it again, under any circumstances. Okay, I won't. Fortunately, that first fight resolved itself neatly enough. Part 3, Momo Yaoyoro's. Why you're sure about this? The greenette asked nervously as he looked up to his taller and more well-dressed partner. I don't think I look too great. Nonsense, Izuku. Yaoyorozu laughed as she gently interlocked her fingers with his and the two set off. I don't care how you're dressed, just that you're here. I do appreciate the effort though. The girl had let her gorgeous raven hair flow without anything keeping it up, and Midoriya honestly had to say he preferred it like that. The two were slowly making their way through the quiet streets of the girl's hometown near her ludicrously sized mansion. They were making use of a special holiday that was letting all the students home for the weekend to have a date together. The boys' first ever date. They had tried to bring the other girls along, but they'd all been busy in the end. Here it is, the rich girl announced, unable to keep the excitement out of her throat. She looked back to Izuku and her smile softened as she took in his nervous features. Come on, Izuku, it will just be us today. He made sure of it. You do know how that sounds, right, coming from someone in your position? Izuku asked with a quirked brow, and the girl decided to have a little fun with him, doing her best to mimic an evil cackle. Who said it wasn't like that? She said with a grin and giggled when she saw her boyfriend's eyes go wide. Kidding, obviously. Seriously though, if you don't want to. No, I do, I just need a moment. He assured as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath before offering her his hand once again. Shall we? We shall. Yaoyorozu said gleefully, and the two stepped into the dance hall. Though the girl often had to guide her partner to teach him what to do, the two ended up having fun in all. For the greenette, he didn't think he could have a more successful first date. Part 4, Tsuyu Azui. Izuku quietly rubbed circles into Azui's back as the frog girl held him tight in the middle of the night, face nuzzled into his neck as the two were simply laying on the couch in the shared living area. The soft light of the TV illuminated them both from some random show that had been muted while the boy comforted his frog-like girlfriend. It's okay, I'm here. Why do you have to be hurt in my dreams? The girl whined as her grip tightened. I just want you to be safe. I am safe, Tsu. Look, I'm here. He comforted, gently putting a hand under her chin and lifting her up to look at him. I can prove it if you want. Huh? Azui riveted in confusion, and the boy leaned forward without another thought, eliciting a quiet squeak from Azui. Then his eyes shot open wide and he pulled back before she could react. Sorry. I'm realizaritsu ashuta faskadano just kami on to you probably at pleased and dash. Before the muttering storm could continue, the girl's long tongue shot out and quickly worked its way in and around the boy's on tongue, pulling him into her. The world seemed to fade away as the two wrapped their arms around one another, exploring the inside of each other's mouth, guiding each other. They continued for a few minutes, trying their best to imitate what they'd heard about making out, completely inexperienced and probably causing more of a mess than they needed to until they finally pulled away, wiping away the few bits of saliva that had escaped as a result. Then, they smiled at one another and laid back down without another word. None could do them justice, well except for maybe a certain 3. Part 5, Toru Hagakure. It was a dark Tuesday night, in the middle of a storm at midnight when Midoriya found himself silently wandering the halls of the building. Azui had fallen asleep in her room for once and the boy had nothing to do, with the power and his phone having died. He was nowhere near tired enough to sleep and he could use full cowling in place of a flashlight. Admittedly, he'd feel bad if any of his classmates woke up just to see a nondescript figure randomly roaming the halls, yet at the same time it amused him a little. He was on his third lap of the building when his ears perked up, a noise amidst the storm catching him off guard. It was a whimper, followed by the sound of crying. His eyes widened as he realized he was outside Hagakure's room. Gently he knocked on the door and the noise suddenly muffled itself. "Hagakure? It's me," he called out, careful to not be too loud and wake anyone up. A moment later, the door opened and he tried not to blush too hard when he was greeted by a set of floating underwear and nothing else. "It's bigger than I, not what to focus on, Izuku." "Izuku, what are you doing here?" she asked quietly, and Midoriya frowned at the shakiness of her voice. "Had nothing better to do." "Are you okay? I heard crying," he asked as he stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I'm fine, Izuku," she said, though he felt her body shudder under the unconvinced look. "Okay, I've been better. Can I come in?" he asked softly, and a noise of affirmation came from the invisible girl. He stepped in and looked around, spotting the girl's phone laying on the ground. A quick inspection quickly revealed what had the girl upset. "You entered a conversation with a stranger, say hi." Most of it seemed to go well until Hagakure had decided to reveal that little tidbit, mistaking something the stranger said as support only to be sent a barrage of insults and names. Looking back, he noticed the girl seemingly adjusting herself. So this is what it was like to want to kill someone. Good to know. He turned and an idea struck to reassure her as he remembered what day it was. He did say he'd do it? So he walked up to the girl without a word. "So, Tambovich." Without a word, the boy leaned forward and pulled her into a kiss. She certainly didn't complain though, as her arms slowly wrapped around him and she began to kiss back. It was even more awkward to pull off than with Azui, as now the boy could even see what he was doing, but he worked with what he had, eventually pulling away so they could both take a moment to catch their breath, hugging each other tight. "What?" Toru eventually asked when she could breathe once more, and the boy blushed as leaned in. "You remember what I said, right? That well, it's a Tuesday," he said before leaning back as the girl seemed to freeze up in his arms. "Not if you don't want tea too, but dash." He couldn't finish as he was thrown back onto the girl's bed. The next day, both of them tried not to be too obvious about what happened, but Demon did Midnight's giddy attitude the next day make it hard. Part 6, Achiko Uraraka. Sometimes, the moments one considers the most romantic of their relationship aren't accompanied by the beautiful ambience of a restaurant or the chilly skyline of a bustling city at night. Sometimes, the best moments were the stuff that happened to you every day. "Go fish," Uraraka announced confidently over her set of cards, and the greenette groaned, having once again failed to guess any of the cards she possessed. "Any twos?" He handed over the last 3 of his 4 cards. "You really aren't good at this, are you, Deku? It's literally probability and nothing else. How am I failing so hard?" The boy groaned and the brunette giggled. "Maybe you're just giving it to me for some reason," she theorized teasingly, and the boy smiled lightly as he looked up. "Yeah, I'm losing because I love you too much," he said before both their eyes widened as they realized what he said. "You just," she stuttered out, and he nodded dumbly, and a stupid grin started to form on her face. "F for the first time?" "Weiss," he confirmed, before looking up with a smile. The two started to lean over the table as their faces blushed. "And I meant it. Any 5s?" "I love you too, Izuku," the girl said, and for just a brief bit glorious few seconds, their lips locked together. Then they pulled away, looking into each other's eyes. "Go fish." Dang it. Part 7, Itsuka Kendo. She really had no idea how on earth it happened. It had just been a normal training exercise like any other. The only difference was that the 2 hero course classes had been paired up. They were trying to properly simulate working with heroes you know as limited info as possible about by putting the 2 together. Teams were randomly chosen, and one of the ones to come out had been Itsuka and Izuku. Their own challenge had ended having little to do with combat and more to do with using their minds, trying to escape a labyrinth the villain, Vlad King in a cheaply made costume, had trapped them in. It hadn't been anything special, but as they went through it, the 2 found a shared interest in analytics and of course heroics. With their combined brains they were able to tear through the place like it was nothing. As they did, Kendo often also found herself behind the boy, and though she refused to admit it to anyone, keeping her eyes straight forward had been difficult with the boy in front of her. It didn't hurt that the boy was fluff and sunshine incarnate. Constantly as they made their way through, she had to resist the urge to coo at him like he was a puppy. She doubted he'd appreciate it. After that, she had left to change and hadn't seen the boy again for quite a while. For some reason she didn't understand, that actually made her upset. She'd love an opportunity to spend more time with him, and maybe check him out more when no one was watching. Eventually she figured it out. It was attraction. She was attracted to Midoriya. That was okay. Then she found out he was apparently already in a relationship, and she, for some reason, despite not even being close to the boy, she had found herself crying later. So it was now she found herself somewhat depressed a month after the news broke, eating yogurt in the cafeteria when Setsuna spoke up beside her. "Hey, look, there's that hot kid from 1A with his girlfriends." The disembodied head said, mainly to someone else. For some reason the girl liked the sensation of eating while she was detached. "Wait, girlfriends? As in plural?" The orange-haired girl asked, confused. "Is he that kind of guy? Did I misjudge him?" "Yeah, it's this thing called a poly relationship, I think. They all are aware and support each other dating him but don't necessarily date each other." The greenette explained as she finished off her food. The boy separated from his lovers and went off somewhere else, presumably to the bathrooms. It's open as well, so apparently he can date more if he so chooses, or at least that's what I heard. Excuse me," she said, hastily patting herself down and getting up. She hoped she wasn't too obvious, but, "Oh, Kendo has a crush," the disembodied head teased. "Go get him, girl, and let me know if I can get in on that action. I will drop kick you," the red head threatened as she hurried off, hearing Setsuna blow a raspberry behind her. She ended passing a few halls, finding herself alone when, "Oh, hey Kikendo," Midoriya said, surprised, stopping in his tracks. Aren't you at lunch? Cute as ever." "Well, actually I was coming to find you," the girl explained, taking a deep breath to prepare herself. "Don't freak out, Itsuka, you can do this. You beat the entrance exam, you faced down a villain." She ignored the oh-so-helpful part of her brain that tried to remind her Izuku had been at the forefront of every villain attack, and her own experience paled in comparison. "Okay, so, I should confirm first, is it true you're in a poly relationship with some of the girls in 1A? She asked, surprised by how simple it was compared the gargantuan task her mind made it out to be. Well actually it's all the G girls, but yeah," he confirmed as he scratched the back of his neck. Is something the mister? And no, it's just, you can do this. Is it true that it's open? Yeah. I mean, I really doubt anyone else would want to be with me, but the realization struck about why she would even be asking. Oh. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. I doubt you really Hey, it's not that. He quickly reassured. I'm just surprised. You want to date me? Nervously she nodded her head. Me and the girls set up some rules. They did say I could add anyone I wanted. Still, I want to talk with them first and make sure they're comfortable with it, okay? He asked, and the girl looked up, surprise. They should be though, so I'll get Momo to phone you after to come over when we're done, okay? Okay. Later that night, the girl sat at her desk watching random YouTube videos when her phone went off. "Kriati, come meet your fellow Izuku lovers. You're in." Kendo liked to think she was good at being elegant and composed. Didn't stop her fist pumping the air and shouting out in excitement. And that was how they first knew girl was added to Izuku's group of lovers. Part 1, Momo Yaoyorozu. It was a nice, quiet Sunday and the students of 1A were being lazy with a few exceptions. In Midoriya's dorm, said boy and Yaoyorozu could be found comparing notes and just discussing random topics. So obviously, I'm a little freaked out. All I've heard is a massive crash and my mom shouting out. Izuku smiled as he reminisced over an old memory. I run through the room, clutching a broom. Honestly, had a villain broken in, I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I was just hoping the image of a seemingly insane, quirkless kid in his underwear would somehow freak them out. So what was it really then? The raven hair girl asked as she held her hand over her mouth, trying her hardest not to burst out laughing at the mental image. Literally just a cat. Our neighbors had this mischievous little tabby. My mom had just got in with the groceries and he dove in when she wasn't looking. Jumped in front of her and scared her. The crash was her dropping the bags in surprise. The boy chuckled as he erased an answer he'd put down, realizing he'd missed a part of the question. We got him back quickly enough. I did love that little troublemaker. So if you were to get a pet, would it be a cat then? The creation girl asked with a soft smile that faltered when a frown crossed the greenette's face. Izuku. Couldn't. Love them, but I can see them for a short amount of time, allergic to them. Not too bad if I only see them for an hour or two, but every day would be really bad for me. He sighed, looking away. Tried allergy pills but didn't work out. For a moment, silence fell over them as the girl took in that news. The greenette sighed sadly, before deciding to get back to the work when, meow. He blinked in surprise, turning back to his girlfriend, and was surprised to see the girl now had a headband on with cat-like ears and a completely straight face. Wah! Meow. Then a stupid dopey smile appeared as he realized what she was trying to do. Right, cats don't talk. Meow. Suddenly the girl leapt towards him, nuzzling into his neck and causing him to laugh as blushes appeared on both their faces. Hey, see careful, he said as he wrapped an arm around her neck, patting her head unconsciously. The girl didn't complain, moving into with a genuine purr. Too cute. Thanks, Momo, I love you. For a second, the girl froze before turning up to face him, a happy smile slowly coming onto her face as her eyes shined. She leaned in. I love you too. With a slightly teasing smirk, the boy leaned in himself. Don't you mean meow? Maybe. And their lips locked. Part 2, Kyokujai. Quirks can often have a lot of side effects, and whether those effects were positive or negative really depended on the quirk. For Jairu, the side effect was that she often suffered from sensory overload due to the sheer amount of auditory input she got in any given moment. She couldn't even use earmuffs without getting them custom-made to deal with her mutations. Due to this, one thing Jairu absolutely hated was having to talk over the phone. Texts were fine, but having to put an audio device right next to her ear was never enjoyable, especially when her sensory was running over time. She also hated unnecessarily upsetting people. She'd tease people like Kaminari happily, but she never was trying to be actively malicious at all. Which led to her current problem, as he looked at her phone's call log. Midoriya wouldn't stop calling her for some reason. The last 20 calls were all from the greenette, and she quietly went through them, not wanting to make him feel bad. She couldn't keep doing it though, as her sensory overload had been worse today. She winced as a sudden jingle rang out from the phone, and she sighed as she saw it was Midoriya calling yet again. Might as well get it over with. She clicked the call button and kept the phone a couple of inches from her head, trying to think what to say. Hello. Hi Jairu. How are you? Tired. Oh, did I wake you? I'm sorry. I didn't meant to dash. Relax, you dork. It's just, my hearing's really, just, why is putting it into words so difficult? Oh, I noticed a pattern with quirks like yours, while I was doing research. Do you suffer from sensory overload? The boy asked, with a tone of concern, and the girl frowned as she made a noise of affirmation. I'm so sorry. If I'd known I wouldn't call so much this isporbablirilian foriundis, who'd probably just so dash. Dude! She exclaimed, before wincing at her own volume. Calm down. It's my fault I didn't tell you in the first place. Why? Why do you keep calling so much anyways? I mean, I'm literally walking distance from you. Well, it's just I'm busy doing stuff on my PC a lot or training, and he trailed off for a moment, and the next part was quiet enough she was actually glad her ears were working overtime for once, as it allowed her to hear the next part. And I just love your voice as much as I love you. There was a beat of silence as her eyes went wide. Sorry, I didn't mean to dash. I love you too, she said, almost dumbstruck. Something about it had just completely caught her off guard. I'll make you something to eat and leave you alone. Sorry for calling so much. Before she could say anything, the phone's dial tone played and her hand dropped as she stared at the ceiling. He said I love you. Jaira tried her best to avoid acting like a typical girl a lot. She had no problem with what people considered to be girly behavior, but it just wasn't her style. Despite herself though, she quickly turned around, stuffing her face into her pillow to let out a happy scream as her feet kicked the bed. She figured this was a good enough reason to. Part 3, Mina Ishido. So, what are we doing today, Izu? Mina asked excitedly as she looked around the map she had spawned in on her game. She heard an excited laugh from the boy as a rag doll of her boyfriend suddenly flew past her. What the? They were playing Gary's mod, and to the pink-skinned girl all that meant was literally anything could happen. Honestly, I just wanted to mess around for a while, but to keep in the theme, we can try to fight using just these ragdolls and gravity. Oh cool. Though, how did you get yourself in? I've been taking 3D modeling lessons in my spare time. He explained simply, and the girl gaped. Seriously, Izuku, how do you do so much? It's not perfect, but for what I wanted, I'm at the point I wanted to be. Before we start recording, I want to show you something I put together. Oh. The two on-screen characters ran off, and the boy led her to a section that had been hidden away. When her eyes laid upon what was there, she felt her heart melt, dopey smile on her face. Izuku. The greenette had set up a little almost artwork, bars set up to create the shape of a heart, with two ragdolls of the two posed in front, holding hands. The ragdoll Mina's head laid upon the ragdoll Izuku's shoulder. Did you like it? He asked nervously, and though he couldn't see as she was in a different room, she nodded violently. I love it. Why did you make it though? I mean, I'm not complaining, but... Because I love you. She blinked for a moment, before gently setting her laptop aside, tearing off her headphones and bolting out the room. As she ran, she passed by Ida and ignored his shouts about running in the hall, leaping down a flight of stairs and bursting through Midoriya's dorm room, where the boy stood confused. Then, before he could say anything, she jumped him, causing the two to fall to the ground as she peppered his face with kisses. I love you too, you adorable ball of sunshine. The greenette's only response was barely coherent babble as his face turned pure red and he laid on the floor. Eventually, she returned to her room even if she didn't completely want to, going back to her laptop. They discussed for a few moments before starting the recording, and had decided it was time. Hey there, my bean friends, and welcome to Pink vs. Green with my girlfriend, Cottongus Candy. And today, because we love each other, we're going to beat each other to death with ragdolls of ourselves. There's a metaphor in there somewhere. The comments on that particular video had exploded with loads of I knew it's, much to both their amusement. Mina finally won for once in that video. Part 4, Tsuyu Ajui. It was a quiet night, with most everyone having gone to sleep except two certain green-haired individuals. However, for once they weren't awake due to some nightmare or the like, but simply an inability to sleep in general. Ajui and Midoriya, having nothing to do, had set up in the living area with the television set to an old cartoon they were half watching as they snuggled into one another. Harem came in. Ajui ribbited softly as two beams on the show collided. Shouldn't those things just explode when they hit? I mean, we have no idea what they really are, so I have no way to say. The curly-haired boy shrugged, as he registered a pitter-patter against the glass of the building. Oh, it's raining. Ribbit? You don't like rainy nights? The girl questioned as she looked up at him. Not exactly, it's just dash. Boom. Ah. His eyes went wide and he automatically tried to curl up, accidentally squeezing the girl against him without meaning to as his body shivered. Midoriya. She frowned, gently setting a hand on his chest as she placed a kiss on his head. It's okay, I'm here, Ribbit. A light whine escaped him as he started to calm down. Sorry. You're scared of thunder? She inquired and he nodded lightly. She sighed sadly, gently laying her head on his chest. It can't hurt you. I wouldn't let it even if it could, Ribbit. Thank you. Quietly, she adjusted her head lightly. I love you. I love you too. They'd ended up falling asleep like that. Part 5, Itsuka Kendo. Midoriya hissed as an ice pack was placed on his hand, trying not to clench it. I'm so sorry. Kendo repeated for the 100th time, having been the cause for his pain. The two had been discussing ideas to spend some time together, and they'd ended up torn between watching a show from Izuku's past or analyzing heroes together to get more used to how each other thought. To decide, they decided to play rock, paper, scissors, and had been on their tiebreaker game when a bird had flown out, startling them both and causing Kendo to activate her quirk. Needless to say, Izuku had ended up on the ground after that, and they'd rushed him off to the nurse to make sure nothing had been broken. Fortunately, it was just in pain due to old injuries being agitated and not because anything was broken. "I'll be right back, you idiot child," Recovery Girl said, with a shake of her head as she left the room. Midoriya couldn't help but grin a little at the name, the old woman's own way of showing affection for the boy. "I'm sorry," Kendo repeated against, and the boy sighed as he turned to face her. "It's okay." "What?" "No, it's not. I could have broken your hand." "Been there, done that." He shrugged lightly, and the red-headed girl frowned. "But you could be permanently injured now if it breaks." "How aren't you mad at me?" "You didn't break it, Kendo. There's no harm done. I'd be a pretty bad boyfriend if I got mad at the people I loved for no good reason," he said with a shrug. "People you love," Kendo repeated quietly, before smiling softly. He blinked before smiling himself as he realized what he'd said. "So, yeah, I love you," he said, less nervous than normal. Probably because of the pain. "I love you too," the girl returned as she toyed with her hair, a blush on her face. "So, guess we're analyzing heroes then," the boy said, and the girl looked up, ping her head to the side, confused. He grinned as he looked back at her. "I mean, you pretty conclusively won that rock, paper, scissors match." The redhead blinked for a moment, before she stuck her tongue out at him and grabbing a nearby pillow to throw at him. Part 6, Toru Hagakure. "Are you sure about this, Izu?" Hagakure asked nervously as she picked at her blue sunflower dress. "I mean, don't you want Uraraka to meet her first, or—" Before she could continue, her wrists were taken into Midoriya's hands and he carefully set a kiss on her head to calm her down. "There's only one thing I've ever been more sure about, and that's that Kaken will have tramp stamp by the time he's 22. Completely unsuspecting that from the boy, she burst out into a fit of nervous bubbly laughter, making him smile. "It. There, that help?" "A little, thanks. Still, why not Uraraka? Or even Azui? What if she doesn't like me? Or Dash?" The boy knocked on the door and turned back to her, pulling her close to him. "Just be yourself. She'll love you." "You're sure?" she asked, and he nodded as he leaned in and kissed her. "I'm sure, after all. I love you." I love you too." With that, they separated as the door opened, revealing a plump woman with green hair in a bun and a soft smile. Her eyes widened slightly as they took in the invisible girl. "Oh, I didn't know you were bringing someone, Izuku. I would have put something on." "Nice to meet you, I'm Inko." I'm Toru Hagakure, Miss Midoriya." "It's nice to meet you too," the transparent girl replied, her peppy demeanor slowly coming back to her. "Are you a friend of Izuku's?" the woman asked, curious, and the boy took in a breath. "Actually, Mom, she's my girlfriend." "She's one of them anyways," the boy said, knowing exactly what he was doing. "One crush." "Miss Midoriya," Hagakure shouted, worried as the woman fainted backwards. "Don't worry, she's fine. She faints at a lot of things. We had the house specially carpeted to make sure it was safe," the boy said as he lifted the woman up and took her to the couch. "And you had to say it in a way that caused her to faint. Why?" "Preemptive revenge for the baby pictures." "Ah." Kendo wasn't sure what to think when she found the girls of 1A hidden in the bushes, half of them in compromising positions just to squeeze in. She considered making a sec joke at their expense, yet the sheer oddity of finding the like this left her more just wanting to know. "Why the heck are you guys dash? SH. They all quickly hushed her, Tsuyu's tongue shouting out and pulling her to the ground and in with them. "Eri is visiting," Uraraka said simply, as if that answered the question. Looking up, the redhead saw Eri, a little girl with white hair, red eyes, and a small horn playing hide and seek with their boyfriend. "This means cuteness." Isn't Izuku always cute though?" The 1B girl wondered, and the rest shared looks at that. Well, I mean ya. Izu is and always will be the greatest ball of sunshine to bless Earth, but Eri is a close second, and that means lethal dosages of cuteness. Mina said with a giggle as she pulled out her phone to snap a picture as the greenette was finally found and praising the girl. She's like. Deku? The girl asked, pulling their attention. What's if a sister? Echa? Oh well. A sister is usually someone who is your close family, who is a girl and isn't your mom. He explained, and the girl frowned. A sister can be a really awesome person probably, though I've never had one. They have to be family? Ah. The girl pouted as she sat down, causing Midoriya to tilt his head with a confused look. What's the matter, Eri? That means I can't be your sister then. All the girls felt their hearts tighten at that. The boy smiled lightly as he pulled her into a light hug. Not all family is determined by blood, Eri, and if you wanted to be my little sister, I don't think there would be a greater honor in the world than that. He said with a grin. Were it not for the fact it would have made the boy said, all the girls would have died on the spot from cuteness overload. Part 1, Itsuka, Momo and Ochako. It was hard not to compare Deku to a puppy sometimes. Both were cute, energetic, pure ball of sunshine and love that got far too giddy when you put something they liked in front on them. It also made it impossible to refuse them the stuff they loved. Right now the greenette bounced on his heels excitedly as he fiddled with the television, connecting the DVD player. Behind him, Momo and Kendo sat snuggled under one blanket and Uraraka waited for her green-haired companion to return so they could form a 4-person snuggle pile while they watched the show the boy was putting on. It had been a random conversation that had just popped up one night. They had started performing one mass group call at night, mainly so Izuku could say, love you, and good night, to all of them, without feeling guilty for missing someone or leaving them for last. However, they always talked for a little bit first, and they had gotten onto the topic of old television shows they used to watch when Azui mentioned how the two had been watching that one show about the blonde spiky super monkey aliens. Everyone had mentioned random shows, however they all knew the shows mentioned until Deku had mentioned his guilty pleasure, blushing and scratching the back of his head. When he had explained it though, the girls had pretty much all instantly agreed they had to watch it with him at some point if he loved it so much. The others hadn't been able to make it, but Izuku didn't mind, as that just meant he got to watch more of his show. Finally he walked back to his seat, wrapping his arm around Uraraka's waist while she set her head on his shoulder and slowly scooting closer to Momo. It wasn't a particularly amazing show in terms of writing quality or animation, but a lot his actually positive childhood memories came from this show. The title card flashed up and the girls understood why he hadn't been embarrassed when he brought it up. It was a magical girl anime, an adaptation of an old Western cartoon. The theme song began to play and they could practically feel the childlike joy radiating off Izuku as the title card flashed up. Powerpuff Girls Z. Part 2, Kyokujai. It had been a long and arduous day when Jairu finally returned to her room. It had been one of those days where absolutely everything that could go wrong did wrong. She'd banged her feet and body against multiple objects, had her sensory overload kick in while in the middle of hero training, and she had been partnered with Bakugo, the loudest classmate and student at the entire DMN school. She'd ended up having her patience run thin and had snapped at some of the people around her, and she felt horrible about it. She wanted to go and apologize, but at the same time knew if she tried she'd end up just snapping again and they didn't deserve that. She groaned as she collapsed onto her bed, only for her eyes to open in surprise when her pillow ended up being much firmer than expected. Confused, she lifted up her body and moved the pillow, surprised to find a box with a note and a CD case. Sorry you're having a rough day. I'm not mad, don't worry. I hope these help you feel better and I love you. It was a heart-shaped note. She couldn't help the small smile that came onto her face as she read that, and she opened the box, grin growing even wider when she realized it contained a mix of her favorite candies. Then she picked up the CD case and the grin turned to something much softer yet more radiant. It had a very simple title. Arduette's Love. She wasn't crying, shut up. Part 3, Toru, Mina and Azui. Tag. Hagakure cackled mischievously as she slapped Izuku, prompting the boy to twirl around only to find nothing there. Midoriya frowned, However, he wasn't actually upset, doing his best not to let his amusement through into his voice. Using your quirks cheating. He called out into the empty field, only to look and see Azui using her tongue to swing away from him, and Mina skating away on a trail of acid. He rolled his eyes with a smirk. It had been a slow Sunday with no homework to complete. It had, however, been a lovely sunny day, and after recording an episode for their shared YouTube series, Mina and Midoriya had decided to spend some time in the sun, finding Hagakure and Azui already lying there. They'd laid there for a while, just enjoying each other's company, when eventually, as the pink-skinned girl's patience for nature had worn out, she decided to have some fun and lightly slapped Azui on the head, starting their impromptu game of tag. Izuku was hardly complaining though. Some would call it childish, but playing simple games with the ones you loved always seemed to evoke a feeling of pure joy for. Introducing powers into the equation. Right now, Mina was just asking for revenge as she stuck her tongue out at him and skated away. Fine then, if you guys want to bring quirks into it. Lighting started to spark of him, and his grin grew a little wider of the looks on their faces that could only be described by one expression. Oh sheet. One for all, 12% full cowling. He announced with a laugh, blasting off in a trail of light and quickly switching between them all. Triple tag. All of them blinked in surprise when he managed to touch them all practically instantly, before leaping back and sticking his own tongue out at them. There, a team should be fair. Remember, you're the ones who brought in quirks. With that, he took off, the girls chasing behind. Part 4. Melissa's shield. Of all the things Midoriya had expected to happen in the middle of the night, as he laid down seemingly alone in his room, really Hagakure was in his bed lacking clothing, but teachers didn't need to know that. Pretty much the only thing he didn't expect was the Spanish Inquisition. Or Melissa's shield to be trying to video call him. He didn't expect that either. Yet that's what was happening. He carefully put on a shirt and headphones, not wanting to wake up Hagakure as he did so, and clicked the answer button. It opened up on a shot of the beautiful blonde, fidgeting with something off screen. She was dressed in a simple blue shirt and had those same glasses that seemed to give her eyes a spark they lacked without them. Hi, Melissa, he said with a wave, and the girl looked up surprised before a wide grin split on her face. Hey Deku, it's so good to see you again, she said happily, pinging her head to the side. Then she seemed to realize how dark it was. Sorry if I woke you. No, it's fine, he assured, scratching the back of his head. I didn't think I'd hear from you again so soon. I forgot to give you my number, so. Yeah, I managed to convince Uncle Mike to give me it, she explained, clapping her hands together. I wanted to talk for 2 reasons. Oh, what are they? He asked, curiosity piqued. It only continued to grow as a blush seemed to appear on her face. Oh, the first thing is this, Melissa announced excitedly, holding up a green metallic brace that Midoriya instantly recognized the shape of. Behold the full gauntlet Mark II. It's designed specifically for you. I started just after you left Island, but I wasn't sure how long it would take, so I didn't mention anything. It looks awesome, the boy said with a happy smile, genuinely impressed. And what was the other reason then? Well, the blush returned again, and it got much brighter this time as she looked away from the camera. Okay, it isn't easy for me, so give me a chance to explain, okay? Okay. Ever since I met you at Island, I've had this weird feeling I don't get with anyone else. I don't know what it is, but I feel drawn to you. I think I might be attracted to you. Sorry, you probably don't even dash. No, wait. He quickly stopped her from going down that train of thought, stunned by the revelation. I get what you mean. I felt really close to you pretty soon after we met for some reason as well. He knew why, he just couldn't say it. So, I think you know what I wanted to ask. Yeah, but there's something you need to know. Already dating others? Oh, I see. Who's others? Yes, plural. Don't freak out, it's nothing bad. It's a polyamorous relationship, I believe. I always get it mixed with another term. He explained. It's open actually, but I thought you'd want to know. Actually, I think my father used to be in one those, the girl said, as a small grin started to appear on her face. Midoriya could only blink at that. Wait, really? Maybe, no wait. Questions later. Incredibly pretty girl who wants to date you now. I would want to make sure they're okay with it first, but chances are good they will be. Midoriya said with a grin. If you're okay with it, I'd love for you to be a part of it. I'd like that too, the girl said. Then she started to nod as she looked up, eyes seeming to shine a little. I want to be with you. Then, I might as well welcome you now, he said, closing his eyes and tilting his head to the side. Though, I'm new to the long-distance thing. Well, don't worry about it too much. I'm actually moving to Japan soon, to U.A's support department for an exchange program. She revealed. I guess I'll see you soon as a boyfriend. I can't wait. With that, the girl hung up and the greenette sat there smiling like an idiot in the dark. He turned to go back to bed and jumped when an invisible hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Sorry. So, we got Melissa joining in on the fun. Yup. Well, you definitely have my approval. The girl said happily, leading the boy back to bed. For tonight, though, you're still mine. As she said that, she pulled him into a kiss and the two fell onto the bed, lost in their passion. All in all, pretty good night. It was a quiet school day, with only the sounds of pencils scratching against paper to make any noise in the class while Midnight supervised them all. It was just a general study PRD, but the silence that had eventually washed in was so peaceful that rarely did they break it, only talking when Midnight helped them fix a problem in their work. She was helping Midoriya with a maths problem now, finishing up with him before standing and beginning to walk away when, "Thanks, Mom." Somehow the already quiet room got 100 times quieter as all eyes turned to the boy, as the writing stopped and the teacher froze. The boy's face slowly turned red and he hit his head against the table, already knowing what was coming. Midoriya, are you dash? No, Todoroki, I am not any of the teacher's love children. Oh. I'm flattered you think so highly of me, the sultry woman said with a laugh, patting the boy's head before walking off. When none of the students could see her face though, a massive grin broke out. Unlike most students who made that mistake, Midoriya's hadn't come from a simple habitual phrase but 2 weeks after UA began. Miss Midnight, you wanted to see me? The green-haired student asked as he walked into the room, seemingly in a state of shock he'd been called at all. I'm not in trouble, am I? Not at all, Midoriya. In fact, if anything, I brought you here to praise you. The woman laughed, causing the boy to tilt his head in confusion. Reaching over her desk, the woman pulled out a notebook and Midoriya's eyes lit up as he recognized it. This fell out your bag. Even I normally wouldn't peek at this stuff, but when I saw the page it had opened to, I could hardly resist. Inside, there was the page he had made just a year ago about the woman in front of him, a full drawing of her taking up the right-hand page. Oh, these notes are really well done, but what I really want to know, did you draw this picture, Midoriya? She asked, pointing to it, and he just nodded with a blush. The woman grinned at that. You have quite the artistic talent, for someone who I've heard never took art classes in their life. I have an offer for you, kid. It's been a long time since I've actually tutored someone in this, but if you want, I could give you after-class lessons on how to draw and paint. Oh, really? Yes, it's something I haven't done since 2 years back with a third year, but I always want to encourage artistic talent when I see it. Sound fun? Honestly, yeah, it does. Tuesday after school then? Why, yes, please. Following that, the student and teacher had to start to develop a much closer relationship than expected. It had started out as simple random bits of conversations while she instructed him, but over time as he became more and more comfortable, they'd find themselves in full-blown discussions, canvases completely forgotten. Izuku became more willing to tell her about stuff that happened in his past and just talk with her, and the woman always made a point to listen when she heard what he'd been through. One day, he'd fallen asleep at their tutoring session, exhausted from the extensive training that day. Normally, she would just rouse her students gently and reprimand them. However, here, she had ended grabbing a blanket and moving the boy to couch to get some rest while she called her mother. The kid really had a talent for worming his way into people's hearts. A talent even she couldn't avoid. So when he called her mom, To the students it was a funny cute mistake. To her, it made her want to squeal with joy. Instead she settled for messing with him when he left the class last. "Enjoy the rest of your day, son." He groaned externally, but for the briefest moment, he turned to her with a genuine smile before leaving, and midnight was happy. Part 1. Kyoka Jiro. Of all the girls in class, the one who struggled the most with insecurities, aside from maybe Hagakure, was Jiro. There was a lot about her that left something to be desired, or at least that's what she thought about herself. Said purple-haired girl sniffled as she buried her face into her pillow, trying not to think too hard about her body and failing hard. The day had started out so well as well. A standard part of their dorm life at UA was picking up groceries every fortnight for their dorms. Originally the teachers had done it, but as an experiment to help the students to grow to be more independent, they had started sending out students from each dorm in groups of 2 to 4 to pick everything up, and most recently it had been Midoriya and Jiro's turn. Up until they left, it had been a fun day out with her boyfriend, as the two listened to Shinedown with the same earphones and joked around while grabbing things. Honestly, with how much of a disaster the two became just trying to one-up each other in their attempts to make each other smile, it was a small miracle they didn't get banned from the store. Then eventually they had gotten out and walked past a couple of middle school kids who had started calling out at them, generally just trying to be nuisances. The two students had almost left when, "Small melons. What you even doing with a loser like him anyway? Bet he doesn't even have a dash." She didn't hear the rest as she took off in a sprint. It shouldn't have hurt, it should have just been another stupid comment. But it did hurt, it hurt a lot. Her eyes stung as she ran and refused to stop. Without looking back, she had missed the shitstorm of anger the middle school students had just unleashed upon themselves. "Kyo? You here?" A familiar voice asked, and the girl looked up from her bed to see Izuku walking in, frowning when he took her in and closing the door behind her. "Hey honey, you okay?" "I'm fine." She lied, turning away. He didn't want to see this sorry excuse for a girl. "Kyo, I know you don't really want to see me," the girl said, hating how her breath caught in her throat as she did so. "Go see Uraraka or Momo. You know, a real woman." "But I do see a real woman. Sweetie, you know I love you no matter what," the boy said gently, rolling her over and cupping her cheek, causing her to blush lightly, but she shook her head. "I love you just how you are, because you're perfect." "No, I'm not, Dash. Jaya, your figure doesn't matter to me," the boy interrupted, blushing lightly as he looked away. "If anything, it's kind of cute." Then, to her surprise, the boy leaned forward and kissed her, more passionately than he ever had before. She kissed back, of course, panting when he finally pulled away with a small grin and crimson face. "I'm not going to have to prove it, am I?" "Maybe." And so, the boy pushed her down onto her bed, as the groceries laid beside them forgotten, and for the next few hours, Kyoka was extremely glad her room was soundproofed. Part 2. Momo Yaozu and Mina Ishido. Midoriya wasn't quite sure how he ended up like this, in his underwear with Momo and Mina snuggling into either side of him, exhausted and sweating, but he knew it involved acid and a lot of popcorn. And when he said acid, he meant the type the pink-skinned girl beside him produced, not the drag kind. As still developing teenagers, their powers sometimes had a habit of going a little off the rails, as had happened earlier just that day. They had all been in Momo's room, on her bed, to watch Midoriya's old childhood show and enjoy themselves, when Momo had suggesting trying to make popcorn. She had wanted to try doing it through her quirk, as she thought she was getting better at it. At first it had been impressive to watch the individual kernels pop out of her into the bucket. However, she ended up being unable to stop for some reason, and before any of the three of them knew it, they were starting to be overrun by an unrelenting storm of popcorn. "Ah, Momo, what did you do to the popcorn god? I mean Jesus?" Mina cried out as she dodged a kernel going for her eye. She and Midoriya tried their hardest to eat away the popcorn, but it quickly became apparent that wouldn't be an effective strategy. I've got an idea. If I just melt them." "Wait, Ishido Dash," Midoriya tried to call out to her to stop, but he was too late as two streams of acid flew through the mountains of popcorn and landed on both the Greenette and the Creation Girl, melting away their clothes. Oh my," Mina said, dropping her hand as she took them both in with a blush. Midoriya rolled his eyes as his face turned crimson. Now they had a mountain of popcorn, 2 naked students, and a horny, stunned Ishido. Somehow he found himself wondering if he shouldn't just get a job as a comedian with the sheet that happens to him. Momo and Midoriya tried for a few more moments to shove away the popcorn as the creation girl finally stopped, looking away from each other while blushing profusely. You know, you owe us both new clothes, Ishido, Momo said with a pout, rubbing her temple. The bed bounced for a moment as the pink-skinned girl jumped between them and pushed them both down. How about I make it up to both of you right now? Mina? I'm not sure, Momo. Unfortunately, the pink girl definitely had listening problems as she was already fighting with her own shirt. Midoriya sighed and turned to apologize to his taller girlfriend, only to be surprised when he caught her staring intently. Momo? Fine with it. Wait, she sounded almost excited. Somewhere in the back of the brunette's mind, something clicked as he recalled how lost in thought the tall girl sometimes would seem if you caught her at the wrong moment. Either way, it had led to more passion than any of the 3 had been expecting that day. As Midoriya placed a kiss on each of their heads and laid down, Momo started to giggle. Cutie! That he is, Momo, Ishido giggled happily. Then she looked over to the girl and said in a completely serious tone, Hey! Want a date? I'd love to, the taller girl said with a giggle of her own, as they too intertwined their free hands. Midoriya would be happily and quietly encouraging them if not for the fact they had almost definitely deliberately put their hands near his crotch to mess with him. Part 3. Tsuyu Azui. Azui had definitely been the most forward about wanting to be NTMT with her boyfriend. She always had been pretty blunt. However, what Midoriya had never expected was for the girl to decide to say it in the middle of a school day. I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Sue? He asked, blushing bright red as he stared at her. I think I misheard you. I said I want to have section, she said, and Midoriya quickly pinched himself to make sure he wasn't having some weird dream like he'd been getting lately. It's cold, The girl blushed herself as she leaned in. It means I'm kind, in heat for lack of a better term. Ribbit. It wouldn't be so bad but? She gestured to him and he immediately understood what had changed. Midoriya was definitely not on the verge of shouting in confusion. Nope, not at all. He looked away for a moment, trying to think of how to respond. Then he looked back into the girl's pleading eyes and before he could stop himself. Okay. Really? Yeah. I can't just leave you in need. With that, the 2 left holding hands. Probably the most terrifying 20 minutes of Midoriya's life, but after he would admit, totally worth it for how happy Azui had been. Part 4. Itsuka Kendo. Kendo laughed and clapped as she watched Midoriya zoom past her on a skateboard, ollieing up some stairs and pulling off a kickflip before stopping in front of her with a mock bow and a genuine smile. Izu, that was amazing. You really should get on your board more. I'm sure all of us would love it. Maybe, but I doubt it. I mean, I'm not that good. Midoriya said, brushing away the praise as if it would somehow hurt him to accept anyone actually though positively of him like he had a habit of doing. A habit the 1B girl wouldn't let stand. No, I mean it, Izu. You're absolutely amazing on that thing. Not to mention how CC you look, she teased in his ear, giggling as the boy blushed and froze up. See, come on. I'm sure why you could all pull it off just as easily. Midoriya said and Kendo shook her head. Besides, you all look way better than me as well. No, I don't think so, and as for that second comment, well, I do have one trick of my own but it doesn't involve a skateboard. She giggled mischievously as her hands snaked their way into his trousers. And that trick is to show you how CC and loved you really are. He didn't fight, though he did make sure they at least went into the forest first. It was even better than expected, though maybe he should have realized she would be good with her hands considering her quirk. Part 5. Melissa's Shield. The boy really couldn't remember how this had started. It wasn't something he'd have ever come up with, he knew, however he'd ended up doing it anyways. At least once a week since he'd started talking with Melissa, waiting on her transfer, they'd gone on call and done their best to replicate an NTMT experience, even if they couldn't physically reach each other. All the boy knew was that the girl had expressed a dislike of her own body at some point that had led him to trying to prove she was beautiful, which somehow led to this. As he got to see Melissa smile though, he was happy it happened. Part 6, Achiko Uraraka. It had been a simple day, like any other when it had happened for Uraraka. The two best friends, and make no mistake, even if they were dating they would still always call themselves best friends, had been watching a silly rom-com together in the boys' room. Huddled under a blanket together, the brunette had been happily resting against the boy's shoulder as the two laughed and criticized the movie for how bad it was, enjoying each other's company all the while. Still, the two could only find enjoyment in mocking the movie for so long, and once it reached the halfway point they had decided to find something more interesting to do. With nothing immediately jumping out to them, Uraraka decided she might as well just kiss her boyfriend and see what would happen. What did happen was the two had ended up wrapping their arms around one another as the kiss slowly turned more passionate and the two began to lay back onto the bed. The two eventually parted for air, smiling and blushing at one another. Both had the exact same thought. They're so pretty. I love you, Deku. I love you too, Uraraka. Midoriya responded with a dopey grin, absolutely lost in the brunette's eyes, when a little twinkle came into them as she wrapped her fingers around the boy's own. Should we? You know. The girl asked, gesturing down. Still smiling, the boy leaned up a bit and placed a kiss on her nose. Only if you want to. I do. No one heard from the two until the next day, where they had been surprisingly tired. Well, except to Aizawa, who decided to just accept the fact Izuku could get more PP than him at his age when he had 5 cats at home. Part 1, Itsuka Kendo. Because she didn't live in the same dorm building as 1A, instead staying 2 buildings down the road, Kendo didn't get to see her boyfriend as much as the rest of his girlfriends did. She tried her best not to get too jealous over it as it was no one's fault, just a quirk of how the dorms had been set up. It did mean, however, she treasured every moment she could steal with her green little ball of sunshine, and he knew it. Oh, he totally knew it. She had been worried when the boy had run down the school's empty halls to her at the end of class one day, taking her arms into his hands. Itsuka, I have to tell you something really, really important. He had said quickly, meeting her eyes. She'd nodded in a stupor, having no idea what to think at that moment. Was it a villain attack? No, he'd be the one who'd stay in 5th. Maybe someone was hurt? He used her first name, so it had to be something of extreme importance for someone like Midoriya to forego second names. He even called Uraraka by her second name. What is it? She asked, starting to feel anxious. There was a beat of silence, then suddenly he grinned with a smile bright enough to rival the sun. You're gorgeous and I love you. He said simply, just letting the message hang there for a moment. As her face began to go red and heat up, he leaned in and placed a kiss on her head, only making it worse. Wanna hang out today? You. She had no words, opting instead to just smack his arm before pulling him into a tight hug. You look better? She finished lamely. This kind of thing was not her strong suit. She didn't care though, as the kiss she got for effort made trying worth it. Part 2, Melissa Shield and Hatsume. Midoriya had no idea what to expect when he'd been suddenly called to the support department randomly in the middle of the day, having been recording a quirk theory video when he'd gotten the message. All he'd been told was that it was important. So he'd run ahead, ignoring Ida's shouts about it being against the rules. What could it be? Had Hatsume accidentally created an atomic bomb again? Though that probably wouldn't get him of all people called. He'd slid on his feet in front of the door, noticing it was open. He knocked lightly as he walked in, looking around. It looked as messy as ever, power loader talking with someone he couldn't see in a corner. He turned his gaze and noticed Hatsume was wrestling some contraption, and beside her, Melissa. He questioned, surprised, getting all their attention. He was on his back a moment later as the blonde jumped him, throwing them both to the floor. Do you? She shouted happily, barely giving him a moment to process her arrival before her lips met with his own. He was so not complaining though. For a glorious moment, the world faded away as they got wrapped up in each other, then they heard a man clear his throat. The girl jumped off the boy immediately, eyes going wide and face blushing, as Midoriya looked to see David Shield, who had an incredibly amused look upon his face. Well, I knew you two became good friends on island, but I didn't realize you were that close. Mr. Shield. Sorry, sir. Midoriya apologized, not even sure what to say. The brown-haired man just laughed, however. What for? He asked, getting the attention of Midoriya and his daughter. Hey, if All Might vouches for you, then I know I got nothing to worry about, and half the time, you're all he can even bring up. Oh. Thank you, sir. Midoriya squeaked, still embarrassed. The man ruffled his hair as he walked past, before leaving out. So, is that the exchange program started then? Melissa told you, did she? David asked with an amused grin, looking up to his daughter who had walked up to be beside her boyfriend. Yeah, just getting her used to place first. Funny you two are dating, actually. A slightly echoey voice said, and they looked to see Power Loader as he tried to help Hatsum wrangle whatever monster machine she'd made this time. There wasn't any room left in the support dorms, so Miss Shield will be setting up in one as dorms. Beside Miss Jiru, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll get to see you on my way here every day. The blonde giggled happily, and the greenette smiled back as he subtly wrapped his hand around hers. At least, he thought it was subtle, but David's grin getting brighter would suggest otherwise. Isn't that great? Yeah, it's amazing. Midoriya nodded happily. Alright, as much as I don't want to tear you two from each other, we do need to go do something first. The brown-haired man sighed, gesturing for his daughter to come along. The girl sighed, but quickly pecked the greenette's cheek before they left. We'll see you soon, Midoriya. Hatsum has a little gift for you, from us. Oh, that'll be... Midoriya trailed off, turning and feeling his heart suddenly start beating 1,000,000 times faster as Hatsum was literally inched from him. He tumbled back and looked up, where the girl was cackling and holding out a green gauntlet. The full gauntlet. It's a beautiful piece of kit, like the girl who made it. The mad inventor before him laughed, giving him a wink. Lucky your relationship is open to have her. Much as I want to give this bad boy a few mods of my own, even I know not to go tinkering with sentimental items. Thanks, Hatsum. Midoriya said with a relieved sigh, taking the gauntlet and wrapping his hands around, enjoying the familiar sensation as it unfurled and locked into place. It went further up his arm and was somehow less restrictive than before. He was just going to leave after that, but, hey, first place. The pink-haired tinkerer began, getting the boy's attention. It was a nickname she always fell back on when talking to him. Speaking of it being open, got room for one more? Wait, really? Midoriya asked, dumbstruck, pointedly ignoring the snickering coming from a certain teacher in the corner. But what can I say? You're hot, and you play along with my ideas better than most people. Hatsum shrugged, making Midoriya deadpan. Great reasoning for something so emotionally involved. Not to mention you're a little nicer about putting down my more destructive ones. You almost nuked us. Power Loader called back immediately. Sure. Midoriya asked lamely, bringing the conversation back on topic. He didn't know how to feel about this. I didn't really get the impression you... Midoriya, no offense, but you're as observant as a blind fish with attraction and romance. Aizawa said as he walked past, not even bothering to question it. Midoriya just blinked. Where did he... and now he's gone. I guess we can date. Midoriya said, still uncertain as he turned to walk away. He wasn't sure about this. Should he really agree? He could totally see himself dating the girl, but he couldn't see her genuinely returning those feelings. Oh, and first place? The girl called one last time, getting him to look back. She threw over an invention to him and he grabbed it, looking at it. It was the same hover boots as the girl had used at the festival. On the house. You can't just do that. Her teacher called, however Midoriya tuned him and the girl out as they argued, remembering that event. Specifically a conversation afterwards. So, you can't fix them? Midoriya asked as he looked at the boots in front of the girl. He'd found her by accident on the way out, while she was trying to salvage the parts from them. She nodded quietly. The alloy in them is super rare, and the only kind that can handle the pressure and heat generated when the engines turn on. She explained simply, surprisingly unconcerned. I have enough of the stuff left back to make one more pair though. They're some of my favorite babies so far. Even as they were taken out his hands, the boy smiled. Suddenly he could see Hatsum returning his feeling if they dated. So with that, his smile grew as he left the workshop. He chose to just ignore the sudden, unexpected explosion behind him as he walked. Part 3, Setsuna Tokage. A week after Melissa had joined Yu, Midoriya had found himself slowly slipping away from her room as she slept, clutching a pillow that had once been in his spot on her bed. The other girls of 1A had let the two have some space and time to really enjoy each other, understanding that they had months of separation to make up for. That didn't mean Midoriya didn't still give affection to the other girls, just that Melissa was tied to him for most of it. However, tonight he had a video he needed to get made before the coming Friday, so he couldn't leave it undone. He'd felt slightly guilty when he'd walked into his room, though it had quickly turned to confusion as he heard small bangs coming from his balcony. Curious, he'd opened the door only to find nothing there. Confused, he looked around, then he looked down. On the floor, staring up at him was a girl's head with wavy green hair. Silence hung between them for a moment, before the head smiled nervously. "Hi." Despite what would be claimed by the others later, his scream was not that girly. "Hey, calm down," she urged, wincing. "I can't cover my ears like this. It's Tokage. From 1B. He blinked before placing a hand on his chest and heaving out a sigh. "Oh dear God, please never do that to me again." "Sorry about that," the girl said apologetically. "Mind picking me up? I could normally float, but I kept getting blinded by something." "Yeah, sure," Midoriya said, hoping his heart would calm down soon. As he knelt down and picked her up, he snickered internally. He couldn't help himself as he looked her in the eye. To be or not to be? "Oha." The girl rolled her eyes but smiled nonetheless. "So this plan didn't go as well as I hoped. I assume Kendo has mentioned me before?" "Yeah, you're 1BS recommended student, right? You can split your body into different parts. I always thought it was an awesome quirk," Midoriya said with a grin, and the girl smiled herself. "You better believe it's awesome. Though in this case I kinda messed up. So I'm just gonna come out and say what I have been wanting to say for a while," she said, looking up at him nervously. "I know we don't know each other well, but I kinda sorta wanna date you." Silence rang out as Midoriya processed that. "Wait, wah. I mean physically I've always been attracted to you since I first saw you, but I wouldn't have complained if you asked, but I wasn't looking for anything. Then I saw you in action, and how hurt you were willing to get at the training camp to protect another. I know it's a hero's job, but some people still are too scared to let themselves at our level, and I guess I just had this want building up for a while now. I totally understand if you don't want to, especially considering you already have a few GFs, but hey," Midoriya grinned lightly, lifting her up to be eye level. "I guess it wouldn't hurt to try. I just need to talk with the others about it." "Okay." After a moment, she smiled as well. "Okay. So, now what?" he asked, and the girl laughed as if the answer was obvious. "Throw me out the window, duh." "Wait, what? I'm not going to dash." "Too late, I'm doing it myself." The girl laughed as the head suddenly floated away, giggling all the while. Even in the superpowered world they lived in, it was a surreal sight. Midoriya sighed, turning on his computer. Before he could log in, he noticed something move out the corner of his eyes and turned back to see Setsuna's lips, and only her lips had come back. They pressed a quick kiss on his cheek before flying off again, leaving him dumbfounded. How does that even work? Part extra, Auntie Lady. Midoriya was quiet as he ate his food in this little restaurant he had come to. He was visiting his mom for the weekend, and wanted to go to the local market for a little nostalgia, seeing as he never got to see it anymore. It wasn't a particularly packed place, so it was a nice and calm environment for him to just relax in. He took a sip of his water as the bell on the door signaled a new customer. He didn't look up to see who. He was almost finished with his food by the time that customer had finished their own order, however, as he found out when they suddenly began talking to him. "Hey, you're that kid who ran at the slime villain." Recognizing the voice, the boy looked up in surprise, coming face to face with Mount Lady. Why I am. Well, aren't you a cutie? The woman laughed as she sat along from him, making herself comfortable. I saw you at the sports festival as well. Something actually has been bothering me about that. And what would that be? Midoriya asked as he gulped, afraid he already knew the answer. Why didn't you use that quirk of yours on the slime villain? I mean, I'm obviously not condoning what you did, but it would have been 1,000,000 times more useful than just clawing at it. The woman pondered, closing her eyes in thought. Yeah, of course it would be that. Okay, Midoriya, honesty is probably the best policy here. Well, I actually didn't have a quirk then, he said quietly, rubbing his arm. Who was actually quirkless until not that long ago. I had a rare case where my quirk developed much later because of how much damage it would do to me. That explains the broken arms. Wait, but, Demon Kid, you ran at that villain full speed. You're nuts. The woman commented, almost laughing as she did, her own food arriving. Still, if you only got that quirk recently, then I guess, good job on the sports festival. I didn't get to see much of it because I was patrolling, so I wasn't going to send out internships this year. Wait, but a boy in my class got an internship with you? Mineta Minoru. Midoriya pointed out confused, and the woman scowled lightly. Yeah, because I heard about his little cheerleader stunt. She explained, drinking her water. I decided to teach him a few lessons on humility. Wait, but won't that? Don't worry, kid, I'm still gonna teach him stuff he needs to know. I'm just waiting until he learns his first lesson to go with the rest. Don't put being a perv above everything else. I know why he picked me. Mount Lady laughed, winking at him. It's the same reason you and everyone else can't keep their eyes off me. Midoriya decided to just ignore that as he blushed. Not that I'm not enjoying this conversation, but my mom is waiting on me, so I kind of have to go. No worries. The woman waved away, eating some fries she'd ordered. Midoriya didn't even know this place offered those. Oh, and kid. Just between you and me, I think you'll do fine as a hero. Thanks, Mount Lady. Part 1. Achiko Uraraka and Kyoka Jiru. Jiru was in the kitchen, filling a glass with water quietly as she yawned, tired from the day they'd had. Most everyone had retired to their rooms to get some rest after Mr. Aizawa's intensive training. Keyword being most. Boop. The purple-haired girl heard her boyfriend say through the room as she walked into the living room, where he and Uraraka sat alone on the couches, whatever show they had been watching forgotten. The greenette's nose was pressed against the brunette, and he was cross-eyed for some reason as he pushed against her, but the gravity held a stoic face. What are you two doing? Jiru questioned, raising a brow as she took a swig of her drink. The two turned to the rocker girl with grins on their faces. The boop game. Uraraka said simply, as if it answered everything with that alone. Noticing Jiru's still blank stare, she continued with a giggle. You take turn booping each other and trying to make each other laugh. Whoever laughs loses. Want to join? That sounds ridiculously cute and overly sweet. The rocker girl said, taking a seat beside them. They frowned for a moment before she continued. I have nothing better to do though, so screw it, let's get booping. Uraraka ended up winning the game after hours of booping. Jiru pretended to be uninterested when she was the first to be disqualified. In reality, she had a new favorite game. Part 2, Mina Ishido. On occasion, Midoriya regretted letting the results of the Pink vs. Green series on his YouTube channel decide who got to pick a punishment afterwards. Normally there were two. One that could go on the video, and one that would just be for him and Ishido. Having lost the most recent episode, turns out Ishido was really good racing games. He'd had an opportunity to get out of his punishment if he could say a tongue twister while his voice was played back to him on a delay. He'd failed, and gotten a whipped cream pie to his face for his troubles on camera. Off the camera though, Mina had a much different punishment planned. Are you sure about this, Ishido? This suit's kinda tight. The boy complained, getting an odd look from the pink-skinned. Well, that's odd. Did this puppy just talk to me? She asked with a sheet-eating grin as she looked down at the boy on all fours. She'd gotten a dog costume from somewhere and had decided to make him play the part as punishment. He didn't really mind overall, but he could still complain in the moment. Ugh, I mean woof woof. The greenette said, rolling his eyes and trying to pretend the girl petting him for it didn't feel as great as it did. Seriously though, why do you have this? Because I knew you'd look cute in it. The girl laughed, getting a grumble from Midoriya. A teasing grin split across her face as she leaned down and began to whisper into his ear. I have a CC Kitty outfit if you want me to join you. No, it's fine. I'll put up with it. Midoriya said, shaking his head. He would already be flustered enough like this without that. The pink-skinned girl cackled as she sat back, trying to pretend she totally wasn't taking a billion photos. I'd prefer to see you in it personally anyways. Guess I know what next time I whoop your butt will be. Mina laughed with a wink as Midoriya's face continued to flush. At his pout, the girl kneeled down and kissed his nose. I love you, Izuku. I love you too, you mischievous woman. Part 3, Setsuna Tokage. Midoriya was sued to getting and giving love and affection to and from his girlfriends all the time, none of them particularly trying hard to hide their love for one another. People could stare all they liked during lunch or whatever, it wouldn't make them love each other any less. In Mina's, she probably got a kick out of messing with other students as well. The oddest part of it though began after the greenette had started dating Tokage, the 1B girl having a preferred way of sending love. At any random time, whether it be while the boy was studying, walking through the halls or talking with others, a pair of floating lips would just appear and start assaulting him with kisses. He pretended to be annoyed by it, but really he loved it. The only bad part was the fact he didn't have the girl they were a part of to hold while they did so. There had also been the time the lips has appeared with the rest of the mouth and a hand, deciding to move further along the intimacy scale. The only thing the greenette could complain about was the lack of forewarning, though he'd be lying if he said it wasn't an experience that was for sure. A look from Momo totally meant the girl knew, but she just smiled amused. Really, he was surprised that it was the creation girl and not Mina who had that reaction. That had been a pretty prominent example of receiving affection, though on the other hand there was another moment later that day that was a great example of him giving affection. Part 4, Toru Hagakure. Hagakure wandered through the empty halls of the school, on her way back from picking up some medication from Recovery Girl when she'd ended up finding Midoriya walking down the hall towards her. Oh, Izu! What's you dash, was as far she got before the boy was on top of her and wrapped his arms around her tight, pulling her in for a kiss without a word. Her eyes, had they been visible, would have been seen to go wide before closing as she wrapped her own arms around the boy while their tongues danced. They stayed like that for a few moments before the boy pulled away, face red as he gave her a bright smile. Just wanted to say I love you. See you at home. With that, he left happily, leaving the girl standing dumbfounded with the stupidest grin on her face as she tried her best not start laughing like a maniac in her joy. She tried, but she failed. Part 5, Everyone. Midoriya's girlfriends had all set up in the living area of the 1A dorms, crowded around Mina, who had called an impromptu meeting between them for some unknown reason. They had initially been worried that something had happened to their precious bean, but the large smile on the pink-skinned girl's face assured them that whatever brought them here was nothing to worry about. So, what's going, Mina? Jiro asked with a quirked brow, as the laptop was plugged into the TV and put on the display. The girl grinned as she went YouTube and looked up the channel she was looking for. Who brought us here for a YouTube channel? Not just any YouTube channel, my friends and fellow lovers of the one true God, Izuku. The girl said dramatically, getting a few eye rolls as she did so. Allow me to demonstrate. She clicked a random video, a gameplay one, and a voice began to resonate from the speakers of the TV. Hello my little bean friends and welcome to Super Mario 64. The YouTuber said, and Mina couldn't help but laugh as all the other girls gaped at the TV. Izu is a YouTuber? Hagakure asked excited as she leaned forward. Beside her, Setsuna grinned wide. I guess I was wrong about him not being able to be any cooler. The girl said, getting a laugh from Uraraka beside her. If there are two things Deku can always do, it's be cuter and be cooler, no matter how impossible it should be. The brunette said, stomping her feet against the floor rapidly in excitement. Come on, come on. Let's see what videos he has. A sudden ding got them all to look back at the screen, showing the channel had updated. They all blinked as they read the title. To my GFs. Looking between each other, they shrugged as they turned it on. Then they heard it and all deadpanned as they looked amongst one another. Okay, so none of us are sleeping with him tonight now, right? Melissa asked, getting nods from everyone else. They even sent him a text saying as much. In the end, they couldn't go through with it, calling him down for a sleepover in the living area so they could all sleep with him at once. Part 1. Good meowing. Midoriya wasn't the type to celebrate his birthday. It was an event that usually involved friends, something that he'd gone years without before UA, so he'd never really bothered beyond a card from his mother. It was something he preferred to just outright ignore usually. However, now that he was UA, with almost a dozen girlfriends and a class that actually liked him, maybe he should have expected something to happen on his birthday. However, at the same time, he had never even shared his birth date with anyone. So maybe you couldn't blame him for not expecting anything as the sun hit his eyes and started to rouse. Still, it was a Sunday, so he could afford to sleep in little. He could at least take that little solace on this day. He'd just ignore the weird presence surrounding him and the much heavier weight on the bed. However, before he could drift back off to the land of dreams. Meow. That was very familiar. Confused, he cracked an eye open and found a sight that caused two immediate reactions in his head. The first was, what in the name of all might? The second was, holy crap, so cute. All around his room, all at the very least wearing a headband with cat ears if not a full cat costume, or a CC one, in a certain pink skin girl's case and mechanized ones in two certain inventors' cases, was his girlfriends. All of them with little grins on their faces. Closest to him with a cute little white outfit was Hagakure. There's our cutie. Happy birthday, Izuku. What's going on? He asked, slowly pushing himself up. Helping him, Momo appeared behind him in a pure black cat costume with a grin. Why are you all dressed like cats? Well, I remembered what you told me about your allergy and how you loved cats. I did what I could at the time to cheer you up, but it wasn't much. The creation girl said, beaming bright. Then we all wanted to do something special for you for your birthday and couldn't think of anything. Then it hit me, so just for today we're your cats. Enjoy it, some of us took forever to convince. You're lucky your smile is the best thing in the world, Izu. Kyoka grumbled, crossing her arms while adjusting her headband that doubled up as headphones. Wait, how did you guys figure out my birthday? I forgot it was even coming. The green net exclaimed, missing the heartbroken looks he got at that. Crawling over, fully committing to the part was Uraraka, in a costume matching her own hair. Your mom told Hagakure when she was up, and she told us pretty much immediately. You didn't think we'd ever miss it, did you? The girl asked, pinging her head to the side, looking no different from a real kitten. I guess? I never really cared before now, wasn't exactly much point. The boy shrugged, eyes closed so he missed the split-second looks of murderous intention that passed the girls' faces. He tried to get up, but before he could, a pair of arms, detached from their body, wrapped around him. Where do you think you're going? Setsuna asked with a more teasing smile, as the girls all inched closer to him with similarly devious looks. Don't you know, Izu? The main thing about cats is they always get what they want, and right now, we all want to snuggle with the greatest person to ever grace this planet. But that must be so hard when it's split between 10 different girls. Izuku countered, as his own grin grew slightly, and for just a moment he reveled in the suddenly blushing faces of all the girls. Then he realized something. Wait guys? My bed can't exactly support 9 people at once. The floor it is then. Melissa cried out happily, as he was gently shoved off his bed before being buried under a mountain of cute girls. As he tried to ignore the slow deprivation of oxygen from his lungs as Azui leaned too hard on his stomach, he still smiled. Whether he died of suffocation or cuteness overload, as long as it was with these girls it would be more than fine for him. He wouldn't though, of course. He couldn't hurt them like that. Part 2. Baby pictures. However, sometimes, even despite not wanting to do it to them, jumping out a 10-story window sounded incredibly appealing. Especially when your mom was so happy to share baby photos of you despite you being buck naked in the worst situations. No, seriously, why he had been without clothes as he screamed into a hairbrush pretending to sing the Powerpuff Girls Z opening inside a dishwasher at 3 years old, he had zero freaking clue. He also had no clue why his mother decided to take pictures instead of getting him out straight away, but then again he had blocked out a lot of his early years. Especially just after his dad left, which was probably about a month or two before that picture was taken. Alright, maybe he just had a weird way of coping with stuff. At least he didn't do that anymore. Though quietly he took a mental note to never, ever get drunk just in case. Now though, all his girlfriends, every single one of them were seeing his photos. He'd been wrong when Hagakure had last visited. She'd never brought out the baby photos, because as soon as she realized there would be multiple, she wanted to meet all of them. She was planning this. His preemptive revenge had backfired. Oh, and there's this one here you'll all love. By now, I'm sure you all know Izuku loves quirks. Inko started explaining, as the girls all were still laughing or smiling at the last one. Here, I think this might have been the first time that little analytical brain of his kicked in. It was a silly carnival game, just something completely random to most people. Guess the man's quirk, get a prize. It was cheap, so I let Midoriya have a shot, and well, I still have no idea how this little munchkin could predict the exact temperature and humidity to guess that it was a body cooling quirk, but somehow he did. Always the analyzer, Karo. Ashui commented, looking up to the blushing present-day Midoriya. So what did you get for that? Ah, I have that as the next photo. Inko said happily, humming as turned the page and showed to them a pink pony plush. Blushing still, the boy looked away. He always loved the thing. I was kind of surprised when he took it over the other toys there though. The only pro plushie there was Endeavor, and Pinkie Pie is cuter anyways. The greenette defended quietly, meeting no one's eye as they chuckled. So he admittedly had a small preference for girly shows. So what? Somewhere in the back of his mind, he got a very vivid imagination of Kirishima crying over how manly it was to wear that, like, proudly. Shaking his head, he realized he had a temporary out. I actually still have that plushie. It was kinda my favorite, not including the All Might one, so. Want me to go get it? He asked, raising a brow in hope. Hatsum was the first to respond, giving him a thumbs up. Yeah, sure thing, first place. You can tell a lot by how well someone looks after their things. Don't 98% of your things blow up, May? Melissa asked, and the more blunt girl shrugged. Yeah, and I'm terrible at looking after stuff, make mistakes easily, and probably will end up nuking us all one day. Well, at least you're honest about it. Laughing a little at that, Midoriya hurried down the hall and into his room, just taking a moment to enjoy being back as he looked around. Walking towards his closest, the greenette grinned as he spotted the pink plush near the back, pulling it out. It was still in practically pristine condition, and the boy wasn't really sure why he didn't take it along to the dorms. Kaken already knew about it and he didn't really care. He still loved this little plush. Must have just forget. Looking at it now, he could only find more appreciation for it as it reminded him of one of his girlfriends, which gave him an idea for later now he thought about it. He wondered how hard it would be to make plushies of his girlfriends. Not as good as the real thing, but it would be nice to have something to hold on to at night even when they couldn't be around. Smile on his face and blush fading away, he walked back out into the living area, where he saw his mother grinning like an idiot as everyone else looked on confused. What the heck exactly was the special toy goat incident? Itsuka asked, sounding absolutely flabbergasted and slightly repulsed yet intrigued, and Midoriya's brain shut down as his face achieved a shade of red unknown to mankind before. Despite the claims from 10 totally unreliable and completely confused girls, the greenette did not tackle his own mother to the ground using his quirk to prevent her ever elaborating upon that event. He did it quirkless. Part 3 Karaoke. It took forever for them to get permission for it, but after months of asking and asking, the girls of 1A and 1B had managed to convince their teachers to let them go out just once for a night out, along with Hatsum. They promised not to get into too much trouble, just wanting to spend time with each other. They had wanted to maybe invite their boyfriend along, as pretty much everyone counted him as an honorary girl anyways, but he'd been nowhere to be found when they'd left. The group of girls had first gone to an all-ages bar, but after an incident involving Momo, a pervert and a broom handle that totally hadn't been used to knock anyone out at all, they had all agreed to go elsewhere. They'd gotten a meal at a local restaurant that Yaozu ended up paying for despite the other girls' protests, and they'd gone looking for anything else fun to do when they stumbled across a karaoke place. Having no better ideas, they had all wandered inside happily and gotten a seat at a booth, noting there was private rooms for groups as well as a public performance for those so inclined. They decided to watch some of the public ones first, before going off to sing in private just to see what would come up. Initially, there was nothing groundbreaking or amazing, just people having fun. It was good to see, but having all heard Gyres sing, it made most people pale in comparison. They really hadn't expected much at all, as they decided to listen to one last performance before going to the private booth. As it would turn out, they'd be very glad they stayed, as a man walked up in front of the crowd. "Alright folks, this one is a bit of a special request as I understand it. We're gonna drop the curtains as this performer has paid extra for this. All we know is they have a song by Shinedown he wants to sing to honor of it, says here, my girlfriends. Hope that's a typo or someone might be in the doghouse tonight. Either way, we have a performer called Deku." The girls who were drinking ended up almost spraying their drinks out as the others had their eyes go wide, all eyes moving to the stage in shock. There was no way, right? This would just be some odd coincidence? As it would turn out, as the very familiar voice of Izuku, especially to Gyru, began to sing, they knew it was the Green Bean himself. "Say it once, tell me twice. Are you certain I'm alright? Just a sign, to remind me. Tomorrow's worth the fight. Ever-changing. The storyline that keeps me alive." "Holy crap," Gyru muttered under her breath as she started to grin. Especially as she recognized the song. Finally putting that hidden potential of yours to use? So make a wish and say, "Give me life, give me love. Scarlet angel from above. Not so low, not so high. Keep it perfectly disguised. Ever-changing. The storyline that keeps me alive. My Mona Lisa's making me smile. Right before my eyes." A warm feeling spread throughout the girls' chests as the emotion behind his voice came through with every line, as he clearly poured his all into the song. "Take another look. Take a look around. It's you and me. It's here and now. As you sparkle in the sky. I'll catch you while I can. 'Cause all we are is all I am. I just want you to see what I've always believed. The miracle in me." Those in the group actually dating the teen began to blush, as happy smiles spread all around listening to his performance. Whether he knew they were here or not, someone was getting all the hugs and kisses later tonight. As it would turn out, he didn't know. In his own words, he just loved them that much. "I can't stay quiet about them even if I try." Part 1. Achiko Uraraka. It was a quiet day at Ue, while birds chirped and the sun shined down upon the students. No one really wanted to disturb the peace, including Midoriya, who was taking a break from training, lying on the grass and just relaxing. However, after a couple moments he couldn't help but note an ever so slight rustling, as someone began walking across the grass. Opening his eyes, his grin grew wider as he Uraraka walking towards him, smiling like the adorable ball of sunshine she was. Her arms were behind her back, hiding something. "Hey, Deku." She began quietly, looking at him. Her smile got a little softer as she got on her knees. "Do you remember how we met?" "How could I forget?" Midoriya asked, as he pushed himself up and looked at his arm he broke that day. He grinned at her as he continued. "I used my quirk for the first time. I broke my arm and legs for the first, and it was the only robot I stopped. Of course, more importantly and memorable than any of that, I got to protect one of the greatest girls on the entire planet. I was talking with Power Loader and Mr. Aizawa." Uraraka started to explain, blushing at the compliment. She finally removed her arms from behind her back and showed that in her hand was a familiar dark green metal plating. "They normally salvage and recycle the robots, but I managed to convince them to let me keep a small part. I wanted it because, well..." She just pushed it towards him and he took it, feeling his heart melt as he realized that there had been something scratched into it by the girls. Their initials in a jagged heart. Smiling brightly, he looked up to her. "I love it." Not as much as I love you though, Deku. Uraraka said, leaning in, and the boy followed suit, as their lips got closer. Realizing he didn't have a nickname for her yet, he came up with one on the spot. Or as much as I love you, Muffin, he laughed quietly, and at the confused look explained simply. You're as cute as a muffin, and we both know you're as delicious as one. Blushing, their lips locked and they lost themselves in one another. They ended up putting the gift up in the girl's room as it had more room to keep it. Part 2, Tsuyu Ajui. Midoriya groaned as the rain battered down against the street heavily, pitter-pattering against the ground and his head. He covered his head with his hands, yet it didn't do much to stop the rain he'd been unprepared for. He grumbled under his breath for a moment before suddenly the sensation of being hit by 100 of tiny water droplets ceased and the sound changed to be more like hitting a much softer material. Looking up, he saw the plastic shelter he had been put under. Following it down, he found Ajui holding it with a smile. Better? Ribbit. Better, yeah. Midoriya nodded, and was surprised when she put the umbrella in his hand. She hurried out on her own and started to skip around, looking much more childish than he was used to in the rain, causing him to smile. Enjoy this kind of weather? Yeah, Ribbit. It's nice to feel the water on my skin. The girl ribbited happily as she held her hand up, catching some of the drops. As the water began to run down the girl's skin and make her hair shine, the greenette felt his breath taken away by her simple beauty. Then a wind tore through, making the one-for-all user have to hold on tight to not lose his protection from the weather. He also noticed his girlfriend starting to shiver as the cold hit her. Frowning, he quickly hurried up to her and pulled her back under. He wrapped an arm around her neck and pulled her into his side, chuckling as she nuzzled against his side. Come on, Prince. Let's get back before you go into hibernation. I'll keep you warm until we get back. Princess? She inquired quietly, already sounding asleep as her head rested against his shoulder. Yeah, you know that old fairy tale thing. Except, of course, I'd never want you to change when you're already perfect. With that, the two set off, holding one another tight. Part 3, Momo Yai's. Midoriya blushed as he looked down at the soft, adorable toy replica of Momo in the real thing's hand. It's almost as cute as the real thing. Thanks. The taller girl smiled as she set it down in front of him. So what do you think, is it like what you expected? Yeah, it's perfect, goddess. Midoriya chuckled, laughing as the girl's face went bright red. Grabbing the nearby TV remote, he set it to some old random Western cartoon from long ago about some ginger scientist child and his annoying sister. Where did that name come from? The raven-haired girl asked, as she quietly tried to focus on making another to distract herself. Well, you can create literally anything and I'd certainly worship the ground you walked on. The greenette teased, enjoying the light squirming of his girlfriend. Do you not like it? Maybe not in public. Momo muttered, smiling despite herself. Oh, maybe I'll call you Dex then. D-Dex? Midoriya asked, quirking a brow. Following her gaze, he saw her looking at the TV. Like Dexter? Well, it's similar to Deku but with a twist, and you're obviously not all that similar, but you are pretty smart. She laughed, and the smaller of the two rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Okay then, if you're gonna name me after that show then you can be Dee because you're tall, I guess. Midoriya said, before groaning at his own reasoning. Giggling, his creation girlfriend walked up to him and handed him a plushie of Uraraka. Works for me, Dex. She said, nuzzling into his side a little. So, tell him again why you wanted these plushies? But I already told you? Yeah, but it's adorable and I want to hear it again. I want to be able to snuggle with you all even when I can't spend time with the real deal. Giggling, Momo got back to work as they continued to watch. While the two understood their new nicknames, no one else was quite sure what to think when to them Momo seemingly didn't care that Izuku started exclusively referring to her by her BRST size. Part 4, Kyoka Gyru. One of the things Izuku loved most about listening to music with Gyru was just how unfairly gorgeous she looked when she lost herself in the music. The two were in the fairly expansive park area just outside the dorms, the rocker girl laying atop her boyfriend. Skillet played in their shared headphones as they two relaxed, merely happy to hold one another as they listened to the band. He frowned for a moment, taking her in. He never could come up with a unique nickname for her, beyond Kyo or Kyo-chan. It wasn't something he initially cared about, but as he now was starting to come up with names for everyone, he wanted to do it properly. The only one he really had in mind though, he was worried the girl would hate what with her not being the type to like girly things all that much. He sighed quietly, when suddenly a single drop of water landed on his head. Opening his eyes, he looked up to see dark clouds starting to form and he frowned. He was having fun here as well. Looking down he saw Jiraiya disappointed as well and decided to remedy this little problem himself. His body started to glow, and green lighting fired around him as he used full cowling, running inside and finding a rope before running out and pulling down the tree the two had been sitting at, quickly tying it down a little to shelter them. Looking at the amused smile on his girlfriend's face, he decided he might as well test the waters. "There, that should be fine to stay for a while longer, Melody," he said, and did his best not to laugh at the sudden dumbstruck look that crossed her face. "Melody? Well, I've been trying to think of something else, but everything I come up with is just stupid. It's the best nickname I have, because you're an amazing singer, with a voice as gorgeous as your looks." He complimented with a teasing grin, while the girl just blushed. Then she grabbed the greenette by his shirt and pulled him down onto the floor beside her. "Fine, but only in private, you dork." "Ah, so you love it?" He laughed, and the girl just nodded quietly. Part 5, Mina Ishido and Toru Hagakure. When Midoriya walked into the kitchen of the dorms, he knew that it could sometimes be a bit disorderly. Not everyone was as neat as Momo and Ida, and Sada more often than not had to leave stuff out while he was baking to do something else. However, the word mess couldn't even begin to describe the disaster area he walked into tonight. Flour, utensils and trays were everywhere as the greenette saw Mina and Hagakure on the floor, absolutely coated in the white powder. Oh, and there was the actual fire erupting from the oven as well. Couldn't forget that, nor the hot liquid mess near his invisible girlfriend's feet. Quickly grabbing a nearby towel, he used his quirk to turn off the oven before it burned him and batted down the flames with a towel. "So," he coughed, waving away the smoke. "Want to explain this?" Sorry," Mina said quietly, standing up as she helped the other girl onto her feet. Turning to the greenette, her face flushed red. Well, we wanted to make you something." "Huh. Yeah." Hagakure nodded animatedly, movements much easier to follow when she was coated in a visible substance. Well, you're such a wonderful boyfriend, and classmate in general, and we just wanted to make something nice to celebrate that." "Neither of you have cooked in your entire lives, have you?" he asked, already realizing where this was going. At the slow nods from the two, he just smiled. It then turned slightly more mischievous as he had a new idea for a nickname. "Who caused the fire?" "Hagakure did it." Mina gave up quickly, before getting a light slap from the invisible girl. "Traitor." "Okay, you two." He laughed, walking forward. "Let's clean this mess up before you two get into actual serious trouble." "Right, where do we start?" the pink-skinned girl asked, and Midoriya grinned, glad he already had a nickname for her. "You can clean up the flour, Pinkie Pie," he said, kissing her cheek. At her questioning glance, he just grinned. "You're adorable and amazing as pie, and the pinky part should be obvious." "Oh, what about me?" Hagakure asked excitedly, and Midoriya almost felt guilty as he laughed. "Me and you will work on getting that batter out of the floor before we help her, cupcakes." "Oh, meanie." The girl pouted, presumably sticking her tongue out at him. The three got to work, though he did give them one last look, a much softer smile on his face. "I do appreciate the gesture though. I love you, both of you." Part 6, Itsuka Kendo. It really was annoying how cold it had been getting lately. The short walk just from the 1B dorm to the 1A dorm alone made Midoriya's hair stand on end, to the point he couldn't see Kendo and Tokage as much as he wanted to. He was on his way back, probably for the only visit he'd be able to do that week, where the three of them had just chilled together on 1B's couch watching some stuff and essentially playing hide and seek from Monoma. Before he'd began his walk though, into the cold rain, his red-headed girlfriend had run off and come back with a hoodie of hers, offering it to him, seeing as he didn't have much protection from the cold. Normally he would refuse, but if he did he knew he'd have to convince Todoroki to heat him up when he got back, and the heterochromatic teen charged for that. Midoriya chuckled as he put his hands into the pockets. As if he needs more money, then again with endeavor. Shaking his head as he walked, he felt his hand brush against something plastic. Curiosity getting the better of him, he pulled it out only to find a fairly old MP3 player. Normally, as he walked into his dorm and got a kiss on the cheek from a passing Baitsuyu, he would just put it back and forget about it. But as the screen flickered to life automatically, he'd seen something that had caught his attention. One of the playlists was simply labeled Midoriya. He couldn't exactly resist the temptation that arose from seeing that. Heading up to his room, he closed his door behind him and fished out a pair of dog-ear headphones Ishido bought him as a joke after his birthday. Plugging them on, he set it to automatic and let the first song begin to play as he looked through the playlist. He was surprised when drums started pounding in his ears and a guitar started to play, indicating the first song to be a rock song. Then he grinned as he saw what it was, though a part of him couldn't help but think it might have been more appropriate for someone like Kirishima. Rising up back on the street. Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You trade your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight dash. Skipping to the next song, he laughed to himself. Well, I guess it fits. Never giving up and all that. However, in his own opinion, the one that played next was much more fitting if that was the message one wanted to get across about the teen. Perhaps in a much more fitting style as well. Like a small boat. On the ocean. Sending big waves. Into motion. Like how a single word can make a heart open. I might only have one match. But I can make an explosion. And all those things I didn't say. Wrecking ball inside my brain. I will scream them loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. Smiling at that one, he looked out the window and his smile only grew more when he saw his tall red-headed girlfriend bolting down the street to his dorms. Guess she's realized what she missed. I'd feel guilty but... Still smiling to himself, he skipped to another song and felt that smile falter as this one hit much closer to home in some ways. Let's paint a picture. You're in class. The teacher writes the notes too fast. And there's a boy who sits in back. Who's too afraid to raise his hand. And ask if she can slow it down. So nervously he looks around. Can't bear to stand out in the crowd. And he's only gotten half the notes now. The school bell rings and he feels deflated. He looks at his hand, he should have raised it. His biggest fear, he should have faced it. And now he's lost inside the pages. He might be there but you'd never notice. Got a lot to say but he's soft-spoken. He's a book that just isn't open. A tiny ripple in a stormy ocean. Glassman, Mr. Glassman. Glassman. Mr. Glassman. He's really soft-spoken. You never notice glass unless it's broken. He tried to ignore the little wet spot in his eyes at that one. It definitely fit, he had to commend her on that much. He was silently writing down the titles of a few of them to look up later as well. He took out his headphones as he played the fourth and final one, hearing Kendo scrambling up the stairs at the same time. If he had to guess, he could only assume this song was more meant for the two of them together. Get out your guns, battle's begun. Are you a saint or a sinner? If love's a fight, then I shall die. With my heart on a trigger. They say before you start a war, you better know what you're fighting for. Well baby, you are all that I adore. If love is what you need, a soldier I will be. I'm an angel with a shotgun. Fighting till the war's won. I don't care if heaven won't take me back. I'll throw away my faith, babe, just to keep you safe. Don't you know you're everything I have? And I wanna live, not just survive, tonight. Finally the door swung open and the greenette turned with an amused, teasing grin to his taller girlfriend, seeing the look of panic in her eyes. Shaking his head, he silently got up and wrapped his arms around her, which she slowly returned in confusion. I guess you saw then? She asked, and he just nodded with a small laugh. Izuku grumbled. That's seriously embarrassing. It was something I'd more expect from Kyo, but I'm not complaining, he said, squeezing tight before letting go and taking a seat again. As he saw the crimson color of his face, he understood why the others enjoyed teasing him for just a moment. I love it, Izuku. Well, that's good, I guess. Can I get my hoodie back now? She asked, rubbing her arm with a small smile, and the one for all user threw it over, handing over the actual MP3 player much more carefully. As he did, he realized he'd yet to give her a nickname yet. Thanks, Izuku. No problem, Rock, he said with a teasing grin, and at her confused look prepared to be hit by whatever the girl could first grab. Trying to come up with nicknames for everyone. Seeing as how that rock-paper-scissors match went down, and you chose Rock. There was silence for a moment, before an all-might pillow was thrown in the boy's face, making him laugh, while his girlfriend just stuck her tongue out. That's what you get, Fracture. Okay, that was fair. Part 7, Melissa Shield and Mei Hatsum. Clang, clang, clang. Midoriya scrolled past lame joke after lame joke as Melissa and Mei hammered away at some contraption the two were working on together in their spare time. The green net was there both to visit them and to keep the two from blowing each other up by accident. The two got along well, but also distracted each other easily and typically made more mistakes than normal. Izuku had a suspicion at least one of them had a crush on the other, but he decided not to bring it up. When they weren't likely to be labeled as the cause of death on each other's epitaphs though, the greenette was entertaining the two himself. A shared love between the two inventors was horrible jokes. What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a unicycle and a poorly dressed man on a bike? He started the 10th joke, grinning as he winced at the punchline. Melissa looked up expectantly while Mei grabbed a drill. I don't know, what's the difference? The blonde asked, moving her face a bit further away from the contraption. A tire. The greenette snorted, unable to keep a straight face. Somewhere off to the side he heard Power Loader groan, and the three laughed amongst themselves. I think my quirk's backlash hurts less than some of these punchlines. And that's why they're great. Mei laughed in a sing-song voice, drilling at a part of the machine. A moment later a small burst of smoke blew out and a bang resounded through the room, only for the two inventors scrambled to fix the mistake while Midoriya just quietly shook his head. Miscalculated energy output. That could have ended badly if we kept working. Midoriya tensed. How badly? Wipe out Japan badly. The pink-haired girl said nonchalantly, and the one for all user could only sigh. I can see the headlines now. He teased, gesticulating with his hands. Japan taken down by blonde bombshell. Huh. Well, Melissa is blonde, you blow everything up and you're both incredibly attractive. He laughed, blushing lightly along with the American girl while the other inventor just grinned. So I'd say it's a pretty fitting nickname for the two of you together. Oh, so what do you have for us alone then, Deku? Melissa asked, curious, and his blush worsened. Well, nothing right now I can say in polite company, was all he remarked, not noticing Power Loader snapping his pencil in half upon hearing that comment, while the American walked up to him and placed a kiss on his cheek with a teasing grin of her own. Well then I'll just have to hear them later tonight then. Could you maybe not be so blatant about being horny teenagers right in front of me? Two students I thought I could trust to be sensible. The two quickly flushed at that and pulled the apart, talking at the same time. Sorry, sir. Great, now you guys can focus on making babies with me again, Mei said, clapping her hands. Midoriya could swear she knew exactly what she was doing as her teacher groaned. Part 8, Setsuna Tokage. I swear I lost it around here somewhere. Setsuna said as she walked in front of Izuku, smiling quietly as the two looked around. At the moment, the green-haired girl was missing her left arm entirely, as the two looked around the school halls for it. This is ridiculous. Midoriya questioned with a smirk, knowing full well the game she was playing at. He figured it out not too long ago, and was just waiting for the right moment to bring it up. This is the 6th time, Setsuna. How do you lose an arm anyways? Well, do you want a list? She asked with a grin, looking back that got a little more teasing as she met his eyes. I'll warn you now though, some are a little personal. Midoriya sighed. Well, guess I can add you to the list of people who use their quirks in the bedroom. Well, I mean if you have option. She shrugged. I'm just glad Mina isn't one of them. He shuddered, not wanting to think about that potential experience. Looking towards the 1B classroom, he saw a flesh-colored object sticking out near the teacher's desk. Found it. Ah, great. The girl said, sounding more disappointed than happy with his quick find, while he picked it up. I guess, don't need more help now. Yeah, now you can just float it back and let it reattach like your quirk lets you do. He said with a smirk, and the 1BS girls went wide, as she suddenly resembled a deer caught in headlights. Kinda weird you can lose a limb at all using that. Plead the fifth? We're Japanese, Jigsaw. He rolled his eyes as he walked over to her. He lightly hit her on the shoulder with her own arm before pulling her into a hug. Not American. If you want to spend time with me, just say in future, sweetie. Did you really think you needed to come up with a random reason? Well, I mean we're all so busy with hero work and you seem busier than everyone. You do so much. She explained nervously, only to be cut off with a kiss from Midoriya, which she leaned into it. I'm never too busy to make time for the people I love. He said simply, pulling back and smiling brightly at the girl's own happy smile. So just ask in future, okay? Okay. So, how about watching a movie at my dorm then? Yeah, that sounds fun. She nodded as the two separated and took off together towards the dorms. Oh, by the way, Jigsaw? Ah, well, you're like a jigsaw puzzle. You know you come in pieces and can be put back together. Also, no offense, sweetie, but your quirk is to literally take off parts of your body. That's gonna remind me of horror movies no matter what. You know what, fair. She laughed, linking her hand with his. Still, this coming from the... What was it? Broccoli's sunshine child. Well, I mean I've been called asparagus, peas, and a cinnamon roll as well. He shrugged as they walked. So, any suggestions for what to watch? Well, seeing as you want to compare me to a horror movie and call me Jigsaw, I know exactly what we should watch. I regret every decision I've made up until now. That was how they found out Midoriya really didn't do well with horror films. It was also how the green-haired girl ended up sleeping in his room for the first time. After all, the least she could do to help him stave off any paranoia was snuggle with him throughout the night. She didn't detach her limbs around him for a month following that, but at least the two started hanging out more. If anyone even seemed like they were going to mention horror near the boy now though, the girl would jump in and clamp their mouths shut immediately just to be safe. Momo yawned, rubbing her eye as she traversed the halls of the dorms. It was Christmas Eve and for the most part, everyone was sleeping soundly in their rooms. The creation girl simply found herself struggling to sleep though. The cold air piercing her room caused problems, as her body naturally started trying to create objects as the sensation provided a feeling of warmth. It was a consistent problem during the winter, so without a certain adorable, unfairly attractive cinnamon roll to hold in her sleep, she was awakened by radiators pouring out her legs onto her floor. How her sleeping mind recalled the exact structure would be a mystery for a while to come. She had been on her way to the kitchen to get a drink and maybe a small snack to make up for the lost lipids when a rustling noise and light cursing caught her attention. Confused, she slowly looked around the corner ready to create a pole to defend herself just in case when she saw a familiar mop of green hair. Midoriya sat on his knees, leaned over something and letting out a noise of irritation. Seriously, 8 billion people and millions of years of civilization and we can't come up with something easier than wrapping paper? Momo giggled lightly, her boyfriend looking like a confused and irritable puppy as he continued to fight with whatever was in his grasp. Suddenly he fell back, with a thud and Momo flinched before bursting out into laughter at the sight before her. Somehow, Midoriya had managed to get himself wrapped up instead. Hearing her laughter he looked over to her and his face went bright red. Momo, what are you dash? Rip. Oh god dang it. The boy sighed, and the raven-haired girl just grinned as she walked over and helped him out. He crossed his arms when he finally did, looking away. Thanks. he said quietly, looking like a pouting child. It was hilarious and adorable. Momo leaned over, placing a kiss on his cheek and getting his attention. So what are you doing anyways? Silence. The boy looked away embarrassed and the girl's smile grew. Wrapping presents? 3 guesses who for? Midoriya said, starting to smile himself. He'd already done hers so he didn't have to worry about her seeing. All might and all might. The taller girl replied, making the greenette roll his eyes. In all seriousness, do you want some help, Midoriya? It's easier when 2 people work on it. You're sure? He asked, not wanting to drag her in, and she nodded, placing her head on his shoulder with a soft smile. I'm sure. Any excuse to spend time with you is good enough for me. Part 2, Toru Hagakure. The present wrapping with Momo wasn't the only adventure that was had that night. Hagakure snuck through the halls, bolting across the school grounds, partially regretting her idea. She, Tsu, Satu and Ojiro had ended up in a conversation about how they should really show Aizawa some appreciation for Christmas considering all he'd done for them, even if he could be abrasive. The man would likely just try to stop anyone delivering him gifts directly though, as that was just the sort of person he was, so Hagakure had decided to deliver a present to the classroom the night before, so he had no way to refuse it. Unfortunately, she forgot to account for the weather and the fact she was running completely naked through snowy, freezing grounds. The bruises she got on her feet for her effort were also pretty unwelcome from the pebbly ground. Still, eventually she reached the school and by a sheer slide of luck, one of the windows was left open for her to clamber through. Once she got up the stairs, she sighed happily as she felt warmth from some radiators still left on. She couldn't stay to warm up for long though, lest she got caught. So she hurried along, not taking long at all to find Class 1's classroom. To her surprise though, the door was already open. The present slipped from her hands, making a bang and alerting whoever was inside to her presence. She quickly dove away from her present and hid in the room, hiding in plain sight. She expected Aizawa or another teacher to come out and look, but instead she heard a shuffling from above. She looked up and to her complete surprise she saw Midoriya in pitch-black clothing, hiding on the roof. What the? After a couple moments of silence, the boy let out a sigh of relief, assuming the danger had passed and his body lit up with the glow of his quirk. He leapt down and landed on one of the walls, flipping of it and landing on his feet in a show of acrobatics that would impress even Azui and Ishido. It was at this point the invisible girl realized her boyfriend was holding a few whiteboard pens. She quietly moved back as he walked up to the board, and Hagakure let out a quiet gasp, unheard by the greenette as she saw what was on the whiteboard. A bunch of messages, all addressed to each member of the class, with alternating styles of handwriting so it couldn't be pinpointed who done it. As Midoriya continued to write messages, Hagakure began to what he'd already written. Aoyama, like always, you bring a sparkle to this class, and a sparkle to this Christmas. Ishido, with your gorgeous eyes and perfect skin, you draw way more attention than any Christmas tree ever could. Azui, to be blunt, you're one of the best. Part of the reason why this class is better than the rest. Ida, stern as you may be, you're still one of the bested friends anyone could ask for. Thanks for keeping the rest of us alive, even if we make it difficult. Uraraka, just looking at you makes me feel like I'm floating, and talking to you fills me with so much joy it's hard to believe it experience any other emotion ever again. Ojiro, you're an honorable person, and in my opinion a looker at that. Ignore anyone who says you're plain, 'cause you're way better than that. Suddenly, the next one took quite a turn and it took all the invisible girl's willpower not to laugh and draw attention to herself. Kaminari, if you stick your D in a toaster, you're going to suffer the consequences, even if you can conduct electricity. You're lucky you're super hot. Huh? Midoriya found some of the boys attractive. Kirishima, as hard as it is, even for me, not to make a sect joke, I will say you are one of the most attractive people this side of Japan, in personality and looks. Keep at it, 'cause no one is manlier than. Koda, you're as sweet as the bunnies you speak to, as cute as the baby birds you sing to, and are an all-around bundle of joy. Never forget that. Satu, with all the sugar you down, it's no wonder you're a sweetheart. Shoji, 6 arms, perfect for holding people close. Ignore anyone who says you look scary, because I think you're just a big warm teddy bear inside. Jiru, I know you can hear my heartbeat when we talk, it goes a million miles a minute. But how could I help it when talking to someone so pretty and amazing? Zero, you don't need tape to hold people, I'm sure anyone would be happy to be held in your arms. Tokoyami, brood all you want, you will never be anything other than the amazing but still adorable badass to me. Todoroki, when you're not around, my heart goes cold, but when you come back it sets on fire, it's so warm. The girl did let out a little gasp as she finally saw hers, and she couldn't help it as she began to walk towards her boyfriend. Hagakure, I don't need to see you to know you're beautiful. I don't need to hear you to know you are kind. All I need is to know you, because there is no girl better. Without thinking, she wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him, causing him to yelp in surprise and accidentally launch the pen he was holding. Sorry. She apologized, quickly backing off the green-net whirled around, blushing with a look of surprise. Hagakure? What are you doing here? He asked, clutching his chest. Then, his face morphed to one of concern and he looked over where he presumed her to be. Wait, are you naked? Yeah, she said, and the boy's blush grew a tiny bit, but he just sighed and walked forward, wrapping her in a tight hug. He had gotten used to seeing them all in little clothing or none. Especially Hagakure. Hey, she had it easiest to sneak past the teachers. Of course she had the most fun. You could get frostbite. Or pneumonia. He fretted, planting a kiss on her head and holding her tight. He then pulled back with a thoughtful expression. Hang on, I'll be right back. Before she could say anything, he took off down the halls using his quirk. He was moving fast enough to outpace Ida, so she knew she didn't stand a chance of catching him. She quickly wandered over, taking the present she'd left outside onto Aizawa's desk before examining the board once more. She let out an amused snort as she realized what the green-net had written for the two most disliked members of Class 1A. Bakugu, you haven't killed us. What more could we ask for? Mineta, you helped. At some point, somewhere, think, maybe. Shaking her head, she realized that Aizawa had a message as well as Momo. Momo, when I heard you could create almost anything, I didn't know it included all these feelings you've given me, but I'd never trade them for anything. Aizawa, for a hobo, you make a good teacher. Clearly, she realized as she read some of these messages, the girls were starting to have a bit of an effect on him. She certainly wasn't complaining. However, she did frown as she realized the green-net didn't have a message for himself. While he was still gone, Hagakure picked up one of the pens and started to write. Midoriya, you are the sweetest and most adorable of any of us, and we're all lucky to just be in the same country as you, never mind your friends and lovers. Never change because you are the greatest thing on this planet. She smiled as she stood back, placing the pen down and saw the light that indicated the green-net had just returned. She looked over and smiled as she realized he'd gone to one of the gyms to borrow clothes for her. She thanked him, throwing them on quickly and pulling him along to walk, explaining why she was there. As they made their way back, she held on to him the entire time, occasionally planting kisses on his cheek and just holding him. He was the purest thing on this earth, the greatest gift at any time of year, and she'd never let him go. They had to combine their efforts to sneak back, but they managed to get back safely, assuming they had outwitted the teachers when neither got in trouble. Aizawa, however, was watching from a distance, a more normal smile on his face as he watched them leave the classroom. He could overlook the curfew breaking, he thought as he contemplated the whiteboard, just this once. It was Christmas after all. He'd certainly have to try to get them some proper stealth training though, they weren't quite as sharp as they thought. Aside from the teacher and the two students, it was a mystery to where the messages came from. A mystery that still wasn't solved when it happened again the following 2 years either. But no one complained, 'cause a few Christmas compliments were always welcomed by them all. Kyokager, I can't believe you are actually getting me to sing a song like this. Please, Melody? Izuku asked with those damnable puppy dog eyes of his. Forget any girls ever using it usually, Izuku could bring down armies with his beautiful orbs. It would make me really happy. Fine, but only because I love you. Gyru smiled softly as she began a much more soft and mainstream kind of song than she and her green-haired boyfriend would have lined up. With an overly dramatic sigh, she pressed play and began to sing as an acoustic guitar began to play. You can be the peanut butter to my jelly. You can be the butterflies I feel in my belly. You can be the captain and I can be the first mate. You can be the chills that I feel on our first date. Her arms were wrapped delicately around the greenette's neck as she sat in his lap, facing him and leaning in so their foreheads touched and their breathing between the singing practically became one. Suddenly his own arms around her waist tightened, pulling her that little bit closer as a teasing grin came onto his face and he began to sing himself. You can be the hero and I can be the sidekick. You can be the tear that I cry if we ever split. You can be the rain from the cloud when it's stormin'. Or you can be the sun when it shines in the mornin'. After dating for months, Gyru felt she was getting better with flirting and teasing and not becoming too much a blushing mess at times, but the second she heard the first line from where he took over in his verse, her face went crimson as realization struck why he'd wanted to do this song specifically. Nothing was more important to Izuku than heroes. When they'd all gotten into this beautiful crazy arrangement, the purple-haired girl fully believed heroes would still rank higher if only barely than relationships to the greenette. The smile on his face made it just how clearly wrong she was, and God did that make her feel so happy on the inside. A soft smile came onto her face as she pressed the quickest of kisses onto his lips before their eyes met, gleaming with love and passion as they both sung the next part. Don't know if I could ever be without you, 'cause boy girl you complete me. And in time I know we'll both see that we're all we'll need. Gyru's arms tightened on her boyfriend as she began to push forward just enough that they started to move back. No wall to stop them falling, but neither tried to as they came to the ground, noses touching and NTMD gazes growing more intense. Whether they intended to or not, the next verse had more passion in it than either of them had put into any song before. You're the apple to my pie. You're the straw to my berry. You're the smoke to my high. And you're the one I want to marry. They didn't get a chance to get into the chorus, as Gyru hit her limit with those words and leaned in, kissing Izuku passionately, which he happily returned. They never went back to singing. They knew the rest of the song and they knew they meant every word, even if at their first meeting neither would have expected it. She pulled away for just a moment to catch her breath and they shared a smile. I love you, Izuku. I love you too, Kyoka. So much. Closing her eyes with bliss, she set her head down on his chest and let him pull her in closer. Momo yais. I still think Goku deserves to be the better fighter of the two. Izuku argued, Momo beside him with crossed arms while they walked down the empty hall of the dorm. I'm not saying Vegeta doesn't deserve anything, but it makes for a better dynamic if he's the one who more or less gives up on fighting in between arcs. They had been doing exercises the last PRD of class and the two had been the first team up, and when they won they were allowed to go straight back to the dorms while the losing team was made to stay behind to be assessed. Aside from the fact this meant Momo and Izuku got to spend some time together intimately, it also meant they got to talk about things the taller girl would sometimes feel embarrassed over if she was to be overheard. Now though, they were allowed to talk about the ideas they had for a show they had been enjoying together for a while now. Though admittedly, they did have varying opinions on how it handled the two main characters. But Vegeta really needs an actual win at this rate, and not a throwaway. Besides, I think it would be much more compelling to see what could even make Goku of all people give up fighting. Plus. Yes. The greenette inquired with a teasing smirk on his face. Almost every time they went down this rabbit hole, the girl had one argument much weaker than the rest that she still clung to all the time. What else? He has cooler attacks. She admitted, looking away with a blush. It's as much about visual as story as well in an anime. I mean I guess, but nothing beats that Kaioken. The smaller of the two said with a happy laugh, happy to have someone to discuss such a random topic with. It didn't hurt they were drop-dead gorgeous. You just like it because it reminds you of your own quirk. Quick powerful power-up that could break you. Sound familiar? Momo teased herself, managing to make her short boyfriend blush. Then she suddenly pulled him closer to her in a side hug as they finally reached the raven-haired teen's room. I just adore this shade of red on your face, you know. It just adds to how cute you are. Well, at least you enjoy it. He grumbled into her arm before smirking. Still, I know how to make you admit Goku's moves are cooler. I will never. The creation teen said with an overly shocked gasp of mock offense. The greenette's smirk grew as his hands suddenly slipped to the girl's waist. Oh God, Izuku no. And then he began tickling her without mercy. No ho ho esti sup. I wahahahal not submehate. Say it. No. Say it. Murhahasi. No mercy for the beautiful. Say it. Fihane. He let go. Goku's moves are cooler. With that, he graciously let her go with a massive sheet-eating grin while she leaned against the wall and caught her breath. She glared at him, but the small smile she tried to hide betrayed her joy. You are so mean when you want to be. Well, I know a hero shouldn't commit evil deeds, but if the result is hearing your angelic laughter, then it is completely worth it. He said matter-of-factly, making the woman blush. Still, no kisses or snuggles for you now, she said with a smirk, moving in and closing the door behind her. Izuku cursed mentally before standing at the door and silently pouting. Even without her seeing it though, he knew she was aware of what he was doing. No, you won't dissuade me this time. His pout grew and his eyes shined. Then the door swung open and a hand yanked him inside. Oh God dang it, get in here you. You're mine tonight for that stunt instead, so you better bring all your love. I already did, because it would be a sin not to when I'm with you. Achiko Uraraka and Tsuyu Azui. You know, sometimes I wish I could show my 4-year-old self what he had to look forward to. Izuku spoke up suddenly from his spot on the couch, where his arms were cursed around 2 different sets of shoulders. Uraraka was laying across practically her entire half of the couch, head resting on Izuku's chest as she let out content breaths. On his other side, Azui sat more normally with her head resting on his shoulders. Why is that? Karo. His frog-like girlfriend pondered, placing a sleepy finger to her chin like she often did. It was one of her cutest tics, and the sleepiness that always cropped up whenever she snuggled with him in a warmer room for too long only added to it. You guys remember I told you I was a late bloomer? He asked, and they both gave tired nods. He hummed to himself for a moment, making sure he was ready before continuing. He wanted to bring this up bit by bit with each girl, and as his 2 oldest friends it seemed best to start with them. He decided to start with a simple mistruth he could correct later that would let him go into more detail without giving away anything he wasn't yet ready to or allowed to. I actually have a physical defect. He began, lifting his left foot lazily. You know the pinky thing they check to see if you have a quirk? I still have the 2 joints. Wait, really? Asked Uraraka as her eyes presumably widened and she lifted her head to look up to him at the reveal. So then, I was diagnosed as quirkless because of my quirk not showing up until much later. I know Kakens used some colorful language to describe our old school, but unlike normally I think he actually means it. I definitely would, to be completely honest. I'm sorry. Ribbit. Azui said, even though she had nothing to apologize for as she buried her head deeper into his neck. Both seemed to understand the implication of the 2 reveals back to back. It wasn't hard to figure out with how quirkless people were often treated. I wish we could have been there for you. Yeah, you're so much more than just your power, Deku. You're the kindest, sweetest, most compassionate and amazing boy I've ever met. Uraraka said with vigor, nuzzling into his chest like her life depended on it. I love you. Me too, Ribbit. I would have made sure you got the love you deserved, if I could have. Ribbit. Azui's hand moved to grab the greenette's own that was holding her shoulder to give it a tight squeeze, and he just let out a small happy sigh of relief, smiling all the while. Thank you. I love you, Muffin Princess. He said simply, placing gentle kisses on their heads back to back. Suddenly the frog girl let out an uncharacteristic snicker. Hee hee, Muffin Princess. She muttered aloud, eyes closing on her boyfriend's shoulders. Achiko and Izuku shared a look before both cooing with content grins. God, she's so adorable when she's tired. The brunette muttered with a dopey smile of her own. Her face blushed a little and she suddenly made a confession of her own to her best friend and lover. You know, I think if it hadn't have worked out between us for some reason, I think I'd go to Tsu next. Not saying she's a consolation prize or anything obviously, or that I'm not happy, but dash. I get it, Muffin, Izuku said, before his eyes widened and he booped the girl's nose out of nowhere. So that's what the muffin button was. Huh. Never mind, just thinking aloud. And yeah, I understand what you mean. To be honest, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't kinda crushing on her right now. Uraraka admitted shyly, looking away for a moment. She's just so pretty and nice and… Suddenly the girl stopped, head whipping around, and Midoriya followed his gaze before chuckling. Azui hadn't been asleep at all this whole time despite appearances and was now reaching over him to grab Ochiko's arm. A moment of silence passed as they waited to see who would react first, before finally the frog girl leaned over her boyfriend and planted a delicate kiss on the brunette's forehead, making her blush bright. "I'm happy to be your princess as well, Ribbit," she said with a soft croak, and once she regained her composure, Uraraka practically launched over the boy to get to Azui, planting a more genuine kiss on her lips which the frog girl didn't fight. "And I want to be your muffin," she said softly, making Izuku grin. Of the many things he loved about his relationship, he wasn't sure anything quite compared to the moments of absolute joy that occurred when he was privy to seeing his gorgeous girlfriends find love in one another as much as him. "Stealing my nicknames, huh?" he asked teasingly, and both girls give him unashamed looks with nods. "Yes, but, well, we could always pay you back," Uraraka said, eyes becoming half-lidded and making the greenette's own go wide. She was the one person who had never initiated anything beyond a kiss so far herself. It had always been natural NTMT sessions, so this came out of nowhere. Then she started to laugh and he rolled his eyes. Just when he thought it was over, however, a hand slipped under his shirt. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to celebrate together. And that was how they learned. Of the three of them, Azui was definitely the most forward. Her reasoning, though, was about as pure as could be. "I want to make sure you both know I love you as much as possible, Ribbit." Maybe he wouldn't let his 4-year-old self see this part? Pony Tsunatori. Izuku wasn't sure what to think when he'd received the first letter. It had been an early morning as he woke up and pressed a kiss onto Itsuka and Ochiko's face, both girls having joined him last night and fallen asleep with him. He'd be worried about a lecture, but sometimes he was pretty sure the teachers were actively trying to make him and his girlfriends spend more time together with the amount of things they tended to let slide. Maybe it was a result of his friendly relationship with Midnight. Either way, he certainly wasn't complaining as he smiled and began to throw on his usual morning workout clothes. As he did, though, he noticed a bit of paper sat on the floor of his balcony, making him raise a brow. He didn't remember any of them walking out there last night. Out of curiosity, he pulled open the door and picked up the parchment that was rolled up, unraveling it to reveal a message. To Izuku. Hello. I'm rather nervous to be sharing this with you, but I have to. The thought of telling this to you one-on-one is even more worrying if I mess this up, in case I were to be rejected in front of so many of my friends or to cause rifts between me and your lovers. It's my hope that this relationship of yours is a good sign that I have a chance, though. I just need to tell you, you have the most vibrant eyes I've ever seen, and the most blinding smile anyone has ever given. I hope one day I can see that smile every day. An admirer. Fracture? Itsuka's sleepy voice pulled the greenette's attention back to his bed, where he had to resist the urge to coo at his best friend nuzzling deep into the redhead's chest in her sleepy state. Why is the balcony open? It's cold. Sorry. He chuckled, walking back in and closing the door behind him. I found something interesting. Look at this. It's got some English words in places for some reason. He handed it over, waiting with bated breath for his girlfriend to finish reading. When she did, her eyes lit up to his surprise and a massive grin came onto her face. Well, aren't you turning out to be the real Romeo type? The redhead just laughed, gently nudging the brunette in her arms awake. Hey Ochiko, look at this. The brunette mumbled intelligently as the paper was shoved in her face. Tiredly she grabbed it, reading it over before a small laugh escaped her throat. I'm starting to think everyone has a crush on Deku. So, what do you guys think I should do about it? He asked, rubbing the back of his neck and almost in sync, his girlfriends rolled their eyes. Izuku, the answer is going to be the same every time more or less. Itsuka said, walking over to him, making him blush as she was barely covered, and threw her arms around him, pulling him into a tight hug. This is an interesting situation for us all, but we just want you to be happy, okay? We're going to say go ahead pretty much every time, as long as you don't suddenly bring in that toga girl or something. What she said. Achiko hummed, stretching and climbing out of bed herself, looking adorable in the oversized all-might hoodie she had stolen from Izuku to sleep in. I didn't really expect this when I realized I had a crush on you, but I've never been happier. Maybe just let us know ahead of time if you want to add someone instead of making them wait for an almost guaranteed yes. Are you sure? I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable or unhappy, the brunette said, getting a kiss on the cheek and a smile from his red-headed girlfriend. And that's why we aren't worried. This is something we've actually been talking about with the other girls, so don't worry about it, okay? She said, before snickering. As for your secret admirer, I think I know who it is, but you're going to have to figure that out for yourself. Izuku pouted playfully, getting a small pinch on his cheek for the effort and a giggle from his best friend as she began walking towards the bathroom. Don't you have to do your morning run, Deku? His eyes widened. Oh crap. Love you too, see you later. I'll let you know what I find out after school. With that he shot off, making his lovers laugh at his expense. That dork is too cute for his own good. Yup. The second letter appeared when he had been walking back from the cafeteria later that same day, his belly full and his mind rejuvenated with a want to learn. Plus class time meant time he got to spend at least near to 6 of his girlfriends, so that was a pretty big bonus. He'd made it most of the way back when he'd felt something hit his head at speed, causing him to whirl around only to find no one there but another letter bunched up on the ground. With an inquisitive hum, he picked it up and quickly began to read as a smile began to spread on his face. To Izuku. Did you see my previous letter? Is it too soon to send another? I hope I'm not being too insistent. I'm just hopeful you liked it. I saw you not far from my table in the cafeteria earlier. You were laughing at something Mina said and you reminded me of an angel. That feels silly, but it's true. Your hair also looked very soft. I'd really like to just lay my own head against it. An admirer. It felt nice to receive this kinds of compliments, and his smirk grew as he looked up, noting he was standing outside 1B's classroom. The letter had the same few slips into English as the first one, and it was starting to give him an idea of who was sending these lovely messages. He'd wait until he had one last letter though to be sure. Izuku held in his hand the third and potentially final letter from his secret admirer as he walked into the 1B dormitories 2 days later. Not the last because he'd want them to stop, but because he could hopefully make it so the sender didn't need to hide behind pens and paper. He ignored the immediate mocking laughter of one Nito Monoma who was swiftly knocked out by his red-headed girlfriend, before she walked over to him with a knowing smirk, planting a kiss on his cheek. Hi babe. Figure it out. Yeah, I think so. He smiled, walking over to the common room where he saw a few of the boys and girls of the class watching the TV. Hey guys. Yo. Hey dude. Oh hello Midoriya. Most of the residents of 1B, not including Monoma, had slowly but surely warmed up to the 1A student over time since he started dating their class president, most finding they actually rather enjoyed his company, rare though it was. Setsuna, who was sat in the middle of them all, shot up with a delighted gaze, climbing over her friends and pulling her boyfriend into a hug before planting a kiss on his lips, making most of the boys roll their eyes. Ibra Shizuki, the closest girl, pulled a face that seemed to be somewhere between confusion and, it was hard to tell if it was disgust or concern. Either way, Izuku wasn't quite sure what to make of it. You need something, sweetie? His jigsaw girlfriend asked with a small smirk, and he nodded with a smile of his own. Yeah, sorry I can't stay long. Mr. Aizawa wants me to run a few errands for him, but before I do, I actually need to talk with Tsunatori. Do you know where she is? He asked, tilting his head slightly as he raised a brow. Before Setsuna could answer, however, she was suddenly pulled away by Shiozaki, who used a vine to rather testily point him towards the gardens. She's in there. She said, simply, frown on her face, making it rather clear she'd rather he just got on with his business. Izuku frowned but nodded, muttering a quick thanks and heading off. Shio! What the heck was that? He heard Itsuka ask, irritation clearly laced in his tone, but he didn't hear the reply as he walked out into the garden, finding Pony Tsunotori sat on a bench while on her phone, laughing at something on it. Hi! He announced his presence with a small smile, making her jump as she looked up in surprise, before her eyes widened. Midoriya? What are you doing here? She asked, accent coming on thick as she said his name. He just continued to smile, gesturing to the spot beside her, and she scooted over, letting him sit down. Well, I think you may as well call me Izuku. That's what you've been calling me in your letters, right? He asked, fighting back a small snicker at the look in her eyes. She knew she'd been caught. Still, she looked away even as her face burned with a red blush. I don't know what you are talking about, she said, slipping into her native language. Izuku just put a hand on her knee with a small blush of his own, before unraveling the letter. Really? You know, it's a good thing I'm one of the top students in English class, at least in 1A, so I could understand that, he said with a small smile, watching the girl shifted a bit. She looked so adorable with that nervous energy and small blush on her cheeks. I think you slip into English when you get nervous. Am I right? Yes. She gave up, rubbing her arm. He put a hand on her arm, getting her to look up as he fixed her with a reassuring smile. I thought so. These letters, they kept turning to English, and the author of them was clearly nervous. He explained, watching as realization settled in the blonde's eyes. Here, this one for example. To Izuku. I saw a rabbit today. Its tail was so fluffy and its ears were so floppy. It even came over to me and nuzzled my hand. When it started eating though and it started twitching its head, I realized something. It reminded me of you. Soft, friendly to someone it didn't even know, and its nervous energy. Very adorable. I wish I could feed you like I feed that rabbit, or maybe you could feed me. Is that weird? I like the thought of caring for one another. An admirer. If the English words like twitching and adorable weren't clues enough, the feeding part was. He explained softly, hesitantly placing a hand on her head, which she seemed to lean into as soon as she realized what he intended to do. He started giving her head pats. Because your quirk gives you small little desires like that, doesn't it? Yes. She nodded, nuzzling her head into the hand. It feels good. I like the affection. Is it bad for me to want to date you? There are already others dating you. No, it's all right. I'd like you to be a part of this, he assured, gently taking the 1B girl's hand with a happy smile. You made it pretty clear what you want in your letters. Would you like this, Tsunotori? I've already talked with the others and they would be happy to have you join. Yes, please, she said, almost shaky smile on her face as she leaned into him, nuzzling against his chest. It surprised him, but he wasn't complaining. I want to be one of your girlfriends. Izuku smiled as that warm feeling that appeared every time the situation cropped up spread throughout him again. That content smile on his face embodied everything he loved about his romantic situation nowadays, that pure happiness. He'd do all he could to protect it. It's Pony, by the way, she said, looking up to him with those adorable big blue eyes as she suddenly began laying in his lap. Not that he was complaining at all. I prefer my first name. Then just keep calling me Izuku, Pony. He smirked, trying to resist the urge to boop her nose. It was so tempting. Out of curiosity, why exactly are you into me? Even now with a double-digit amount of girlfriends, that felt weird to say. Think you're cute and nice, and I know we don't know each other a lot, but everything I do know about you made you seem so great. She began explaining, making him blush. I guess I started developing a small crush. I'm excited, but is it bad we don't know each other more? I don't think so. Izuku hummed, petting her head. She clearly seemed nervous over this whole affair, but he couldn't really blame her. Plenty of people start at just looks, so we're beyond that at least a little. We can only get to know each other more this way. I promise I won't be offended if you change your mind early on. Want a test, Momo suggested to me though? The blonde titled her head, making her somehow look even more adorable than she already did. Imagine us, together later in life. How does that thought make you feel? Happy? To the greenette's surprise, Pony sat up and leaned forward, pressing a kiss right onto his cheek with a small blush and a smile. I'm going to take that as a yes then. He laughed, smiling with a small blush of his own. As long as that's the case, it's worth at least trying. The two shared a small laugh, neither noticing Shiozaki watching on from nearby with a small scowl, unable to hear them. Under her breath she let out a small mutter. Sinner. Mina Ishido. Izuku blushed bright as he watched Mina bend over in front of him, sticking her butt right at him, hips shaking. Did you really have to get me of all people to help you, sweetie? He asked, trying to avert his gaze even with what was basically a free invitation to stare at the girl's butt. Doesn't Jairu or Hagakure usually help with your dancing? Well yeah, but they're both busy, along with the rest of the girls. She said, getting a raised brow from her boyfriend. Oh really? So if I texted them they would say they can't come see me right now 'cause they're busy? He asked, smirking slightly as he watched his pink-skinned girlfriend realize she was caught. Or did you actually just ask me so you could embarrass me? Izuku. The girl stood straight, placing a hand to her heart in mock offense. I would never. Clearly. He said, shaking his head with a small laugh. Okay fine I did, but seriously I do need an extra pair of eyes. I need help and I love you, Mina explained, giving her best puppy dog eyes and making the greenette's heart clench. He blushed but gestured for her to continue, a small excited whoop leaving the pink-haired teen. Now keep your eyes on me. He did, even as his blush brightened like crazy as she began to sway again. However this time the analytical part of his brain took over, as he waged an internal battle with himself over a fact about himself he'd once mentally promised to never reveal to anyone. But Mina had to go and use the two key phrases to make him crack in any situation. I need help, and I love you, and he let out a sigh, walking forward and gently grabbing her shoulders to get her to stop. Okay, you're putting too much movement into the top of your body and not focusing enough on actually shaking the fat. He began to explain, unable to believe he was actually telling even one of his beloved girlfriends about this. Look, watch me. Wait, what? Izuku got into position and exactly one thought went through Ishido's mind in that moment. Izuku can twerk. Oh my god, she thought, eyes bugging out as a blush formed on her own face and she watched the boy begin a surprisingly skilled routine compared to what she'd seen in the past of his dancing skills. How does he keep getting more perfect? One thing was for certain. From that moment forward, the third rule of the relationship about the two curly-haired teen being the booty royalty was forever cemented as fact. And she was more than happy about it. Nijire Hadu. Izuku had been nervous when he'd gotten the summons from Aizawa to meet him during lunch, for reasons unbeknownst to him, which had him worried he'd somehow upset his homeroom teacher. So it was understandable he wasn't exactly feeling amazing as he reached his classroom, tentatively opening the door and walking inside. Sir? You wanted to see me? Problem child. His scruffy teacher greeted with tired eyes, looking up to his student. Yes. You're not in trouble, so take that look off your face. Okay? So what am I here for then, Mr. Aizawa? He asked, standing up straighter as he relaxed, face visibly showing less worry. You're aware that we don't let students leave school grounds often? The pro asked, getting a nod from the greenette. We're strict on it for all your safety, after the incident between you and Shigaraki, as well as the fact that until we know how exactly information kept getting to the villains, it's best to be able to keep an eye on everyone. Sir? Izuku asked, raising a brow. It wasn't exactly hard to figure that much out, at least if you were the one-for-all-bearer, but none of the teachers had outright admitted it yet. It won't surprise you to know that we found you're completely trustworthy, and since that is the case and you are also a sensible student who I am aware I can trust at least somewhat dash, that last part was said with a small glare, making Izuku smile nervously. It's been decided that you will be given a pass to leave school grounds freely outside of school hours. We're aware your mother lives alone and might need your help that no one else could really provide. Izuku bowed deeply with a massive grin at that news, eyes lighting up. Thank you, sir. Here. Izawa pulled up a pass, holding it out to the teen who took it with a grateful smile. Also, you can take up to 3 people with you, but you have to keep an eye on them, alright? If they need to leave your site for any reason, you let me know upon returning. I don't care if it's a 2-minute bathroom break, we need to know, alright, problem child? Yes, sir. Understood, sir, he nodded, getting a dismissive wave from the man. Great, then you're dismissed. Go see your girlfriends or whatever it is you do at this time of day. Eating, sir? Never heard of it. The man said, closing the door in his student's face. You know what, I could actually believe that. So what ya got there? A sudden excited feminine voice in Izuku's ear made him jump a mile in high skin as he whirled around, finding Nijire Hadu looking at him with curious blue eyes mere inches away from his own face. Sorry, did I scare you? Or is it just because you were talking with Izawa and you're still jumpy? Oh hey, did you always have those black roots? They look so cool with the green tips. The blue-haired third year suddenly changed to a completely different topic, having seemingly forgotten what she'd been pondering moments prior. Since I was born, he said quickly, tilting his head to the side. Izuku could have sworn he saw small sparkles in the older student's eyes. Oh, you do the head thing as well? It's so cute when I see people do it. Reminds me of puppies. Actually, you remind me of a puppy normally anyways. The girl laughed, making the first year blush. You know, 'cause you're both cute. Thank you, Hadu, he said, scratching the back of his head nervously. He'd gotten better with girls, of course. He had to with his girlfriends, but some like Nijire could quickly have him still become a blushing mess. It didn't help she was practically shoving her chest into his face with the angle she was leaning at. Were you spying on me? He asked, confused as to why she had just been there, and she nodded without a hint of remorse or shame. Yup. Why? Because I wanted to ask you something, she explained, as the two began walking away from the Greenette's classroom and towards the stairs. You're the one who has all the girlfriends, right? I am. He nodded, wondering where exactly this was going. He was kind of doubtful it would go where it usually did. After all, Nijire must have had the pick of the whole student body if she really wanted someone. What's it like? I mean, is it like a rush kind of deal? Is it better than a normal relationship? How do you deal with disputes? If 2 girls want to, but want to do it alone, how do you deal with it? Is there a set limit to how many girlfriends you're allowed to have? What about Dash? Hadu! Izuku cut her off, frowning slightly at the rudeness of it, but she didn't seem offended. You need to breathe. He could have sworn he heard all his teachers and classmates shouting, hypocrite, in the back of his mind as his mutter storms surfaced his memory. Okay, to answer your questions. It's not a rush, well it can, but that's not the point. I'm with the girls because I love them. I don't know how it compares to a normal relationship, never had one. These girls were my first experience with love and I'm always going to be grateful for that. He began explaining, keeping an eye on his older companion. He knew she didn't exactly have the biggest attention span. However, right now, he seemed to have her rapt attention. We solve disputes like most people do. It's not really affected by our relationship. That question's personal, but never had it come up so far. And no, there isn't a limit as far as I know. He finished up, looking to Nijire. Does that answer your questions, or do you want me to elaborate? Also, why exactly are you interested? No, I understood it, the girl said with a bright smile, as the two walked out into the grassy fields. Izuku wasn't exactly sure why they were walking this way, but as far as he was aware it wasn't against the rules, so he just kept pace with the third year. And I mean, how could I not be? One kid, a first year no less, pulling over 10 girlfriends and them being aware and not mad about it? Supporting it even, of course I'm curious. That's fair. The Greenette hummed, watching a frog in the nearby river hop about, smiling as his thoughts turned to Tsuyu. You had some other questions as well? I never run out of questions. The third year laughed, before a more serious gaze came onto her face. By the way, your name is Izuku, right? Midoriya? Yes, why? He asked, raising a brow and only feeling his confusion heighten as the girl threw her fist into the air victoriously. Hadu! Nijire! Just call me Nijire, I prefer that name. She said with a smile, before looking him in the eyes and making his heart jump for a moment. And yeah, I have a lot of questions. Not just about the relationship thing but also you. And your quirk as well. Like what? Izuku asked curiously, watching a massive smile appear on the third year's face. I heard you used to break your bones using your power. Is that true? Why? Oh, well it's more power than my body can handle all at once. I have to train my body to use set amounts of it, and if I go over that amount I break. He explained, watching the girl nod along. He was amazed her attention was still on him now. Oh, that makes sense. Kind of weird for a quirk though. Oh, I did have one last question about that relationship, Nijire said, surprising the greenette when she almost seemed more nervous for a moment. If there isn't a limit then, can I join? There was silence for a moment. Really? You want to date me? Izuku asked in shock, getting an enthusiastic nod from the girl. I mean. He was about to say he'd need to discuss it with the other girls, but then Kendu's words rang in his mind and a more calm smile came onto his face. I'd love to have you be a part of it, he assured, smiling even as he tilted his head to the side. Why would you want to date me though? Well, I'd be lying if I said trying the experience wasn't part of it, but also you're cute and smart and I've heard you muttering before. You remind me of myself when I was younger. She explained, surprising him with her answer. Then her eyes lit up. And also I remembered your name. That's like so difficult for me. I have too much important stuff to focus on to remember most people's names, but I remembered yours. It's like a sign. Well, then hopefully it's also a sign we'll be great together. Izuku smiled bright, only for Nijire to tap his nose at the smile with one of her own. Boop. Yeah, Mina and Toru are going to get on just fine with you. Itsuka, Kendu and Pony Tsunatori. Izuku sat in the 1B dorms, in Pony's bedroom with a warm fluffy blanket around his shoulders and said girl nuzzling into his side, holding him tight and occasionally pressing small gentle kisses onto his neck and cheek while Itsuka fiddled with the TV, trying to put on a DVD. Stupid power cable. The redhead muttered annoyed, lightly smacking the TV as she leaned over further. Just work already. Izuku couldn't help but silently agree with her, averting his eyes as the redhead had gotten used to wearing little more than a shirt and underwear around him, and with the position she was in, it wasn't a great combo to avoid embarrassment. Suddenly the machine showed a picture of a bipedal panda, with beige shorts and nothing more, with the title Kung Fu Panda on it. His red-headed girlfriend let out a small sigh of relief while Pony cheered. Finally! I love this movie! She cried excitedly, nuzzling more into her green-haired boyfriend as she did. Itsuka wore a content smile as she turned, walking to them and taking her spot on the other side of Izuku with a small chuckle. I do too, Pony. I do too. She said, shifting the blanket so it wrapped around all three of them, Izuku sliding an arm around her waist and pulling her closer. I've never seen it. Izuku admitted sheepishly, getting shocked gasps from both girls as they shifted further from him for a moment. What? Heresy. I watched a lot of more obscure stuff as a kid. He chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. I have heard it's pretty good though. It's amazing. Pony pouted, Itsuka doing the same as the two suddenly grabbed a hold of him, somehow both hugging him and forcing him to look straight forward even as Pony resumed her kissing routine. She really seemed to like giving out kisses, though Izuku most definitely was not complaining. It's such a good story for a kid's movie. And Po and Tigress are adorable. Not to mention the fighting scenes are awesome. Itsuka said excitedly, nuzzling against Izuku as the logos finally finished up and the movie began. Just watch and you'll see. Okay. He laughed, pulling them both a little bit tighter to him. No sense in watching a movie without some nice warm snuggles to go along with it in his opinion nowadays. Later on he would freely admit the girls were right. Kung Fu Panda frequent. Brushes out. Izuku breathed heavily as he finished changing into his casual clothes, having just finished an intensive workout. He took a seat for a moment, scrolling through hero news and his texts while he caught his breath before he eventually stepped out into the hall. Only to find a sight that quickly got under his skin. The gyms were free to use to the students now the dorms had been established, which meant they were open to everyone. Which included one Minoru Mineta who at that particular moment was trying his luck with peeping through the door into the girls' changing room. Mineta! The greenette let out a small growl, stalking toward him, and the smaller teen froze up as he realized he was caught. Step away from the door. Once upon a time, Izuku was a naive, innocent kid. He knew Mineta was a pervert, but it never really connected in his mind how bad his actions were because, honestly, he was used to them from his past classmates at Aldra. It's what they all pretty much were like. Since the greenette's girlfriends had started coming into his life, however, he had quickly begun to discover a growing dislike of his purple-haired classmate as he saw more and more of their discomfort. He promised himself after the Kyoka incident with those middle school hooligans that if anyone hurt his girlfriends like that again, there would be some kind of reckoning to pay. He never wanted to see one of them crying like that again. Which led him to now, as he balled his fist and glared right at the short teen. Hey, Midoriya. How dash? Were you spying on one of the girls? Izuku asked, activating full cowl at a measly 1%. It wasn't for anything more than show, but he'd rather make a point now than have to repeat this over and over to someone who wouldn't listen. And not one of your girlfriends, dude, I swear. The pervert tried to defend himself before he realized what he'd just said. It doesn't matter who it is. You shouldn't be spying on anyone. The greenette exclaimed angrily, pointing to the exit. Leave. Yes, sir. Mineta nodded rapidly, turning and bolting for safety, and the greenette let out a sigh as he relaxed. Deserved or not, he did not like doing the angry, threatening routine. The door beside him creaked open and out stepped Ibra Shiozaki to the greenette's surprise. She looked him over for a moment, and for the briefest of seconds, she scowled before a neutral expression settled on her face. Izuku definitely saw the scowl, though. Oh, hi Shiozaki. Sorry, I was just dash. I heard. She assured quickly, before turning heel and quickly beginning to leave. A frown settled on her face. Thank you. Yeah, that was the most forced gratitude Izuku had heard in his life. Still, not beaten yet and want to deal with this if possible, he jogged to catch up to her side. Did you just finish a workout as well? Yes. Would you like me to walk you back to the dorms just to be safe? Mineta dash. No, Shiozaki cut him off bluntly, stalking forward with a deepening scowl. It most definitely did not suit her. Thanks for the offer. Izuku froze for a moment, before he frowned. He contemplated his options for a moment and decided it would be better to just rip the band-aid off now. Why don't you like me? He asked simply, causing the 1B student to freeze. I mean, I'm fine with it if you dislike me or even hate me. I'm used to it, that came out wrong, but I still stand by what I mean in it. I just want to know why you dislike me. Is it the whole class rivalry thing Monoma started? Do you really think of me as so petty? The girl asked in an insulted tone, whirling around to face him properly. It was like she was trying to glare at him, but at the same time, it was hardly malice or hate that filled her eyes. No, I don't, which is why I'm so confused. He explained, sighing and walking towards her. She suddenly held up her hand, preventing him from advancing any further as she looked away. You're a sinner, she said as though that explained it all instead of leaving more questions. At seeing his confused expression, she sighed and stood up straighter. I don't hate you. I don't have it in me to hate you. But I do hate what you're doing to my friends. Your friends? What's my relationship with Pony, Itsuka, and Setsuna got to do with this dash? Everything. I don't want to see their hearts broken. The vine-headed girl suddenly snapped, before covering her mouth. I apologize for yelling. My point stands though. You barely raised your voice. Shiozaki, why do you think I'm going to break their hearts? Izuku asked, his own tightening slightly at the mere thought of hurting them like that. Please, give an honest answer. Is that not what all this is? More than 10 lovers is practically unheard of as far as I'm aware. I don't want you using them just for. The girl's face heated up and the 1A student let out a sad sigh as it finally clicked into place. They don't deserve to be hurt like that. Yeah, they don't, and I'm not going to hurt them like that. The one for all bearer assured, sighing as he took a seat on a nearby bench, before patting it. Though reluctant, the girl did sit down, not meeting his eye. How can you promise something like that without batting an eye? Because this whole thing isn't based on the premise you seem to think it is. He began to explain softly. He didn't want to insult her, he wasn't even mad. If anything, he was happy his girlfriends had such an amazing friend to think like this, even if it had been a little presumptuous. Shiozaki, I mean it when I say I love every last one of them. I know it might not be the most common thing, but I couldn't pick between one of them, and I promise you if the only reason for this was something as simple as, well, if you ever meet that version of me, you have full permission to lay the most holy beating on him he's ever received, cause that's not me. It was brief, but he did see a small smile flash on her face, which brought a smile of the boy's own to his face. Progress. I know it probably doesn't fit in with your personal ideals, at least from what I'm aware of, but I swear, it's based on love. Nothing else. He explained, before going quiet as he waited for a response. The one he got was hardly the one he was expecting. What do you mean by my personal ideals? Echa? Isn't there like some Bible thing about only having a wife or something? The greenette asked, before flinching. Sorry, I just have never actually read a Bible in my life. My mom was pretty adamant on me learning my beliefs my own way without any outside influence, so maybe there is, maybe there isn't. You'll have to read for yourself. The girl said with a small laugh, finally starting to drop her more decisive attitude, which Izuku was immensely thankful for. Just because I follow most of its ideals doesn't mean I agree with every single thing written within. That was a complete shock. I believe in God. I believe in many of the holy stories, really. What I don't believe in is that it was completely uninfluenced by humanity's more unsavory beliefs of the time. Many a man would still change the very word of God if it were to their favor. With how people used to be, she began to explain, fidgeting slightly. Honestly, I've never discussed this with anyone before because it seems silly, but I thought I might as well explain. I think it's a sensible point of view. The greenette said, rubbing the back of his neck. Admittedly, I'm not exactly the best person to ask though, agnostic and all that. Yes, I suppose so. A silence settled upon them after that. Izuku half expected her to leave, the issue between them finally somewhat settled, but instead she suddenly admitted something that caught him off guard. Honestly, I think perhaps my presumptuousness was a result of jealousy, at least in part. The girl sighed, blushing lightly. I can't believe I'm admitting this, but I was going to ask you out at the training camp. Izuku EXE has stopped responding. Please reboot. It's silly, I know we didn't really know each other, but back then, I found your pure heart from what little I'd seen and the stories I'd heard endearing, and I suppose I can admit you are aesthetically pleasing as well. However, the villain attack quickly put a stopper in that plan. Thanks. Izuku blushed, surprised by this reveal. I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of stunned you wanted to ask me out. I'm not saying I'm against it or anything, it's just surprising is all. Yes, I suppose can see why it would be surprising. The vine-haired girl hummed, rubbing her neck. I suppose, hearing you suddenly had 6 new girlfriends, then later even more. A part of me just wanted to latch onto something to deal with it, and my jealousy developed the idea that you weren't as good as I thought you are. On reflection, that was incredibly unfair to you, and I am so sorry I ever went down that line of thought. Izuku sighed, before scooting closer and gently setting a hand on her shoulder. I get it. I'm not mad, but thank you for the apology. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, and I want you to let me know as soon as I cross a line, but there's still room for you, you know. The girl looked down to the ground, leaving the boy to continue talking with no real idea of what else to do. If you don't want or feel that's too far against your beliefs or something, I'll understand. I don't want you to think I'm against you or anything. I know relationships aren't some fix-it thing, and I don't want it to seem like I'm using this like that. I'll be honest, if you'd have asked at the training camp, then I would have said yes. It's not a doubt in my mind. Can I really? The girl asked, though it seemed to be more to herself than to the greenette. I can live with this situation as long as you truly love my friends, but, for myself, still worried about it being sinful? Izuku asked with a small smirk, and the girl nodded. Can I try something? If it's all right with you. I suppose. Shiozaki agreed, before she watched as he gently leaned in close to her, feeling his breath on her skin for a moment before he placed a delicate kiss on her cheek. A kiss with all the love in it he could pull up, that she felt every bit of spreading over her. In a word, does that feel like a sin? The blush on her cheeks, the soft smile on her face and her glistening happy eyes were answer enough, but even so she leaned into him, against him and gave him her answer. No, it doesn't. Setsuna Tokage. Setsuna woke up on her birthday to the best sight she possibly could have, Izuku tucked tight against her side as she had held onto him tight, feeling as though she was protecting that adorable innocent smile on his face. Honestly, the cuteness of Izuku when he was tucked away safe in her arms was a big part of the reason she preferred being the big spoon in bed. She idly wondered if it was the same for some of the other girls. Good morning, birthday girl. He suddenly said, revealing he was awake. However, his sleepy voice betrayed that it hadn't been for long. He fixed her with a smile, setting a hand on her stomach as he propped himself up and smirked at her. How are you? Happy now I'm getting to hear your cute voice, the girl said in a soft sing-song voice, chuckling as her boyfriend's cheeks tinged. Still, he just leaned forward and pressed the sweetest kiss on her forehead, feeling the love course through her body. Well, as long as you're having a good day. He cooed quietly, before turning his attention to the door and grinning. He suddenly bounded over, opening it in time for Itsuka and Pony to appear, holding a tray with a bowl on top. They both shouted a quick good morning and happy birthday to the lizard-like girl, which she thanked them for before they decided to leave the two greenettes alone, Itsuka sending a wink to Setsuna. Izuku took it from them, moving to his girlfriend's beside and setting it down for her. Her eyes glistened as she realized it was her favorite food, Nop. She looked up to the greenette who was smiling far too bright and realization set in. You cooked this, didn't you? No. I mean dash, he flushed, looking down. Sorry I did. Pony and Itsuka helped a lot though. The green-haired 1B girl snorted, as she took her first helping and her entire body felt like it warmed up from the warmth. The power of love-infused cooking was something not to be understated. This is delicious, babe. Thanks, she said, before snickering. Be honest though, Itsuka and Pony didn't do that much. They did. Really? The two girls who nearly burned this entire dormitory down in the first week with their attempt at cooking helped with this. They did what? Izuku blinked, before shaking his head and grinning. Okay, so they definitely have improved then. Clearly. Setsuna laughed, taking in another spoonful of soup. I could get used to being spoiled like this. Well, maybe one day. Izuku laughed with a small wink, making the girl blush but smile as he leaned over, pressing another gentle kiss onto her cheek. You'll have to eat that fast though. I have a much more important present for you, but it's on a time limit. Oh, I can't wait to see what it is. The lizard-like girl said excitedly, bouncing a little in her bed before she hurriedly began consuming the rest of the soup. Soon enough, she finished up and began getting changed. Izuku initially tried to move outside, but she made him stay and help pick out an outfit, enjoying his embarrassment as he was made to watch her change. The blushing made him look cute, so who could blame her? After they were dressed and ready, Izuku grabbed her hand and practically pulled her along to the first gate, where she was surprised to see, of all people, All Might standing there, smiling at them. Ah, young Midoriya, just in time. Hello, young Setsuna, I hope you have a happy birthday today. The teacher greeted joyfully, the girl nodding her head with a smile and saying a quick thanks. Has Midoriya told you what he has had me arrange? The boy blushed at the reveal that what was about to happen was down to him, but the girl just tilted her head confused. No, sir? Why, what is it? I'm surprised you managed to miss someone of my size, Miss Tokage. A loud, boisterous voice said with a hearty laugh that seemed to shake the earth itself. The 1B girl's eyes went wide as she recognized the voice, and she whirled around to see a giant dragon-like pro hero. Gojiro? The girl asked, Amazed before the fact that Izuku had arranged this went through her mind, and she looked to her boyfriend with glistening eyes. You didn't. Oh, but he did. All Might said with a laugh, scratching the back of his neck. I owe young Midoriya quite a few favors in all honesty, though I never expected the first one he'd use to be something like this. I realized Gojiro was going to be in Japan anyways around now, and I remembered you talking about how much you admired him as a kid. The 1A student explained with that innocent bright smile that was starting to make Setsuna's heart melt. Seeing as I was struggling for a physical gift, hope this does instead. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The girl suddenly exclaimed at lightning speed, leaping at her boyfriend and peppering his face with kisses, before turning to the gigantic pro and bounding towards him. I'm such a big fan, sir. I've heard, And so the next hour was spent with Setsuna bombarding the giant dragon-like mutant with questions which he was all too happy to answer, as well as struggling to get an autograph, but once she had one, it was quickly tucked away for safekeeping to later be framed, and she even got to take a photo sitting on his shoulders, and she made sure Izuku was in that photo as well on the other side. He was quiet about it, but the glee in his eyes was obviously there. He was the biggest hero nerd this side of the planet after all, and she wasn't going to deprive him of his own moment even if this was mainly for her. Eventually, of course, the pro had to leave and the UA students had waved him off, thanking him for his time before Setsuna had turned on her boyfriend, leaping right into his arms once again. And once again, his face fell victim to her ultimate smooching attack, because God did he deserve it for that. Once she was done assaulting him with her love, she'd rested her head on his shoulders with a content smile. You're the best boyfriend ever, you know that? I've been told a few times. He replied cheekily, getting a snicker from the birthday girl. Because it's true. I can't believe you went out your way to do that for me. He nuzzled into her neck, planting a light kiss as he did so. Hey, anything for my jigsaw to be happy. He laughed before pulling away and fixing her with a grin. Speaking of, I cleared my entire schedule for today. Whatever you want to do, we can. What? I thought Aizawa assigned you that essay though? He's like the strictest teacher in the school. How did you convince him to let you clear up for today? Izuku snickered, winking at her. Hey, I gotta keep some secrets now, don't I? Tease. She cried, laughing after and shifting so they were in a sideways hug as they began walking back to the dorms. The whole day? No interruptions or anything, and whatever I want. The whole day, whatever you want. Setsuna grinned, almost like a predator. You know we're going to my bedroom right away, right? Izuku blushed, but smirked as he rolled his eyes. Saw that coming a mile away. With that, the two took off laughing and playfully bumping into one another on the way, while Toshinori looked with a slack jaw. The two had completely forgotten the man had been standing there during their conversation. Holy shit. How did Izuku get laid before me? Meihatsum. Thanks for doing this, 10 million. Mei said as she laid against Izuku, breathing heavily and blushing bright. The greenette was blushing as well, as the girl was wearing nothing more than her underwear as she leaned against him, the two taking a break from their fun to recover. A lot of people get weirded out when I ask. Yeah, well, it's fun and I love seeing that smile of yours when it's like this and not the creepy inventor one. There's nothing wrong with my smile, Izuku. The pink-haired girl pouted, lightly hitting his chest while trying to hold back a smile. Oh, you do know my name? The greenette asked with a slightly sarcastic tone, knowing it always got a giggle out of the mad inventor when the usually straight-faced cinnamon roll just dropped in the doses of sarcasm. Yeah, but 10 million is my thing. I had nicknames before you. She pointed out, finally managing to get her breathe steady and grinning at him. True. Also, I like your smile, Tinkerbell. He explained with a good-natured roll of his eyes, the girl herself doing the same at the nickname. She tinkered, she made a bell, and Izuku's brain was running slow. Later he'd claim it was for the much smarter reason that she constantly tried to get attention from Izuku if she wasn't focused on her babies, and she thought she could get away with it. The inventor's smile can be a little creepy sometimes though, especially when you keep putting it on when you stare at my butt. It's not hard to notice. Not my fault you have the most perfect backside to ever grace mankind. The inventor laughed, said Grin slowly appearing. This is my I'm getting ideas grin. May! Izuku shouted, blushing before grabbing her with a small pout. That's it. Break time over. No mercy please. You asked for it. With that, the tickle assault began. Izuku didn't let up until a solid 10 minutes had passed. May loved every second. Melissa Shield. You're sure about this? Izuku asked, somewhat nervously as he held Melissa in his arms bridal style, the girl holding onto his neck tight as she nodded. As I'll ever be Izuku, she said, taking a deep breath to prepare herself before she smiled bright. Show me the stars. All right then, Slippy. The greenette chuckled lightly, grinning himself as the blonde blushed bright, slapping him his arm lightly. Izu, that nickname is embarrassing and you know it. She complained, puffing out her cheeks for a moment and looking far too adorable for her own good. And she had every right to be embarrassed seeing as that nickname came about during a busy night. Yeah, but you look cute when you're flustered. Hypocrite. I know. I'm starting to think helping build your confidence was a bad idea. The girl huffed playfully, Izuku lifting her higher for a moment to plant a kiss on her head with a smile that got her to smile as well. Come on though, stop stalling. I'll be fine, so let's fly Izuku. Yeah. Hold on tight. Izuku called, green lightning crackling around him as his body glowed. Satisfied his girlfriend was going to fall from him, he took off in a sprint, leaping from the rooftop they two had been stood upon and rising high into the sky. Melissa let out a joyous laugh, reaching a hand out as her hair billowed in the wind, making her look absolutely radiant. The two then began to fall, coming down onto the second nearby rooftop of the UA building, Izuku landing perfectly on his feet and feeling the quirkless girl let out a noise that could only be described as pure joy as she buried her head into her boyfriend's chest. Thank you so much Izuku, that was as amazing as I thought it would be, she said, nuzzling into him a little. The one for all bearer just smiled, enjoying the moment as he pulled her a little closer. Thanks for doing this. Hey, how could I say no to a request like that? He asked softly, remembering how she had just kind of stumbled onto him subdued, reminding him a lot of his own past to his surprise and asking if he could let her experience what his quirk was like, if he'd just hold on to her for a small ride. Not to mention the puppy dog eyes. They always work. The American chuckled, kissing his chest she was currently level with. Can we go again? For you? We can go as many times as you like. You sure you're not thinking of the bedroom again? And Melissa? Ha! Shizuku. Are you certain about this, Midoriya? Shiozaki asked somewhat hesitantly as she held onto her boyfriend's hand. Tight, being led through the forest near the dorms. Just a little bit further ahead, I promise. He assured her with a calm, soft smile that set her heart at ease as they slowly began to reach a clearing. And you can call me Izuku if you want. Are you certain? We haven't been dating as long as the others. The girl pointed out, unable to shake a small feeling of hesitance in her mind. It was quickly forgotten a moment later, though, as she stepped out into the clearing, her eyes widening at the beauty before her. There was a large pond filled with aquatic life glistening with the sun, rabbits running about nearby and a nice calmness in the air. It was the very definition of serene. It's so calm, she muttered as her fairly new boyfriend of a fortnight sat down near the pond and patted the spot beside him. I heard some people mention you disappear from time to time. Is this where you go? Sometimes, Izuku admitted with a fond smile, grabbing a nearby pebble and flinging it across the lake, watching it bounce with a smile. You're the first person I've shown it to. What? Why? The 1B girl asked, confused, not quite sure why he'd pick her. Needless to say, as much as she was ecstatic to have a chance at this, a part of her couldn't help but worry she wasn't worthy of any of it after her past actions. The boy turned to her and just gave her the purest smile she'd ever seen in her life. 'Cause it reminds me of you. Did her heart just skip a beat? And me? Yeah. It's just so pretty and pure and radiant and just holy, I guess. He laughed somewhat nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Maybe it's silly, but I felt like I had to share. Thank you, Izuku. She managed to get out, looking around stunned at the area she didn't even know existed with a small blush now. With a soft smile, some of her nerves settling though she turned to him. What do you do while you're here? Mostly just sit and speak. Just exist for a while. Maybe I'll take a notebook with me and get some work done in the piece, but usually I'll just enjoy the scenery. He explained, blushing lightly as he never once looked away from his girlfriend, who raised a brow confused. So why aren't you looking at it now? Is it too cheesy to say I found a better view? He asked with a small smile, making her let out a small squeak as her face turned red and she looked away. Her hand gripped at the grass beneath her. Do you really think that? She asked, hearing the brunette nodding his head furiously as he set his hand atop hers. Why? Because it's true? No, I mean, she let out a small sigh, rubbing her arm. Are you sure you really like me? I know you said we had to give it a shot, but I also can't help but feel that I don't deserve any of this. Well, I'd have to disagree, Izuku said, gently grabbing her shoulders and turning her attention to him. I know it wasn't the greatest start, but not every relationship does start with nothing but sunshine and flowers. What matters is the fact we can get past that. I want to date you, Shiozaki. There's nothing about worthiness involved with that. I suppose, but... Izuku frowned, before an idea came to mind, and he placed a finger under the girl's chin, lifting it up so she was looking him in the eye. Will you trust me again? I suppose? It was with that, the brunette leaned forward and placed his lips against her, catching her off guard as her eyes went wide. After a moment, though, she slowly but surely began to lean into it, kissing him back as her hands wrapped around him. They stayed like that for a few moments, just enjoying the presence of the other as their tongues danced before they finally split apart with red faces, lidded eyes, and in Izuku's case a soft smile that said, everything will be all right. His eyes darted to her hair and he let out a small gasp as his eyes sparkled. Confused, Ibra watched as he gently took a strand of her hair and pulled it forward to reveal a flower had bloomed on it. Izuku let out a soft chuckle as he ever so gently stroked it, meeting his girlfriend's shocked eyes. Like I said, not all relationships start at sunshine and flowers, but we can get there, he said, his grasp on the flower so gentle as if he was cradling a newborn. I want to get there with you, Shiozaki. Ibra. The 1B girl said softly, smiling despite herself and enjoying the joy she saw spark to life in her boyfriend's eyes. She leaned forward again, stopping mere inches from his lips. I want you to call me Ibra, Izuku. And they began to share another kiss. Ibra was slightly nervous as she stepped into the dorms of Class 1A. It was her first time ever she would be sleeping with Izuku. In his bed, not in the perverted way like Setsuna had tried to tease her about. She had seen how any time one of the girls slept with the boy, the next day it seemed impossible for the smiles to ever be wiped off of their faces, and she wanted to know what exactly it was about the experience that did that. Itsuka had offered to tell her, but the vine-haired girl had shot the red head down, wanting to experience it for herself. Her curiosity was piqued, and she'd like to find out on her own. Plus she was pretty sure it involved cuddling, and she always felt safe in the fluffy-haired teen's arms, so she'd gladly use whatever excuse she could get to cuddle him more. Still, as she had never done it before or stayed in the dorms of her sister class before, she was somewhat nervous. For one, she knew the unholy pervert would be present in the next room over, although Pony and Setsuna had assured her their freckle-faced cutie did all in his power to prevent the short teen from doing anything foul. Ibra decided she'd rather not know how Izuku had made Mineta hold his tongue after she saw how he'd dealt with the boy previously. Aside from that, she couldn't help but worry there might be some hostility from some of the members of 1A due to Monoma's actions. She held no grudge against the class, and she knew the girls at least were all okay with the 1B students, but that might not have extended to the boys of the class. She'd have no way of knowing, and she didn't want to cause any distress or bring up negative feelings in others. With a small shake of her head, the vine-haired teen steeled herself, knowing standing around would help no one, and made her way inside. Hello? Is anyone there? She asked as she walked into the main area, spotting just Momo, Kyoka and Mina snuggled up in a pile on the couch. Oh, hello. Ah, Shiozaki. Creation girl in the center of the snuggle pile beamed bright on seeing her. Here to come see Izuku? Yes, I am. Do you know where he is? He's in his room. Mina offered up as she nuzzled into Momo's side, resting her head on the tall girl's beat. Kyoka doing the same on the other side, their faces inches from each other. Neither looked at her like Momo, too busy being lost in each other's eyes. Alright, thank you. Ibra bowed slightly, before turning and beginning to walk off as she heard Mina suddenly start making an odd laughing sound. Icha, Momo, Q quit it, you know my horns eha, are stive. Mina snorted. Kyoka's more normal giggle sounded out a moment later as Ibra stepped into one of the elevators. Oh come on sweetie, you know neither of us can help that your laugh is adorable. The purple-haired girl teased, before she suddenly started laughing more oddly herself a moment later. Momo and not the Jaya hacks. Ibra smiled to herself, unable to help it. That trio were just adorable. She was on the first floor on the boys' side just a moment after, stepping out and hurrying down the hall, remembering the directions she was given. She saw her boyfriend's door was cracked open slightly and heard the sound of a TV inside playing slightly ominous music to her confusion. Assuming he'd be expecting her and wouldn't have left the door open if he didn't want people walking in, she opened the door and walked inside. Izuku, are you? She couldn't help the small smile that came onto her face as she saw Izuku sat on his bed, monitor on his desk twisted so he could use it from his bed. His eyes were shut and he had clearly fallen asleep playing some game, looking adorable and at peace. Ibra gently sat down beside him, uncertain if she should wake him up or not. Her eyes trailed to the controller that had fallen out of his grasp onto the bed and the television that showed her whatever game he'd been playing was just waiting for more input. The vine-haired girl tilted her head with a small hum, surprised that it seemed like a rather dark and dreary game, most of the screen filled with dark blacks and grays and the player character seemed to be a knight in dark armor of some sort. Curiosity began to take over the religious girl as she picked up the controller. She'd never had the opportunity to play a video game before, nor had she ever exactly gotten the appeal. She'd seen Itsuka and once Mina playing some, as well as many of the boys, but had never tried it herself. Well, just 5 minutes to see why they all like these so much couldn't hurt, right? It was 2 hours later when Izuku woke up, blinking as light hit his eyes and he looked down to the end of his bed, going wide-eyed when he saw Ibra sitting there casually kicking the butt of the final boss of his game like it was nothing. Then she defeated the boss with one last strike, making her let out an excited little gasp before she dropped the controller, throwing both her arms into the air in an adorable gesture of excitement. Victory! She exclaimed quietly, letting out a small giggle. I'm starting to see why Izuku and the others like these games now. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Izuku spoke up, making the green-haired girl jump as she looked back. Sorry I fell asleep. Oh, it's no issue. I apologize for playing your game without asking. I just got curious is all. The girl said embarrassed and Izuku smiled softly, scooting along the bed and kissing her cheek, making her blush lightly. Don't worry about it. You clearly had fun. He laughed. Ibra giggled herself after a moment. I did. It was rather easy though. I was under the impression video games were supposed to be somewhat challenging. Was I wrong? Ibra asked, confused. Izuku blinked. Well, it depends on the video game. There's different kinds just like you get different kinds of movies. Even if you like one, you might not like another, he explained, slowly standing up as he moved over to the console. I'll be back in bed with you in a moment. Let me just put the game away. Oh, are you okay, Izuku? You seem stunned. I'm fine. Izuku assured, as he pressed the eject button on his console. His game came out and he stared at its title, Dark Souls 2. He knew Ibra wouldn't appreciate foul language so he had to mouth this next part but he absolutely had to get it out. What the Ibra? Kyoka Jair, Achiko Uraraka and Setsuna Tokic. I still can't believe you managed to get reservations at a place like this. Achiko muttered under her breath, eyes wide as she was barely focused on her boyfriend or the two girls with her as she looked around. They sat near one of the walls of a restaurant in various attire. Izuku sat closest to the window on his side of the table they had in a pale blue suit, almost aqua in its color. Beside him, Kyoka sat with a choker around her neck with little purple faux diamond studs, a leather jacket that fit her form nicely, and a shirt that read, "Good girls go to heaven, bad girls go everywhere." A gift from Mina that she wore quite often. She also had tight-fitting leggings with small rips around the knees and heavy black boots with metal clasps. Sat across from the purple-haired girl was Setsuna, who wore a surprisingly plain lime dress that fitted to her body perfectly, showing off her curves in just the right ways while still allowing her freedom of movement the moment she needed it, grinning widely. Finally, beside the lizard girl and straight across from Izuku himself was Achiko, who was in her dress from my island. Due to not having the money to afford another outfit she deemed fancy enough for this outing. "So Jairu, if you don't mind me asking, you're like super into music, right?" Setsuna asked, putting her hands onto her chin as she looked at the girl across from her. "Why, yeah, I guess you could say that." Kyoka nodded. Izuku didn't fail to note how the purple-haired girl was trying and failing to look anywhere but the green-haired girl's pretty eyes. "Why?" "Well, I'm just curious. I take it you're into rock based on the outfit?" "Yeah. Favorite genre." The shortest of the present girls said, sharing a quick glance with Izuku, who just smiled at the answer. "Any particular reason?" "Well, honestly, I'm pretty interested in some old bands myself and was curious if you've listened to them." The lizard-like girl explained, smiling as she seemed to be lost in Kyoka's eyes. I guess there's no harm in seeing if I have." Achiko and Izuku shared glances, grinning to themselves at what they were seeing, while Setsuna started listing off band names to Kyoka, both sometimes stopping to gush over certain songs. Mina would be freaking out so hard if she saw these two right now. Achiko mouthed with a light giggle as she watched them, and Izuku smirked back. If Mina were here, I'd say they had 5 more minutes at best. Izuku mouthed back with a smile of his own. Then suddenly, Setsuna leaned forward on the table and Kyoka instinctively did the same. Izuku grinned wider. "I take it back. They maybe have 5 minutes at best on their own. Mina probably would have forced their heads into a kiss right now." Achiko let out a snort, causing Kyoka to look over with a raised brow. "What are you two dorks laughing about? Just how cute you both are." Izuku quickly supplied, with a smirk and a shrug, making Setsuna and the rocker girl blush. Kyoka leaned over with a playful scowl before she pressed a quick kiss onto Izuku's cheek. "Hey, you don't get to say anything about people being too cute," she said, getting giggles from everyone else. "After all, we all know you're the cutest, so you'd be a hypocrite." "Oh, but I'd surely rank 4th out of everyone at this table on who's the cutest. I mean, you have all looked in a mirror, right?" He grinned, getting shoved lightly by Kyoka and hit with Achiko by a napkin as she flushed as well. Setsuna rolled her eyes as she grabbed a breadstick from the table and moved it towards Izuku. He began to eat it, confused as he took it from her hands. "We're here to eat, so there." She snickered, before looking at Kyoka and Achiko. "And now we're spared from him." Both girls giggled, as Kyoka and Setsuna turned back to one another, once again looking into each other's eyes. "Thanks, he can be adorable but insufferable at times." Kyoka giggled, which Setsuna smiled fondly at. "All of that new confidence of his, and he repays us with so much teasing." "Oh, tell me about it." "Of course, it's always fun getting the hunk back," Setsuna said in a sing-song voice, watching as Izuku's face went red. "Yeah, that's the embarrassed face we know and love." Kyoka snickered, before turning to look at the breadsticks, contemplating if she wanted one herself for a moment. Her gaze was misinterpreted by Setsuna, however, who giggled. "I could feed you one as well if you want." She chuckled, making Kyoka blush before she nervously looked over. I wouldn't be against that," Kyoka admitted. Setsuna smiled wider at that, going to grab the breadstick. Before she could though, Achiko couldn't contain herself any longer and let out a small squeal. "You two are so cute together," she gushed, before getting a teasing smile as she leaned over. "When's the wedding?" At that, Kyoka went nuclear before she pushed herself up from the table. "Excuse me, I need to wash up." After she squeaked that out, she hurried off towards the bathroom embarrassed. "Is she okay?" Setsuna asked while blinking, getting a nod from her boyfriend and Achiko. Oh yeah, she's just really easily flustered. Always helps when someone she likes goes to help calm her down though. Izuku said before drinking his water. Setsuna tilted her head at him expectantly. The freckled teen put his glass down with a smirk. What? I may be pretty but I still can't follow her in the women's bathroom. A certain lizard girl she might or might not have a crush on however. Crush? That's ridiculous, Setsuna said as she stood up with a very light blush. But I'll go make sure she's alright anyways. Be right back. As soon as she was gone, Ochako rose a brow before leaning across the table with a grin. Okay, you're more confident nowadays but normally never like this unless you're in shipping mode. Can you blame me? Look at the two of them. Kyoka so obviously liked her and I'm pretty sure Setsuna likes her back based on those looks they were giving each other. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. I'm guessing based on Kyoka's other crushes, Setsuna fit her type. Might need to fluster them a little, but is it so wrong to try to give them a little nudge in the right direction? Well, I can go spy on them and see. Ochako giggled, rising up from her seat. Isn't gossiping Mina's thing? Would you rather I didn't go? Of course I want you to go. Izuku said, leaning back with a massive smile, chuckling as he watched her hurry off into the bathroom as well. He took another sip of his water before looking around, smiling at seeing it was a decently packed place. It was mostly full of couples and all of them seemed to be having great dates, which was a nice atmosphere to be in when you were out on a date yourself. Ding. He jumped as his phone went off and he rummaged through his pockets, pulling it out and smiling at the text Ochako was sending him. My fluffy muffin, they're just talking. Still adorable though. They get along surprisingly well. My fluffy muffin. Oh my god Izuku. Kyo, they're just teasing us. I know. A crush? I mean, Set, yeah, though bet we'd totally make a kick-ass couple I'd have bet. Kyo, yeah probably Helen. I mean I wouldn't say no to a kiss. Set, well ask and you might just receive. Kyo, I said that out loud, oh what the hell. My fluffy muffin, uploaded JPEG, Setsuna and Kyoka kiss. Izuku grinned wide as a few photos came in of Kyoka and Setsuna not only kissing, but clearly getting more passionate and into it as the photos went on. They were just as adorable together as Izuku expected. Then finally the last one showed Setsuna's eyes open, looking towards the camera. My fluffy muffin, Izuku helped they spotted Meph. My fluffy muffin, spying you too? That's my job. Me and Kyoka are going to have to punish Ochako properly for this. My fluffy muffin, sent MP for kissing acoustics. Izuku couldn't help but still smirk at the video that came through, an incredibly embarrassed and bright red Ochako being attacked with kisses on either cheek by Kyoka and Setsuna, the latter of whom was filming while Ochako called for Izuku's help that even if he was there he probably wouldn't be providing for once. Because goddamn were they adorable. Excuse me sir, but you can't watch pawn recordings in here. A deep yet feminine voice spoke up, making Izuku jump as his face flushed. What? I'm not. He quickly defended himself as he realized what the video of his 3 girlfriends getting NTMT in the bathroom might look like from an outsider perspective. He could almost hear the smirk in the stranger's voice as they continued. I see. Well, you cannot live stream pawn in this restaurant either. The voice suddenly dropped into a much more familiar one as the stranger walked in front of him, revealing it to be Midnight, who was grinning as she winked. After all I've tried. I did not need to know that. Izuku deadpanned, making her laugh. What are you doing here, Miss Midnight? Oh please Izuku. We're not in school. You can call me Mom. The woman teased with a smirk. Izuku rolled his eyes as he smiled fondly, deciding to play along. All right then, Mom, what are you doing here? He asked, managing to briefly catch her off guard before she gave a much more normal and genuine smile of delight. Oh, I'll tell you in a minute. In the meantime, you're on a date with some of your girlfriends, right? She asked, getting a nod. Ochako, Kyoka and Setsune. They're all in the bathroom right now, but they should be back any minute. He chuckled. Glad to hear it. I'm also glad to see this whole situation you got yourself in. This whole scenario is going great for you. A lot of people would take it for granted, I'm sure, But you're clearly doing something right considering not a single one of the girls I've seen with you seems to be unhappy with it. She said, smiling as she looked down. It takes a lot of work for just one relationship to work, so this. Just well done, kid. I'm proud of you, Izuku. Izuku flushed slightly at that, looking up at her with a soft smile. Thanks. It's really nice to hear that. No problem, kiddo. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I'm not here for no reason. I have my own date to attend to. Midnight smirked, gesturing with her head to a table behind him as he took a sip of his drink. Izuku looked over and almost spit out all of his water at who he saw. Mom. His date went amazing that day, but he'd be unable to think of anything except the fact that that was the day Inko Midoriya and Namuri Kiyama, as well as Kyoka and Setsuna, started dating. And he loved it. Itsuka Kendo and Hada Nijire. Izuku saw the world in slow motion as a spiraling wave of energy shot towards him. It was slow on its own, easy to dodge with his speed usually. But usually there weren't also two massive hands about to clap together on either side of him, ready to squash him in the middle. Thinking quickly, he realized his only option was to go up, which he did, bending his knees and launching himself straight towards the roof with as much power as he could muster, his hands and feet landing on the roof itself. There was a loud clapping noise as the hands collided together, before their owners suddenly let out a pained yelp as she had clapped her hand with the wave of energy from his other opponent in between them instead. Izuku jumped back to the ground, kicking off it at the last moment and flipping in the air onto his feet, backing away with a grin at the fact he managed to pull the recovery off. "Ooh, that was pretty impressive, Zuzu." Nijire called out happily as she hovered in the air. "Sorry about your hands, Kendo." "Oh, but then again, are they okay? Do they get more durable when they get big? Or dash?" "Hadu." The redhead got her teammate to stop talking with a quick shout as she opened her enlarged fists. "I'll tell you later. He's still standing for now. We'll never get our prize if we don't beat him." Izuku smirked, getting into position to run. Then Nijire smirked right back, making him worried. "Oh right. In that case I have an idea. Quick, make a windstorm." "Wait, what?" Izuku had to brace himself as Itsuka suddenly began batting at the air rapidly with her hands, kicking up more and more wind. It wasn't the most polished move as it didn't look like something the girl was completely used to doing yet based on her technique, but it was still strong enough that Izuku was struggling to keep his grip on the ground. Handy combo, wave storm. Izuku's eyes widened as Nijire sent out multiple spiral energy waves at him, sending them all into the path of the wind, which caused them to go in completely random directions all around him, preventing him from running to safety. "Now Kendo." "Right." The 1B student stopped creating the wind, but before it all dissipated and could give Izuku safety, the girl bolted forward, smashing her fingers through the floor to take a grip and essentially throw herself forward, grabbing Izuku with her other hand and running him into a wall. "Ha, gotcha." She smirked as he shook his head, being let go and dropped to the ground. Nijire flew over with a smile of her own, landing beside the two. Yeah, you did. Guess I still need to work on my evasive maneuvers," Izuku said, groaning slightly as he pressed his hand into a crick in his neck. He then looked up and gulped when he saw the predatory smiles on his two girlfriends' faces. "So, you know what that means, Zuzu?" "Alright. Yeah, go ahead." But before we do," the third year stopped, before walking over to the nearby entrance and grabbing her bag she had taken with her, bounding back over happily. She pulled out two small plastic tubes that Izuku recognized on sight, making him gulp. "We should do this properly. Here for you." Itsuka grinned as she took the one offered to her, twisting it and revealing a red lipstick. Thanks. Not normally a lipstick girl, but I can make an exception this time." "Great." Nijire beamed, before twisting her own tube and revealing her own blue lipstick that she quickly. Once both had the makeup applied, they turned to Izuku, who just smiled nervously. You both look amazingly pretty." "Thanks, Fracture. Now, you know what you agreed to happening if we caught you." Both girls pounced him, grabbing him and assaulting his face with kiss after kiss as he laughed and kicked slightly from how it tickled while they gave him no mercy, his face going more and more red. It wasn't until an hour later that Izuku walked out the gym, with a face a shade of red never seen before by the human race. Not that they would see it anyways, as it was all covered by the millions of red and blue lipstick kiss marks all over him. One thing no one missed? The million-watt dopey smile on Izuku's face as he stumbled away, giggling to himself far too happily.